Hey, everybody. Somebody give me a quick sound check here. I wasn't ready to come on yet. Fooling around. Bug Dude, Warriors, Tony Smith, my brother. How y'all doing this evening? Uh, I usually come on bitching. I really got nothing to bitch about tonight. Beautiful spring weather here the last couple of days, and I've been out getting things done, and I haven't had time to be blessed with any news too much. Thanks, Virginia. Welcome. Thanks, everybody. So yeah, I just figured it's Wednesday night, a slow night, and figured we could just have a good bullshit session if you wanted to. Uh, it wouldn't hurt to get a link up here, and anybody that wants to come up and just express whatever you got on your mind, why don't we do that? Anybody that wants to come up and just express. Having a link would be a good idea, wouldn't it? We'll get it. I'm tired, man. I got to tell you, I've been getting a lot done. All right, here we are. All right. Why is this always so awkward? Yeah, good, Virginia. That'll be good. I want to see the pup anyway. Let's get this pinned. Pin. And here we go. All right. Crazy stuff. Okay, I think we're all set up now. I had an interesting experience. I decided to refinance my truck. Here's Ghetto.
Hello, Mr. Tom.
Welcome, Mr. Ghetto. Hi there. That suits you better, doesn't it?
Oh yeah. I sound okay. I'm on my phone for a few minutes.
You sound just a little bit cavey, my man.
Oh, cavey. Yeah.
Cavey, like you're in a cave. Echoey.
That any better?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
So good to see everybody. Annalisa, hello. And listen, if I miss you in chat, it's hard for me to pay attention to two things at the same time. But anyway, yeah, I decided to refinance my truck. I bought that thing 2.5 years ago, and when I bought it and went through the finance process, I was kind of, I won't say shocked, but surprised that it wasn't done through either a local bank or Ford Motor Credit, which didn't make any difference to me. I didn't care, but I just, one of those things. And so they sent me an envelope with, I don't know, a half a dozen, maybe 8 pages of coupons. Not a book of coupons, but pages. And they had an end stub where you could write down the check number and the date you paid it. And it worked out okay. You had to supply your own envelope, which at least they send an envelope usually. Maybe
Yeah.
not anymore, but when I was having credit before, it was they'd send you an envelope. But anyway, they got a letter from them a while back that we're no longer going to be sending out coupons, that we're going to send statements. Okay, so I've been waiting on a statement. Hey, Warriors, good to see you. I've been paying as I could. I would scrimp on one thing and make an extra truck payment here and there. My goal was to get a year ahead of these people, which is, in case some other crisis comes up, financial or otherwise, you find yourself skipping a payment or two. No big deal because it's paid ahead. Plus, I thought it would save me a little interest, and it'd be cool to pay it off a year early. So I made enough payments. They sent 36 out of 72 coupons, which was what kind of an outfit is this? So I called them the other day. I said, "Hey, I've only got one coupon left, so I need more coupons so I can finish paying." She says, "Oh, we don't send coupons out anymore." And I said, "Well, I haven't got a statement either." She said, "Well, yeah, you're way ahead on your payments." She said, "You won't be getting a statement until the next payment's due." And I said, "That won't work because I want to pay ahead." "Well, we understand that, and you can just go ahead and send us a check." And I said, "But then I got no record of my payment. I got nothing to send with my payment." I used to work in a bank. Every transaction requires two pieces of paper. Whether y'all know that or not, it does. Take my word for it. So, well, they'll get back to me tomorrow. They called me the next day, and this lady was just so nice. And she said, "I understand where you're coming from. Hello, Robert Bolt. It's raining up here, man. Not as warm as it was, but it is what it is." Anyway, she said, "I do understand you want a paper trail," and she said, "There's absolutely nothing we can do for you, but it's got to work the way we have it set up to work." Well, now, man, if I loaned any of you people money, trust me, I would make it so easy for you to pay me back. I would go out of my way to make it easy for you to pay me back. And I want to pay these people off early. Usually they're worried about repossessing vehicles and losing money and shit from people, not paying them back. They don't want to pay me back. Well, I thought about it overnight, and I thought, you know what? This business ought to be done locally anyway. So I gave my local bank a call and talked to him for about 10 minutes, and she looked up a few things. And one of the cool things I found out, I've had that truck 2.5 years, and it's worth $5,000 more than I paid for it. But at any rate, within 2 hours, I was over at the bank signing papers, and I'm going to get my damn coupon book, and all will be right with the world as far as my truck payment, except I'm not a year ahead anymore. So we'll have to start that process over. So I'll still have 3 years to pay my truck off. But that was I thought that was so weird. It still doesn't make any sense to me. Good morning, Doc Mac. Good to see you. So that's about all I had to bitch about. Ghetto, what's rubbing you the wrong way tonight?
Everything, man. It's all
Everything. Are you chafed?
bad. I'm chafed, man, in every which way possible. I got no complaints, man. At the end of the day, I've honestly never went through anything like what you're talking about, just because I pay my cars off. I don't like the debts. I do like paying stuff in advance. Where we're living right now, man, I paid 2 years in advance where we're living. It was a special kind of situation, a family
On
friend.
your mortgage, you mean?
Well, no, we're not buying this or anything like that. No, we're renting it. We had saved up money where we were living before here, and I watched the shit, the SHTF type of stuff accelerate. So come January 2020, we lived here instead of where we were. And it wasn't a horrible spot where we were before, but it was ghetto-ish, if that makes sense. It was ghetto-ish. And
are you saying you just moved to where you are now in January?
January 2020, yeah.
Oh, 2020.
2 years ago. Yeah, right. 2 years ago. Once I really seen, I'd already pulled a lot of money out of where I was working. I already moved my businesses to self-employment. I was making pretty good, and I still make okay money, but I was making good money on my own carpentry stuff, selling my machines, helping people with technical stuff. and we had enough money. We were planning on going to buy something somewhere, but it's like, man, they're accelerating whatever the hell they're doing. Let's just get out of where we're at right now, figure it out. My guy that me and my wife know, well, I've known him for a lot longer, but anyways, he's got a property where we're at right now, and it's like, look, man, I'll give you 2 years worth of freaking the lease, because he's like, 2-3 year lease, blah blah blah. I was like, I don't want a lease, but here's the money for 2 years. And he just
Excellent.
kind of looked at me. I was like, well, that's under the contingency that you're not going to look at my credit. You're not going to worry about you're not going to worry about anything like that. You know me, you know my family, you are family. This is it. I'm letting you know here. You see my houses, no matter where I've lived, I've always had a clean house. I report damages, water, anything like that. I'm a good tenant. You already know that. But if you put me through the system, I'm not going to be able to rent from you. So here you go. And we got out. But well, hold on a second. I like deflowered ladies. Hello, Mrs. Virginia.
Evidently, on the YouTube side, there's no rows. It's just
Oh,
we can see it back here on StreamYard, but it's not on the YouTube side.
yeah. Oh, okay. Let me look at YouTube.
Yeah.
I'm over here.
Isn't that weird?
Too.
Oh. Am I deflowered or D2-pocked?
No,
you're
there,
good. Is
and
there
Tom's
something I
there.
can do about that, Virginia?
I have no idea why that has happened, Tom. I really don't know.
Well,
It happened every now and again. I'll come up and there will be no icon. Another person I was with the other day, we were on a panel and it was just a white box. There was no.
Oh, yeah. Susanna's, all of you guys just were like that. That was crazy.
Yeah.
I have seen that happening to other people on other streams the last few days. So I don't know what causes it.
I don't know if it's StreamYard or the YouTube side, but it's because we can see it on StreamYard. So I'm wondering if it's the YouTube side. Uh-oh.
And there he goes. Well, how was your day?
Pretty good. Thus far, not bad. There's a little bit of a Groundhog Day to life, with, you can hear the boy and the puppy behind me and, the things that we all do. But, yeah, it's been good. I'm not. So there's a lot of doom, gloom, fear, hypervigilance, overthinking, underthinking. And I'm not a big fan of losing yourself in all of the, I don't mean you're doing this, Tom. I mean people in general. So I don't overthink every possible thing that could annihilate me or my family. You got to live your life. You have to continue to enjoy things in life, whether it's your favorite foods or movies or whatever, so
absolutely something's going to
I
get
pay
you,
attention,
Virginia,
but I don't marinate in it.
Yeah. You got to see what's going on, but you can't let it paralyze you.
Right.
Yeah. Hey, something's going to take me away from this world. Mm-hmm. And we're going to put that off as long as possible. But I'm not going to let fear of tomorrow rob me of the joy of today. Put it that way.
Yes.
It doesn't make sense. Because you don't accomplish a damn thing except ruining your day.
Mm-hmm. And that makes you less productive, whether you have to get through your day's tasks or you have to think ahead and work under pressure in the moment, or, something really does happen. All of that takes you away from a focus on why you're fighting in the first place, in a way.
Yeah. Well, it was good. I mentioned the weather here got really pretty, and I got so much work outside that needs to be done, and I just got into it. Get away from the TV, get away from the computer for a while. Got me some sunshine and fresh air and exercise, and it was just beneficial in every way you can think of.
Mm-hmm.
Just to get away from it for a couple of days. And as soon as this weather moves on through, I'm going to get right back into it. Hey, Best Life, good to see you.
What's up, Billy? Oh, me too. See, good to see you.
What happened, Ghetto?
Oh, well, I was going to, I touched my phone. That's what happens. I touched
Oh,
my phone. I touched my phone in the no spot and it bounces me right out of StreamYard. I had
There
to
you go.
switch devices anyways, so it
like
was
the old
okay.
phone commercials, reach out and touch someone.
Yeah.
That was a slogan for a while, you know?
Oh yeah. A while ago, but I remember that was their big advertising.
Mm-hmm.
Then can you hear me now? I'm waiting for the holographic video calls. That'll be coming soon.
If you have enough money, you already do those. Like there are some
Oh yeah.
airports around the world that have holographic check-in agents, like for you to check in your bag and your stuff and whatever. I do not remember which countries it was, but I was watching something on it, and it's straight up like um, straight up holographs talking to you and doing your shit.
Next level stuff, huh?
It is. I don't know even know how to describe it.
Well, man, that guy that I sent, that link that I sent you earlier, Virginia, Alan Watts, he was talking about, I went down his rabbit hole today, and but that's what he was talking about. And this is, mind you, before 1973, because he died in 1973, but he was talking about the technology and how fast it was going.
Mm-hmm.
And he said pretty soon we will be, and then just inject everything we're doing right here, right now, at this second on the StreamYard. He was talking about it. And it wasn't like he was talking around it, like, oh, we'll all have picture things in our homes, type of thing. He was literally saying it. We will be on these devices, you know what I mean, face to face. And then he moved on to the holographic, those will be later. They'll use lasers and we'll be able to three-dimensionally. But he was speaking on a level of what's your nervous system? That's where all the electrical things go on in your body, right?
Your neurological.
Yes, there you go. And so what he was saying, that these devices that we will have in the near future will be connected to our neurological systems, to where we won't even know it, but they'll be connected to us like that, and it'll all lead up to what is that? Telepathic stuff. And I mean, he got a little way out there for me.
So
but
was he going as far as, because I haven't watched it yet, was he going as far as tapping into the Akashic record, the collective consciousness that Carl Jung talked about, or do you mean by technological means?
That's honestly the first video that I've watched of him, but
Right.
I do believe it's on the collective, because the way he talks about it, it's almost like, I'm not going to articulate this well enough, but basically like we're all one web when it comes to the, the electronical, we all have these synapses. I don't know the
No, you're spot on. It's
all
like
right.
tapping into the ether. It's the collective consciousness of all living before, after, during, plants, animals, humans, all of it. Like it's a signal in a cloud, if you will, in today's terms, that contains everything, and you can connect through that.
Yeah, and that's pretty much what he was talking about, and the way we get comfortable with it by actually living in a society that will once be able, or soon be able to do, is by these devices. They have to dumb us down with a flip phone up until you get a smartphone and then a computer, and then all of a sudden Tom's sitting in the middle of West Virginia on a mountain talking to us way over here on the other side of the country.
Yeah.
To me, it blows my mind the amount of things that are said from people that don't even live in this generation. You know what I mean? They've been dead for 50 years.
They saw
and they were talking about it. Yeah, that right there blows my mind more than even actually living through it.
Tom, I don't know if you remember back in the day, like mid 90s, there was a phone that came out where you could see the person's face on the screen. It was like a rotary phone, a regular phone, but you could actually get a little image of the person.
Right.
I remember I was late teenager when that came out, and it blew my mind. Like, is there any way we would ever be able to communicate face to face across the country, across the world, and
Like that.
just be one little click away? I would have never thought. I mean, that little phone with the little screen on it, which kind of bombed, but it totally blew my mind. Like, no way. And look, here we are now. Did you ever think something like that would happen as your...
Well, yeah, Dick Tracy had that on his wristwatch
Oh,
long before AT&T.
He's like, Dick
Right?
Tracy, man. I forgot all about that.
Charlie's Angels cracked this years ago, he said.
Hey, it's a wonderful thing, and yeah, it was fantasy back then, but yeah, people predicted that with a great deal of surety, really, and they were right.
Right.
That and in my talking, in my conversations, on my side of my point that I kind of make on a lot of these conversations is I try to picture myself as my children if they're my age, right? And by saying that, what I mean is I'm watching the shows that they're watching right now. And if Dick Tracy and Charlie's Angels and all these other shows can predict to us with a lot of surety, good grief, I'm worried about what the hell these shows are predicting for my kids' future when they're adults and they're,
If you see it in a sci-fi movie, it's already a possibility and likelihood that it's happening. What's up,
It's
Redneck?
already come into
Yeah.
somebody's mind. Well,
Mm-hmm.
we have to be on guard to harness these things for our own benefit and proper use. That's that's the big thing. You can't let this stuff get out of control. Of course, that's a very popular sci-fi theme too.
Right.
The villains.
Yeah, and technology getting out of control.
Tom, I'm going to jump out, open a new browser, and see if I get reflowered. I'll be right back.
It bothers her,
I'm going to
man.
come back a born-again virgin.
I'd really like to see that. Reflowered. Okay.
Reflowered. And if you figure it out.
Technology that would come in handy.
Yeah. Well, Tom, I hate to break it to you, but they already have that technology, sir.
Oh, do they really?
Yeah. Yeah, they actually do. You can surgically put your cherry back in there, tighten yourself up. Well, not us, obviously.
Yeah.
But
you can win a women's swimming meet too, but they're still the truth, right?
Man, that is so not funny. And I'm sorry, I just now looked at chat. What's up, Doc Mac? Mr. Best Life, I hope to see you guys up here. It's an open panel. Don't be shy. Mr. Tom won't bite. Gonna need some miracle growth. What's up, Mr. Redneck Prepper? F home. Bug dude. Not sure how else I seen. I'm on my TV looking at Mr. Donald, Miss Susanna.
Tony said he was working in his garden, which is a lot of people around here getting their ground worked up. It's really not warm enough to plant yet, but it doesn't hurt to have that dirt worked up.
Yeah. Oh, Von Erich's in here too. What's up, Von?
Hey, Von Erich.
I haven't seen him for a while.
And Susanna, so good to see you.
I'm not on my phone, so can I? I'm gonna do well, if I can find my phone. Uh-oh. Well, when I find my phone, Mr. Tom, I'm gonna put Summer's link down, and I'll explain it when I put her link down. But
okay.
Well, there you go. No, you're still loose as a. Never mind.
So there's no way to reflower yourself, ladies. Once it's gone, it's gone.
Now, okay, but hold on a sec. Have you tried changing your picture?
No, I have not done anything to my...
See if you can't change your picture right quick, Virginia, and maybe it'll pop up.
Change it to what? I don't even know how to do that.
Oh, you don't?
Well,
There's a
no,
way to
not
do
really.
that.
I never press buttons.
or jump. Did it? So
I
when you
went
were
to
on
a whole
Susan,
new browser. Like I shut down, came back, new browser.
You can
yeah,
see your
no,
little picture down there at the bottom, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I think you click on the three dots and it'll say right there in the middle, edit audio avatar.
Okay,
yeah,
got it.
And
Avatar.
if you click that, then you'll get wherever your pictures are stored, that should come up.
Or
Oh,
you can just turn to the V. It should have a picture of just the letter V on it.
no, it doesn't. Okay, I'm scared to press a bunch of things in my camera roll, but I'll try and press the rose again.
But so when you
Oh,
were on Susanna's, did you try maybe opening up your video, like getting on video and then shutting that off? Did it?
nope.
Well,
No, I
maybe
didn't
if
do anything. I popped up on there and she didn't have one either. It wasn't just me, it was her also.
yeah, there was
Um,
like three of you guys up there. Yeah,
yeah, no
three
one
girls
had
up
an
there.
icon. It was just gone.
Huh?
Tony, I just can't have a garden because of the deer around here. My next door neighbor actually opened her back door and there was a deer up on the porch eating her flowers last summer. That's how bold they're getting. Hey, Chuck, good to see you.
Hey, Chuck.
Yeah, I'm not worried about a garden. I tried to put some tomato plants out last year and they ate the tops out of them. I think what I get, I had six or eight tomato plants, and I maybe got a half a dozen tomatoes. So you can't expend more energy producing food than the food's going to give you when you eat it. That's what
Yeah,
I always felt about growing potatoes too, digging them out of this rocky ground.
those bags are wonderful, Tom.
I've seen people doing that,
Oh, they're
but
wonderful.
how many potatoes you're not going to produce a lot of potatoes in 5-gallon bags.
No, you'll get
No.
about 5 to 7 pounds out of that. It's like
Yeah.
equal to one mound.
Mm-hmm. And what are you paying for the bags? Now we have a pretty cool thing. The minimum security prison not too far from here has a farm, and they actually sell potatoes. So
Nice.
at one point it was pennies on 100 pounds. I don't know
Mhm.
how much
To
they
me,
cost.
potatoes are pretty cheap to buy. So to
Yeah,
me, I'm like, grow the things that are expensive, like asparagus, certain squashes by the pound. If it berries are so expensive. If you go to the store, blueberries are like $4 a pound.
yeah.
That's what I think about when trying to figure out what to grow. Now, I still like to grow. Oh, you're right, Brian. It's back. Huh. I still like to grow potatoes and experiment with things because then if I need to grow them, I know how they act. I know what they're going to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But as far as all your time and energy, grow the stuff that costs a lot of money.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't think about it like that.
Asparagus is like $4 a pound, and it's one of the most nutritious things in there. Sweet potatoes
And
are
it's
probably the
nasty.
most nutritious in the you haven't had it made right then.
Oh,
Sweet potato is also very, very nutritious, probably the most in the whole produce section. And it is relatively inexpensive, but it's easy to grow if you get your legs in there and give it a whirl.
And they're good too.
Yep.
Hey, Stuart, good to see you. Keno, finding Keno. Excellent to have you here.
did you know that only certain people stink after eating asparagus? You know how it makes your piss stink
Yeah.
and all that? It's
Facts.
actually in our DNA or something like that that certain people actually let off an odor for it. There's like a whole science behind it.
Yeah, there is.
It's
I've
weird.
never heard anything about that.
Yeah.
Asparagus makes your pee smell. If you eat a whole bunch of asparagus, you can
Oh,
smell a certain enzyme that comes out of it. It's pretty aggressive. But some people don't, their bodies don't react to it like that. It's definitely a distinct odor, though. Asparagus pee is a
Yeah.
thing.
hmm. I don't eat asparagus that often.
Tom's like, I don't. All right, Tom, what's your favorite vegetables? Like your top 3 favorite vegetables?
Man, I like peas. I love peas still in the pod, cooked in cream. I don't know what that's called. Cream peas, maybe. Um, I love sweet potatoes, like you said.
Hmm.
I like the green stuff. I like things like broccoli and spinach and
Ooh,
cauliflower and Brussels sprouts.
I
And
love broccoli and Brussels sprouts. It gets a bad rap. Like people hate Brussels and broccoli. I love them.
yeah, me too. And
Oh,
cabbage. We just cooked up a bunch of cabbage and corned beef the other night. I'm still eating on that. But
Right?
I'm one of those weirdos. I like to put vinegar on all those greens.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah.
not weird at all. That's some gourmet shit,
Well,
Tom.
my wife thinks that's weird.
Uh,
well,
She
so
wants
what
all
does
that shit
vinegar
with
do?
butter. Huh?
That's what I'm saying. See, yeah, I'm with your wife with the butter. But
with
I
the
mean, what's
vinegar, you're pumping up flavor and
I
you're
like the
also
way it
helping to
tastes.
tenderize.
Well, maybe. It also helps dissolve kidney stones. Vinegar's good for you.
Yep.
yeah, I got the vinegar good for you. I just never heard of it on all your greens
Oh
and
yeah,
stuff
like
like
in
that. I never.
collards or whatever.
Oh, collards.
100%.
Yeah.
And just like using a little bit of cooking wine, you're cooking off the the vinegary snap when you put it in foods. That's why you're looking at flavored vinegars like red wine vinegar, apple cider vinegar, or balsamic vinegar. They're all going to do a different thing. You know,
Oh, okay.
it's a flavor thing.
Tony, I don't know if I've ever had watercress. Wouldn't you eat that as in a salad form anyway? I'm not
Watercress.
sure. Yeah.
Yes, it's a green. Hmm.
But
Hey,
yeah, I put my vinegar on after it's cooked. I don't cook it in. I just
ooh,
put it on
Tom goes
before I
raw.
eat.
I love it.
Yeah.
Well, Ghetto, if you think about Italian dressing, it's oil and vinegar. You just whisk it up really well and emulsify it, but it's got that snap of the vinegar for it. So, no, I'm feeling it, Tom.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm a Thousand Island Ranch type of guy. So.
Thousand Island is an abomination, sir. It's disgusting. Sorry.
But around here, that's as close as you can get to Russian dressing, which is critical on Reuben sandwiches. So
He said it's critical.
critical.
Right? They're all kind of an orange color, too. I don't like sweet sauces, whether it's sweet dressing or sweet. I don't know. I don't know. I'm a savory girl.
Got to remember I'm at Tom's. I'll keep my jokes to myself. Uh,
Hoots
Come
got
on
it
now,
on.
within reason. It's
Vinegar
not like you're
after
in church
cooked.
or something, man.
he gets all bashful.
No,
All
but see,
right.
vinegar replaces salt. Like when you're trying to flavor your food, salt enhances flavor, pepper adds flavor. So if you need to enhance the flavor of your food, but you're not trying to go just the very simple, just bam, a handful of salt, vinegar is one of those things that amps up and accentuates what's already there in what you've made, if that makes sense. It highlights it. It
Yeah.
it wakes it up.
Okay. Reuben with spicy mustard. The
Oh,
only
I love
way.
Stuart. Yes, I
Oh
love spicy mustard. And a Reuben, the corned beef with sauerkraut, usually
Yeah.
on rye, but yes.
no, man. No wonder my wife says I'm a picky plain eater. Everything y'all are mentioning, I'm over here like, ugh.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Tom, he needs to go to a good cookout.
I'm a plain Jane type of man.
Are you a meat
Uh,
and potatoes dude?
I
I'm
really
surprised.
am.
Tom has more sophistication with his diet. You were just dogging him for being sitting in West Virginia, and he has more
What the?
sophistication to his palate than you over there with your meat and potatoes. and peanut
His
butter.
palate. Ooh,
For
hey,
being honest, my palate is not sophisticated at all. Yeah,
he
I mean, I'm not.
does not like the spotlight, Virginia. He does not like
I'm so into the simple things. When we first got married, I had to chastise my wife. She wanted to cook all this exotic stuff. And I said, look, the perfect meal, and follow me on this. If anybody disagrees, let me know. Perfect meal, you need something brown, that's your meat. You need something green, that's your beans. And you need something white, that's your taters.
Mhm.
That's the perfect meal for me.
So a meat, a green, and a starch.
Yep.
Because for me, Japanese girl, I'm thinking, yes, you have a meat, a veg, and a rice. And for
Uh-huh.
Italians, it would be a meat, a veg, and some pasta,
Pasta.
right? No, but it's the same concept, though. I agree with you.
Absolutely. No, Hoot Owl. We cook cabbage into it. Uh, but yeah, I like kraut with corned beef on Reuben sandwiches. Mercy sakes.
For sure. I love sauerkraut. I love kimchi also.
I made some sauerkraut years ago. These women around here, they rinse their sauerkraut, and it's not sour enough to suit me. And these people that put brown sugar in it can just go somewhere else. I ain't having that.
Brown sugar in their sauerkraut?
Yeah, it's like a
Ooh,
Bavarian style.
no.
Oh, it's nasty. It's nasty. But so I decided I'm gonna make my own kraut, and I sliced it up, and I had my grandfather's crock that he made his sauerkraut in, and I mixed it all up, put it in, and of course I fuss about stuff. That's part of my nature. I think I enjoy fussing about things. And I was up at the garage hanging around. I wasn't working too much that summer, and I'm bitching about this kraut. Is it right? Is it right? And finally, my buddy Danny, he's no longer with me, but he took as much he listened to as much of it as he could, and he finally stood up. He said, "For God's sake, Tom, this damned old rotten cabbage. What could go wrong?"
Everything just went right.
Yeah. And it was good. Turned out really good.
Yes, Michigan girl, I am about my peanut butter pie.
Mm-hmm.
Just made one last night.
Yeah, you did. Good job. I respect that, man. You know, people, we're talking about food and all this stuff, and I think being able to prepare your own meals, even from somewhat prepackaged shit, is becoming a lost art. Let alone we're talking about fermenting and pickling and canning and technique, you know. But I've been really surprised to find some people I know in my actual life, not on the tubes, and what they feed their kids and what they feed their families and what they prepare is entirely out of the freezer. Like some people live off of frozen, but in their mind it's homemade. I'm not dogging anyone. Look, I love
Hungry man.
pizza now and then and a frozen lasagna and a frozen whatever. We all do that. But I
Oh,
mean,
sure.
that's not what cooking is. And being able to take care of yourself and your family, you can do so much with, you know, real food.
Oh yeah, 100%. And Tom, this was what I had to show you. Not to divert the conversation, but this is what I had to show you that I hadn't told you about yet. Now I don't know how well you'll be able to see it.
Yeah, it's a shame you can't afford to pay your light bill.
This son of a, and then I lose my camera. Did I really lose my camera? Man, StreamYard is.
It's so dark in there, it don't know it's supposed to be taking a picture, man.
All right, so it's my back camera that's just not wanting to work, I guess. Okay. Oh, there we go. You know, I think my hand was over the camera.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna get a flashlight, Tom.
You're such an R-tard.
Good grief! Shut up, Virginia. Find me. All right, here. There we
Ooh,
go.
Oh wow.
Yes,
nice.
I took the plunge. I got my HK2 Helematic, whatever it's called, Virginia. I don't know what it's called, but
Oh, your
Virginia.
tobacco.
Yeah. So I got me, what is that? 20 boxes of tubes and 7 or 8 pounds of freaking tobacco.
Are those Premier tubes that I see back there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you'll like those, I think.
My grandmother smoked both of these kinds, more so the red ones, which are what are they called? The gamblers. And the premieres I always remembered those were the ones that I liked when I would bum a smoke from my grandma. And $15 a bag. So we're winning when we're doing our cigarettes
Where do
here
you get
now.
your tobacco?
We get it from the local tobacco shop.
All right. I guess Windy City sells it cheaper than that, but by the time they ship it, and they've gone to a flat $13.95, I think, shipping charge. So the more you order, the cheaper the shipping is.
Yeah.
You know, I tried to go to Windy City and I cannot get tobacco shipped to me in Washington.
Really?
There's some kind of law. If you go in to make an order and you start putting in your info, a list of like 6 or 7 states comes up where you cannot purchase their product online and have it shipped. And mine is one of them. Ooh, Ghetto has the same one I have. Yes.
Keeps track of how many and all that.
Yep.
Yeah, Virginia, I was thinking about you the other day. How many cigarettes have you made since you bought that
machine? Right now, I'll show you.
What's the number?
All right. Anybody got a guess? I'm rolling for more than one person, and it's been basically 6 months.
I have a
guess.
I do, but it would be cheating. So
I'm gonna guess 6,500.
All right.
Ooh.
What you got, Ghetto?
No, I mean I can't. Well, I can't. Okay, 7,000.
Oh, because you already know. Yeah. No. Here's my roller, and it's at. I don't know if you can see the counter, but it's at 7309. Yeah.
Are you wearing pants?
Yeah, I am. It happens though.
That didn't look like you were wearing pants. I was getting worried for you. I'm like, what the hell? Hold on a second.
Yeah. No. But Tom, here's the thing. In my state, cigarettes are 50 cents a piece. They're $10 a pack. So that 7,300 rolls in 6 months is literally $3,700.
Wow.
If you think about it, because they're 50 cents a piece. That's almost $4,000 that would have gone into the toilet.
Well, let me show you.
I mean, it's still going in the toilet, but
At least you know that.
I customized this. Outdoor Adventures with Ron had bought one. This was before Ron Carter passed away, but he got this attachment for his, which is an external hopper.
Yes.
Check that out.
Oh man, that's so cool.
And you could put like 2 packs worth of cigarette tobacco in that hopper and just keep on cranking them out. It's cool. But mine's the name's there goes tobacco all over my microphone. And
The struggle is real.
He's gonna blame Ghetto for bringing up the conversation.
It's all Ghetto's
tobacco
fault.
everywhere now.
Now I got to clean up. Let's get this big Tom out of here.
So that's an electric one too, right, Tom?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna roll a few on camera. I'm gonna mute myself, but I'll roll a few for anyone who cannot get rid of this.
For demonstration purposes only.
Anyone who can't get rid of this habit, I'm gonna mute. I'll do a few.
Hang on, let me get you enlarged. There you go. Now, do those machines do hundreds as well as kings?
Yeah, because it's all about the size of the
all about the
tube.
size of the tube and how you
Yep.
pack it. Now, see that manual, the one that I gave to Ron Carter, you had to move a little switch.
Yeah,
From,
like turn it.
well, you had to turn the crank to stuff the cigarette, but you had to physically set it to 100 or king.
Right.
Yeah, that thing's beautiful. I love mine so much.
Gambler gold tubes. You know, we haven't even
Tell
used
you
it
the
yet, Tom.
secret, though, when you're packing it, like pack the part that goes down against the filter over here. Pack that harder, because if you pack it like a puss, it's gonna break down at the bottom when you're kind of snuffing and putting it out and whatever. So pack it evenly and efficiently, and you don't have to mess with anything. You don't have to re-mess with it or pack it like
You
it's
really don't even have to tamp them, no.
They're saying you don't even have to
And
tamp
you
them,
learn,
nothing after that.
your fingertips learn that feeling.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, classic, but
You
yeah.
want to just make sure it's full. You do not want to pack it, because that's hard on the machine.
And it also doesn't burn. If you pack it too much, it won't burn.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. Hello, Summer. Good to see you tonight.
Oh, Summer's in there. What's up, Summer?
Hey,
Yeah.
Summer.
Can somebody
Redneck, the
please?
handles on that manual machine where you have to crank it to fill your tube. Doc Mac said he don't even smoke and he wants one of those machines.
So, how well would that work with weed?
I've never tried it.
It would be a
But-
waste.
Would it?
Yeah.
I mean, it would get sticky and all messed up, I'd imagine, huh?
Well, you know, the automatic joint rollers don't look exactly the same. They're similar. But I think it would gum it up with the same
Yeah,
type of
that's what I was
mechanism.
thinking.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. Can somebody please put Summer's link in the
Yeah, I'll grab
chat? And you know, when she's on, go over there and sub and get her notifications. She's one of the YouTube channels I really love watching. She actually goes out and does what she talks about. I mean, she goes out to the communities, hands out hygiene bags. She, you know, hands out food to people that need it. You know, she actually does what we, you know, all should be doing or are doing. But, you know, she's got a really good channel, guys. Please go check her out.
Summer can post her link if she wants. She's got
I
a
put it
range.
in.
All right,
Okay,
thank you, Miss
good.
Virginia.
Thank you.
Yeah, I
Love
got a
that.
Top-O-Matic I use. You can roll a 1 gram joint out of a king out of it, and it does pretty good at it. A buddy of mine wanted to roll his baggie up a while back, and he said he just packs them and breaks the filter off.
Right. I thought about doing that as well, Chuck. And I got a little top roller, a manual, just it looks like a stapler, just clamped down, because if the power goes out, I cannot use this Hawkmatic that I have. But as long as I have tubes and tobacco, Ghetto, I'll send you a picture. It's just a really simple. It's like $12, a little
All right.
top. You know, the top.
Good night, Doc.
levers. Just
Have a
boom.
good night, Doc Mac. Get some rest, man. I know you're tired.
Oh, good
Yeah,
night.
I got that one. I don't know if y'all have seen them.
That's yeah.
Yes, that's the one that Ron had, and Nikki does too. Yep.
Tony Smith. Maybe a train car full.
That sucker will roll sticks that you can't smoke.
Right.
I was just
saved
curious.
my sticks in my tobacco bags. Ghetto, as you buy your tobacco, you're gonna have sticks in there. Save them.
Oh, yeah.
Put them in a little jar, because you can either grind them down or find something else to smoke them out of, because it's just the sticks of the tobacco, you know?
Something else to
Well,
smoke them out of,
I'm
man.
being honest though. If you're having a nick fit, that's gonna do it.
You might be jonesing, man.
Yep.
I just
What
make
if I
sure
use
they're
it?
laid out lengthwise in the tray in the little tobacco lane, and make them part of the cigarette, and then the ash sticks to it as the cigarette burns down.
Huh.
So as you're rolling, you'll
Oh, you're
find these
saving.
these long sticks. Save those.
Dang,
You
got
can
a
grind
bark
those
dust.
down. You
got
can't
a
really
weed
get them into
grinder.
the little tubes that you get, but grind them down and keep, just in case, it's still tobacco. You need a thing. So I just put them in something like that.
If you got a weed grinder, grind them up in it.
Yep. Pretty
Summer,
much.
it says your device is not connected. I will figure this out. Let's see what we got.
That's on her end.
They will need to connect their mic and cam before
Yeah.
Okay.
It's on. If that's Summer, or who is it? Summer.
Yeah.
Well, I'm out of here. She's coming up here.
You want to share a link and then you run it off.
She's making.
I didn't know you so picky about food. I've seen you talk a lot of stuff on different ones. I thought you was one of them corn-fed boys that eat about anything.
No.
Damn.
Now shit hits the fan, man. Trust me, I got stuff stacked to the rafters. I'm not worried about eating shit. But on my everyday grind, nah, man.
I
I'm
told my
just
boys, if shit gets bad, a can of cat food's going to look good.
Pate.
I'd rather eat the cat. But hey, I know what cat food tastes like. Don't ask me why or how, but I do. I
I've
know
had
what dog
cat
food
food,
tastes like.
pepperonis, and I don't recommend the cheese-filled pepperonis. They are not delicious. They are no better than a regular pepperoni.
I got told them taste like throw up, kind of.
Yeah, they do.
So, what dog cat treats have you tasted, Tom?
I no, never have. Now my son, when he was, I don't know, 11 or 12 years old, came to us and said we were out of beef jerky. And it was dog treats that was up in the kitchen cabinet.
Did you make him sit for it?
I remember back in the 80s, I was at a party and a dude bet me $100 I wouldn't eat 10 milk bones, and they were the big ones. That's the easiest $20 I ever made, or $100 I ever made.
Right. Begging. Right.
Back then, anything washed down with Jack Daniels.
Yeah, that can't be bad, right?
If anything was bad, it would kill it.
I don't know, best life. I think milk bones would be pretty hard on my old teeth right now.
Oh yeah.
I tell you what, though, if you're starving, would you not grind down some? I would. I would eat the treats before I ate the dog.
It'd be better than nothing.
Yep.
You'd be thinking how you're going to prepare that dog while you're eating.
Yeah,
the treats,
I'd be
though.
setting up the smoker so I could make some of that jerky. I'd be warming up the crock pot over a fire, a Dutch oven. But in the meantime, I'd eat its treats.
Did he run?
They say if shit goes bad, the dogs will end up running loose. People let their dogs loose, and there'll be a lot of feral dogs running around. So you used to eating them.
Yeah. There's a lot of countries in the world that eat dog regularly, and it's no thing. Hey, Summer.
There she is.
What up?
How you doing this morning?
I'm out of here. What's up, Miss Summer?
What's up? Nothing. Making soap.
Yeah, can you show us?
Can you show it?
Yeah.
What was your process? Rock on.
So
I remember.
I make so God gave, literally, a lady walked up to me when I first got out of being trafficked and everything, and she said, God told me to give you my business. And I thought she was crazy, right? And so she takes me to her house and she shows me how to make soap. And honestly, Ghetto understands the life that I come from, right? So when I walked in her house, and some of you might as well, but when I walked in her house, I was laughing. I was like, are you sure we're here making soap and we're not like cooking dope up or something? Like, what the hell's going on? And she's laughing. She's like, no, Summer, it's up with hope, down with dope and up with hope. So now I own an all natural goat milk soap company, and all the proceeds go to help women coming out of human trafficking and domestic violence. And so here's some of our bars that we did.
Oh, rock on. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
And what is it made of? What did you tell us your recipe?
So it's all natural stuff with essential oils. And goat milk is like the magic part of all of it, right?
Right.
I'm
What does
chilling.
the goat milk do?
So the goat milk, it just, there's something, you know, like in the goat milk that just really is nutrient for like skin, for human skin, and it's really, really good to make your skin super soft and just all the fancy stuff that it does.
Some
So that
acids
would take the
milk
place
that
of like the beef
exfoliate.
tallow?
What'd you say, Tom?
I know just a little bit about making soap, probably enough to be dangerous, but they used beef tallow.
Mhm.
Or beef grease, oil, that kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
when I
Yep.
was a kid to make the soap. So I'm just wondering what the goat milk, does that take the place of the fat or?
Well, no, because I put lard in it too. We have lard.
Okay.
I have lard in my soap.
All right.
They put lye in it still too, or
Yeah, we use a little. That's the only chemical that we use. It's and we don't use a lot of it, but you kind of need it to keep the soap together and all that.
Bind it.
Yeah, that word. I'm still
Stabilizing
learning
agent.
all of this, you know, because this whole everything is still really new to me. You know what I mean? But I think it's really cool because it's God knew that I need something that was gonna keep my attention and fund my organization, because I'm not, even though I'm nonprofit, I'm not government funded. I refuse to be government funded, right? I believe that I have a ministry and we take care of God's people, so that means God people help me take care of God's people. And God provided me with a business, and so we sell the bars for $15 a bar, and all the proceeds go to help keep our women's shelter open and to do street outreach.
Okay.
So, and we're going to be doing candles as well. And so I'm going to be doing a website soon, and everything featured on the website will be made from the hands of survivors of human trafficking. And then if it's a certain survivor, like we're featuring a certain survivor a month, then the proceeds will go, you know, she'll get all her proceeds and, you know, all that. We won't be taking any money from that.
Right.
Nice.
yeah, here where I live, close to Texas and Louisiana line, I'd be afraid to follow somebody in their house. I'd afraid I'd wake up and it puts the lotion on the skin.
Damn, Chuck.
I remember these ladies would store, they'd have a big bucket full of ashes and either let it rain or pour water. I don't know, but that's how they made their own lye. Somehow with wet wood ashes. And I was so young that I wasn't paying attention to, you know, what the process was. But I remember that being done.
I remember that, Tom. I think it was hardwood ash they'd do it with.
Yeah.
They had to be the fine ash, and they put it and let it get wet, and they just let it sit and settle, and then they pour the water off or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's all about the charcoal, right?
I
mean, they
have
got
no
like
idea, man.
straight charcoal that washes you.
That's
chemical
basically
in
the ash they're
that made
referring to,
lye.
ghetto. But you have to
Yeah.
have fat. You've got to have a fat. Like anyone who's seen Fight Club knows that you can use human fat to make soap and sell their own fat asses back to them.
A buddy of mine that raises rabbits, and he uses the rabbit fat and redoes it because he's all out straight up prepper and chickens and rabbits and hydroponics, and he uses rabbit fat and his chicken fat he breaks it down into a lard, which then he makes this other stuff. He learned buying it from Mexico, and it's something he buys beside the lye. And he learned how to make it, so now he don't even have to make that to add to it. Then he does, like you're talking about, adding flavors and shit.
Right.
This is like the first time I've ever, I mean, you know, like, I just come from a different background, and like, you know, I never did anything like this before. The only thing I've ever like made, honestly, and it was for survival, you know, I was younger and I sold drugs and stuff like that. But like, it's cool to do something and like work with your hands, and it's really therapeutic. And so I teach other women how to do it too. And a lot of women that come from my lifestyle, like, you know, it's cool to learn. It's cool to learn something new. And, you know, I see a vision of me putting survivors to work. And I know that's going to happen because when God gave me this business, 2 months later, I literally had this warehouse called me and tried to sell me their warehouse. And I'm like, I can't find a warehouse. You know what I mean? But I went for shits and giggles because I serve a big God. I went and looked at the warehouse, right? I was like, this is cool. Like I could see the whole vision. So I feel like, no, I couldn't do it right then, but I believe I'm going to have a warehouse full of survivors working. And I think that will be amazing.
It is amazing.
And,
So,
you know, they're accomplishing something, they're creating something, producing something. And that is so good for your soul.
Yes.
Yeah. So when I go and do, like, I speak, I travel the United States and I speak and different things. And usually when you speak, you get to set a table up. And so all the women, like during art therapy, and we have different art therapists come in to the women's shelter that I run to help, you know, show the women different therapy to make with your hands. And because for us, especially when you're dealing with trauma, like we got to stay busy, especially, you know, something productive or we get ourselves in trouble. And so it's just really cool to watch these women make these things. And then I go and people buy them and they're just like, wow, they really want to buy our stuff. But I said, because it's good. Like you're making amazing stuff. Like they're so talented and we don't realize how talented we are. Right. And so it's just, man, it's so amazing to only be 7 years out of everything that I'm out of and to have a front row seat of the way God is just loving his daughters, you know what I mean? And just building them up. And we all have tattoos that say daughter of the king on our, on us. Cause we all went and got tattoos together. And it's just, I don't know. It's pretty awesome. I couldn't believe it, but it's pretty awesome.
We went to a party about 10 years ago, and my wife, there was like 25 women there and probably 20 to 30 guys. And I never realized, my wife called me over there. I never realized so many girls, women, or whatever got raped, molested, or been kidnapped.
Oh, yeah.
I'd say over half of them girls,
More
women
than
there.
not, yeah.
And then my wife come out with stuff that happened when she was young. And I was like, I didn't even know that. And we've been married 20 years.
You know, the most mind-blowing, and not for me, it's mind-blowing because, I mean, unfortunately, you know, sexual assault started with me at 5. Abuse started with me probably before that. And it just continued on until 7 years ago when I was like, enough's enough. I'm done with all this. But when I go and speak, and I can speak at churches, I've spoken at the United Nations, I've spoken, thousands and thousands of people. And not only women, I expect women to come up to me, but I think it's so powerful when men come up and say, you know, this happened to me. This kind of stuff, I went through this. Yep. And I take that, you know, because a lot of people think because I run a women's ministry, they're like, oh, and plus I'm an activist and stuff. They're like, oh, all you care is about women. It's not true. I have sons, you know, I have a husband. I most definitely care about men. Right. And so to me, it makes my soul hurt, but at the same time, it makes me feel good that God places me in that place, because with some of those men, that'll be the only time they ever say that.
Yep. And the fact is, little boys get snatched too, all the time.
Yep.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Good morning, neighbor Moonchild.
It's like our sicko residents, they're a bunch, that's all they are.
Yeah, it's I think that society has created this platform where men, you know, you're supposed to be a man, you're supposed to be tough, you know, and it's either, you know, they don't want to say anything and you just stuff it and keep it moving. But, you know, I don't know. I think that it's good when we have healing. And so I'm honored when people come up to me and say, you know, hey, this happened to me. I have plenty of survivor brothers that they were trafficked their whole life. You know what I mean? And being in the game and everything, I've seen it happen, especially when you get into power and control, like the Maxwell case, that lady that's going on right now or whatever. You know, I wasn't a victim of Epstein and them, but I was a victim of some of his friends. So I know how that whole circle works, and it's just sick, man. But people got to get help. And so I'm glad when people speak up and say, like, you know, because when you speak up, that's when you stop the cycle.
Yeah.
So
it's the beginning anyway.
Yeah, it's definitely the beginning. And sometimes that's the hardest part. You know?
First step
people need awareness. I think a lot of people do not have the awareness, nor do they want to accept what is really going on in this world. So yeah, because, you know, something I've noticed is it's really easy for people to wrap their head around, like the red light district and things that happen across seas, right?
for some reason, people are comfortable with understanding that there are children standing on corners in the red light district as young as 2 years old. Sick. But that's also happening here in America. You know, it does look a little bit different in some cases, but it's happening. I can guarantee you it's happening in every one of all of our communities. You know what I mean? That's a promise I can make. And it happens so because of the way the society has set things up that it happens right in front of us 90% of the time, we don't even recognize it.
Right.
Because we're looking for these crazy illusions. And don't get me wrong, like white van theories, it happens, but not a lot in trafficking. You know what I mean? Like it's the white van theories, they get people to look at so many different things instead of what's happening right in front of us. And we all have these phones, we have these apps, these kids have these phones, they have these apps. We're letting all the pimps and traffickers right in our house.
Right.
Right.
Summer, I don't know whether I've ever told you, I laughed when you mentioned the white van. Of course, in my trade, I drove a white van. I was an air conditioning repairman.
I feel sorry for all the guys that drive white vans that are
Right.
legit.
There's
I
legit
had a
white van
girl
drivers.
come to me. Now, she's got to be, oh, I don't know. She's well into her 20s, and she lived right here on the road where I live. And she said, when I was a little girl, I was scared to death of you. And why? You know, I never yelled at anybody. I was always, and it was because of that white van.
Mm-hmm.
And she said she was literally scared to death of me every time I drove past her house. So, yeah. And stuff like that never entered my mind. I mean, I knew in the back of my head that there was in my mind, a very few very sick individuals that would hurt kids. I didn't have any idea of the magnitude until just the last couple of years. Because we don't want to think about that. But we better.
Yeah, we better. And you know, we have to, you know, and I think that the media and movies and stuff like that, like, I think a lot of people, they're comfortable with thinking of, you know, a trafficker, even somebody with their pants hanging down or whatever, standing on a corner. And I'm like, dude, yeah, those guys are bad too, but it's your pastor that's trafficking kids you need to worry about. It's your governor that's involved in trafficking kids you need to worry about. It's the teachers at school that are, you know what I mean? It's people that are close to you and you will never, because I'll tell you before this Epstein case came out, for years, survivors, myself, other survivor leaders, screamed to the top of our lungs, this person, this person, this person, this person, this person. And everyone called us liars. They called us whores. They said we just wanted attention. We just wanted money. We got dragged through the mud. We still do. Re-exploitation is very real. And now that it's all coming to, coming to a head, you know what I mean? And names are,
yeah.
You know, and people are like, oh my God. People just, you know, they don't want their comfortability to be ruffled because then, you know what I mean? Then they might realize it's closer than they think. And it is closer than all of us think. It's in all of our communities. It's you know, so it's something we should pay attention to.
Yeah, absolutely.
What did you say, Virginia?
People are brainwashed through media.
You said a whole lot right there. Yes, they are.
I know too many people are still that way.
We like to separate ourselves from evil as far as possible. So all of us, in order to stay sane, push it away as far as possible. But go in on, there are a few websites you can look at that will show you little markers on a map of every sex offender on your street or whatever. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not saying be a weirdo and go Big Brother everyone, but
there'll be a time and place
by
for
law,
that.
they have to tell you where they are.
Yeah, they do by law. The ones that are registering, right?
You can look at that and see the level of infestation where you are. It is shocking. I'm in a tiny town, and I did look one day at this map, and I was like, oh shit. Dude, there's no hiding in any corner. They're everywhere.
And what's crazy, right? And this is where like the logistics of things come in. And so And yes, you need to, the app that Miss Virginia's talking about, everybody should have, because it will tell you when sex offenders are living by you. But one thing we also have to understand is sex offenders and human traffickers are, two of the difference. Now, they have a lot of similarities, but they are two different things, right? Just like I was kidnapped. I ran away when I was 15. I got kidnapped, brutally raped, to the point where they told me I wouldn't even have children. Beat up very bad, all that. And something, when I tell my story, people, I always tell from the beginning of my story, because I want people to understand the trauma and why, I didn't just make choices. These choices were made for me long before I even knew I could make choices, right? And so, but I make sure I tell everybody, like, this is where I got raped at. This is where I was kidnapped and, raped. And this is where this happened. And even though it's all really bad stuff, I make sure that we all understand. Because even like, I got in a conversation with somebody that lives down by the borders. And they were like, well, smugglers and traffickers. And I was like, well, not necessarily. Smugglers and traffickers can be two of the same. But they also will be two of the different. So it's important to know the logistics of it. But yeah, that app that you were talking about, we have it. And everywhere I move, I check everything out,
but it's
because
also not a fair app, because sometimes people get charged with things that are not a fair assessment of their character.
Right.
Sometimes you'll find people on there where the courts decided to make something this or that, but they're not someone you need to really lose sleep over. You know what I mean? But,
right.
But there are those gems in there if you're concerned about that on security. And earlier we're talking social media a little bit. I still, to this day, I don't understand parents that put their small children, hey, I'm dropping you off at school. This is what you're wearing today. This is where you live. This is your address. This is where your parents work and what our hours are. I don't get that. So we all have to be accountable. We have to have some accountability for contributing to this recklessness.
Yeah. I tell people all the time, the stickers that everybody puts on the back of their vans that shows how many kids and your husband and a dog and a cat. Please take them off your cars now, because you are setting yourself up for a predator to go, oh, okay, well, she's got 2 little girls and a boy, and well, dad's not in the picture because he's, you know what I mean? Like, you're just setting yourself up to be a target. And it's sad that we have to live like that. Even my children, like, my kids know, like, they can't mention where we live at, like what county we live in. They can't mention, where they go to school at or anything like that, because for a couple of reasons, you know what I mean? Like, for privacy, just because my kids just know better to do stuff like that. But you have to get into a habit, because especially, and something, man, I don't know, these last couple of years, which I'm sure we all can agree have been shit rockers, of the last couple of years, they've just been insane. And people are getting weirder and weirder and weirder by the moment. And it's getting scarier and scarier. And so sit down and have conversations with your kids. Go through your children's phones. We have a rule in my house. I don't care if you've grown, if you're in my house, I can look at your phone if I want, period. And especially if you live here, I'm going to go through your phone. I don't believe in privacy in the world that we live in. I believe that they can have a little bit, kids can have their stuff, but at the same time, ain't no privacy till you live on your own. So I'm a little old school on that, Gotta be nosy, man. Got to be.
You talk about sex offenders. I know a boy, I don't remember if he's 16 or 17. He probably had been 17, but he was in high school, senior day, and he mooned kids out the window of the back of the bus, and they got him for being a sex offender. He still registers now. He's like 30-something years old. They got him for like 17 counts of carnal knowledge of a juvenile just by showing his butt.
Yeah,
that's overboard. My nephew almost went through the same thing. He was in college and had been at a party and had, I don't know how many beers, but at least he was walking home. He wasn't driving home, but he ducked into an alley to take a leak. And here come the cop. And they got a lawyer and got him out of it, but they were going to charge that boy with a sex crime.
Yeah.
So there is a difference,
There is. I don't like the way.
I'm sorry about that.
I don't like the way they blindly just, because even like what Virginia was saying earlier, I do know situations where, young men and people have been charged with things, and it's like, no, that's not what this law was designed to do. You know what I mean?
Right.
And me and my friend were talking tonight because when I'm doing outreach, we're out on the streets. You know what I mean? There is no porta potties or bathrooms sometimes. And I had to go pee. So I'm like cut off in the alley, and I'm like, I'm over here, doing my thing. And she's like, you're going to get in trouble. I was like, see, that's what's going to be. I'm going to get arrested, and I'm going to do a sex crime for pissing in an alley.
Yes. Yeah. 100%.
I got told by a person who was a constable, a bunch of us used to go to pastures out there in the country, and we'd go skinny dipping, guys and girls. We have bonfires and parties. And he goes, I could have come got y'all even back then in the 80s. He said, it said, if any of them girls was any more than 2 years younger than you that are around all y'all, then everybody would have got for being naked skinny dipping.
Wow.
I'm like, that's kind of pushing. He goes, I know y'all didn't mean nothing by it. He goes, but there's cops in town that'll pop y'all for that. And that was in the 80s.
Tell you a story. Well, first of all, I want to say, do you just imagine, you telling that story, cops actually somewhat cared back then. It seems like now they don't care at all. If a child is like 12, they're like, she's grown, she can do whatever she wants. I fight with cops all the fucking friggin' time because, sorry, Tom, I didn't mean to cuss, because I'm working on it. Because it's so frustrating because it's like once kids get to a certain age, they just let them do whatever. They don't even care. They don't put nothing up. But funny, so 2 kids were in our schools here. And so sexting, that's the big thing right now, right? Like little girls will send pictures to their boyfriends of their boobs, or a boy will send pictures back. And this is a conversation you all should have. So these kids did this. The school found out somehow they ended up using the school internet or something like that. And so they caught the pictures, right? They flagged them, and they ended up calling down to Frankfurt, which is our capital, the sex crimes unit people and all that go down there. And they're like, what do we do? And so they decided to use this as an example for these kids, but they didn't tell them until the very end. So these kids had to go to court, and they had to sit in a little, they didn't know it was a mock trial, this little trial or whatever. And they could have been charged with and had to register as sex offenders because they're minors. They were, I think, 12 and 13 years old, sending pictures back and forth to each other. And so that's something we have to be careful with our kids and get them to understand. And I know all of us want to think our children aren't doing that.
No matter the age, it's still child pornography.
Well, and that's the thing. It was, and considering this was, like 2 little boyfriend and girlfriend or whatever, that, the state attorney decided to just use it as a lesson. But the lesson was, you guys could have ruined your lives and not even realize it. Even though you all think it's harmless, you guys are still children, and you can be charged with child pornography. I was like, damn. I was even shocked on that one, because I was like, but even though they're little kids, I didn't think that was right. But I'm like, he's not trying to hurt her. She's not. They're like, we don't care.
It's
child
even
pornography.
worse.
Yeah.
Since they're so young. Yeah.
Yeah. So it was an eye opener for sure. It was a good lesson, I think. It really was, because I tell you, I bet you don't send no pictures no more.
And then you got to wonder what kind of hot water the parents could get in because of this happening under their roof.
Yes. Yep. Well, and my concern was what's going on with the kids with them being that young, that where did they learn to send pictures at?
Right there, exactly.
Probably
that was my concern.
From their peers.
These kids, man, and that's the thing, right? We give all these kids these phones, and you know what I mean? Like, and it's almost you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't, because depending on what kind of city and community you live in, if your kids aren't around you, like my kids, I want my children to have a phone. I want them to be able to get a hold of me if, God forbid, anything was to happen. Because, I mean, let's face it, our schools aren't that safe. And we're not even talking about school shooters. We're just talking about
influence.
We have literally guns in our schools here multiple times a day. Guns, knives, all kinds of stuff. So I want my kids to have phones, but I'm a real life type of mom. And so we've sat down and had conversations, and plus my kids have heard my story. They grew up with me. They knew, stuff that I've been through. And so I think my kids are probably a little bit more educated, but I definitely am always like pouring into kids, and anytime I can, like, hey, it's not worth it. And the media, these videos, everything over sexualizes these babies, and they don't get to have a childhood anymore. It's really sad. But all right.
Hey, Magic Angel, good to see you.
What's up, Magic? Long time no see.
I'm gonna drop down. Thanks for having me up, bud.
Well, Chuck, you don't need to run off.
Oh yeah, my bad. Please go. I'm gonna make some stuff.
Summer gets up here, runs everybody off.
I didn't want to take anybody else's spot up.
No. You go
I
ahead.
can have 10, man.
What were you thinking, Chuck?
I was going to drop down. I didn't want to take anybody else's spot up.
Oh,
I can
don't
have
want to speak
10.
for Tom, but I think he has room. Yeah.
Plenty of room.
Yeah.
Yeah, Summer, look into that. You can also make shampoos the same way. Buddy of mine, he makes detergent for his stuff. Dish soap out of almost the same way. He just breaks it down where it's more loose or something. He kind of makes it more liquidy, and he uses it for different things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely play around with some stuff because I want to get more than just like soap and candles. So I want to do some like beer oil, just different things.
You ever see a guy on any of these chans or like on my live when I'm on? His name's Spotted Rabbits. He's the one that does it.
Okay, cool. So I've made laundry soap before. We taught that to the women in our program. A lady came, and she taught us how to make laundry soap and a couple other things. So that was pretty cool.
So what's the difference between laundry soap and person soap? Like, laundry detergent versus like making some soap. What's
this has in my soap
thing or
shower?
It's a little different. It's I use a lot of oils in the soap, and in the laundries. I don't remember us using that many oils.
Yeah, and laundry soap could naturally be a little bit harsher than something going on your skin.
Lasted forever.
So the essential oils, that's basically when you put that in soap, that's basically just for scent.
Yeah. Some of it does stuff.
No, I'm asking.
A little easier on your skin too, I
so.
would think.
Yeah.
I know. He said he used a lot of lavender oil.
Yeah, I have all kinds of different oil scents, like this one. This one I'm making tinnitus for men.
Oh, I bet you smell like a hippie.
Oh
man,
hippie. I love it.
My cousin does, man.
He has a mini still, and he also breaks down and makes his own oils and stuff with that. And I'm like, wow, you just all kind of stuff. He goes, yeah, one of them runs whiskey. Well, he goes, I do all kind of stuff with it.
So the bottom line is the difference between a soap for your body and laundry soap is the concentration.
Yeah.
Of what?
Probably your acid part.
The stuff acid that does the actual cleaning. Yeah.
Okay.
Lye, I assume, being the primary ingredient there.
I remember Dad said when he was a kid. I remember Dad said when he was a kid that they used to take a potato shredder, one of them banjos, and he said they'd rub a bar of lye soap down and they'd put it in the wash tub
to do their laundry.
Scrub their clothes with it.
Oh, I remember that soap. It was hard as a rock, and I don't remember it lathering up very good. I mean, it was pretty harsh stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't remember it smelling all that good either.
Like borax or
oil removing oil. I remember working in some shops that Gojo wouldn't get the grease out of your hands. Go over and stick both your hands in the grease bucket. Right. Rub it around, break it all off, go over and wipe it on a clean rag and look like you ain't never touched a wrench.
See, I freeze my goat milk and stuff, so that way when I put my lye on it, it gives me a little bit more time to process my lye.
You freeze what?
I freeze my goat milk soap.
Oh, okay.
That way when I put my lye on it, it processes the lye a little bit, because if you're not careful, then the lye can like burn your whole soap. So it just gives a longer, not a lot of people do it this way, but I do it because I don't want to mess nothing up.
Okay.
And so
if you're gonna do it, you might as well do it right. That's
I like that tip.
Yeah, it definitely. I take a little bit of distilled water and then the goat milk soap, and then I freeze it. And then when I pour the lye on it, it processes the because it's frozen, it cools down the lye, and so then it won't burn my batch.
Huh.
That always
It soaks
that
all the way through it though.
Huh?
It'll soak all the way through a bar when you pour it on it, or you put it on a block.
Yeah,
Or
I'm doing it right now, so you'll be able to see it kind of, and it's here. Hold on, let me see if I can mute this little thing. I'll mute it too. That way, when I have to do the drill, it don't interrupt you guys. But I'll put it to where you guys can kind of see what I'm doing.
Cool. I love this. What's up, Yorga?
Hi, everybody.
Is this Yorga or Gary?
It's this channel. It's Yorga.
Oh,
Yeah, still yours for now. I want to ask you guys something that's just off the wall because I heard you talking about moonshine and stuff like that. Have you ever heard about the C2, the second version of Corvette was the one that came out from 63 to 67. You know what I'm talking about? They call it C2. There were certain ones that had a really big ass gas tank in it. Tom probably knows about this. I mean, I think it was like a 26-gallon gas tank or something. And can you imagine in a Corvette? But what I heard was
the split window, whatever year that was, the split window was in.
right, 60 exactly. The 63 was the first. That was a split window, the only year of that. I know a little bit about it, but the gas tank thing, I've heard rumors that was for moonshine.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean they would fill it up with moonshine and put it on a truck, and then move it from where to where, and nobody would check that shit. You know, you could move a lot of moonshine with that.
Hey, Yorga, while we're watching Summer make some laundry soap, you gotta check private chat and then watch the show. She's showing us. Summer, can you unmute yourself and tell us what you're doing? I don't know what you're doing at all.
Yeah, I'll change my name,
Yeah,
Tom. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
we're watching a
Thanks, man.
combo Yorga.
Yeah, they had those tanks set up so they could open a valve from inside the car and dump that if the cops got after them.
Yes.
Okay, you know what I'm talking about. Look, I'm gonna check out. I'll check back in. I'll change my name, and I'll
Appreciate
be back.
it, brother. All right.
All right, see you in a minute.
So
Summer,
I'm actually making body soap, not laundry soap. This is for your body. So this is the goat milk that's frozen, and then
Okay.
this one. Can you all see everything? I can't tell. This is the
yeah,
one.
you're good. You're good. So that's a thing of goat milk, frozen goat milk in the center. There.
Yep.
Okay.
And that's powdered lye. Craig, welcome.
What's happening? Hey, sir. I just wanted to pop up and say hello.
Good to see you,
Dude, this
brother.
is so
What's going on, Craig?
fascinating.
How you doing,
Craig.
Virginia, good to see you. Chuck and Summer.
Learn how to make soap.
I know this is pretty cool.
My wife says I stink.
We used to
Got me in
steal,
contact with Summer.
we used to steal fat to make soap.
This is
We had this
amazing.
underground fight club, but nobody could talk about it.
Yes. Nobody talk about it. Don't get me in trouble.
So, Tom, real quick. Hey, Craig.
Hey, buddy.
Continue about the gas tank thing, if you don't mind, because I knew you probably know about what I was talking about.
Well, I mean, I'm not real familiar with the industry, but they had those tanks so that they could dump the liquor if the police got after them. So, you know, they had no evidence.
They had nothing.
Yeah.
Well,
They probably
and
had an
there's
ejection switch, huh? That was
Yeah,
able to drop down off the car and
dump
everything
valve, just a
from
dump valve.
inside
probably.
the.
Yeah, some sort of a dump valve that could be activated from the passenger's compartment. I guess it was a 12-volt solenoid valve.
Yeah.
But the,
Right.
the cool thing is there's still quite a few of those Corvettes out there with that giant tank. And their excuse, I think, was for like the 24 hours of Le Mans or whatever, you know, to try to, you know, get as much
Yeah.
gas. But it's still, I mean, it's got to be sitting like this with that much gas in the back. I mean, damn.
Look at what the
or
cartels
liquor
do.
or whatever it was.
Yeah, they have all types of, like, you turn the key, you turn the windshield wiper on, and then you press the radio, and the compartment opens up. You know, it's like, and
I've
the
had a
cops
couple
literally,
cars like that.
yeah,
Just,
they try to figure it. You know, it's whatever code
Yeah.
you put in. It's like breaking the code to find the drugs.
Now,
It was,
Summer, is that powdered lye you're putting on there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Powdered
And the
light.
cake itself.
What's the liquid?
Yeah, I thought all that would be mixed up together and then formed into cakes.
So this is the liquid is the goat milk that is defrosting when the lye hits it, because the lye and I'm not big. Most of you guys probably know what it does, like the heat and stuff that it can make.
Yes.
It creates heat.
Yeah, the chemical reaction melts the.
Great to put on a body.
gotcha.
Just trying to get
That
rid of
stuff
it.
will burn right through a steel pipe.
I touch my bottom of my bowl a lot to make sure that it's still not hot, because perfect soap, you want it at 80 degrees. So you don't want it really, really hot. And so when you trick the lye and everything with the ice, it just processes it a lot better. And so that way, if you're not, especially if you're still learning and everything like that, you won't mess up that much. I mean, it can still happen, but
You don't want to kill the enzymes in the milk by using too
Interesting.
hot of a mixture.
Let me pull that up full size again.
Yes.
Now, how much lye are you going to add this? So that a cup, I guess?
so I have it measured out to the amount of grams that I need it specifically for the soap that I make.
For that size. Okay.
She's a liar, y'all.
She's not. Don't give us all your proprietary secrets.
Have some
that's
dignity, Ghetto.
I'm
Summer,
not.
What do you use to freeze that cake of goat milk? Do you a certain mold, or what do you freeze it in?
I put them in these little things right here.
Oh yeah, look.
Okay, gotcha.
Tupperware. Yeah.
Yep.
Hey,
Word.
Craig,
Are you saying that cake is just frozen goat milk and that's all?
That's it.
Yeah, it has a little bit of distilled water in it too.
Wow.
How much
Hey, Craig.
parts?
Hey, Craig.
You know? Yes, sir.
I'm not telling.
Proprietary.
if she needs some more lye, I could tell a story.
Oh, ooh. Hey, that is a good one, Jordan.
Dropping
All true.
science like Galileo.
Now,
dropped
Summer,
the
do you
water.
freshly squeeze the goat milk? Do y'all have goats? Because we have goats.
I would if I had goats, but I don't have goats.
Yep, but I got male goats. You don't want to milk them.
They
Right.
don't look too
Be
good.
very careful.
It's a whole
I live
different
in
thing.
Male
Should be
goat
soap-
milk will make your
Jordan,
skin extra
Jordan, I'm
strong.
going to make soap out of that.
So you're just doing that way to combat heat, right?
Yeah, it still gets a little. It's really good right now. I'm doing really good right now, but yeah, it helps combine it. Like, because some people, if you're really good at making lye water and stuff like that, then that's awesome. But for somebody like me that I squirrel a lot, this is really good for me.
All right.
Now, if you sat that in another bowl of ice, would it mess it up? Having that cool from the bottom?
No, because everything's pretty cold right now.
All right.
Yeah, just because of the frozen. So then what
What's
makes
this-
it get solid again?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. What's going to make it come
Well,
all
when we
back?
get to that step, you'll be able to see it.
He ain't gonna tell us. We gotta watch. All right.
She told y'all.
Tom, we can't rush this process, apparently. It takes a
Right.
little time.
Hey.
So there's a ratio of frozen goat milk to lye. A ratio
Look,
as far as
Look, it
unit
broke apart.
volume to measure each.
Punch you in the face. My son just snuck up on me. I'm gonna punch you. I could have shot you, and you would have been dead.
Oh damn!
So, Summer, I imagine you're going to refreeze this.
No,
No.
Oh,
won't
Add
get,
to it.
no, this won't get refreezed. This will
Okay.
get. I'll mix it here in a minute, and then I'll put it in the molds.
Craig, she made me wait. Why would she speed it up for you?
Exactly. You're right,
Right.
Tom. It is
You're not
you're right.
thinking tonight, man.
It's too freaking
Yeah,
eager.
Craig, if you use male goat milk, it'll give you pimples.
That's what I heard. I'm going to make it. Watch it be something extraordinary for the skin, and nobody's ever thought.
Yeah, what guy hasn't told a girl it makes your skin soft?
I've used that line a few times.
It does.
How you doing, Magic Angel?
Hey girl,
Hey,
Been
Magic.
a while.
Oh, she's back. Where is she?
Good morning,
There she
Magic.
is. I thought she was painting the background.
I am painting the
Got
back.
beautiful
I was.
ladies on the panel, y'all.
Yep.
hey
I
Rick.
thought you wasn't even talking to me, Craig. What's the deal?
I didn't get your text message.
Oh,
I'm
that's
sorry about that.
likely
Until you-
story.
I went. You and Monty give me flack. He said he called. I totally forgot I answered the phone and talked to him.
Hey, I got a question for you guys real quick, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, man.
Lye, that's that's old school big time. But have you guys, I'm sure you have. Tom's gonna know. Have you ever cooked with lard?
Oh, dude, that's the best to cook with.
Even I have, man.
God, it's so good, man. I mean, if you
Oh.
fry chicken in it, it's terrible.
That's how we
It's
make
supposed to be,
There
but I
you,
don't-
there's a lard right
There
there.
she
Yeah,
goes.
we
That
got
is that.
We got to
Oh,
bring
okay.
That's how we make our tortillas.
Yeah, dude. Because
Mhm.
that other shit is killing you. Lard was good. I'm telling you.
Mhm.
Everything
Remember
my
how
grandma
good
fried when I was in
McDonald's fries used to be fantastic when they used animal fat. And
Yeah.
once they got away, they're still okay, but my God, they were like crack out,
Oh,
back
dude.
then.
Yes. Yeah, they
Oh, I
suck
still
now.
like to fry
Everything sucks
potatoes
now.
in
They had
lard.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, even Taco Bell got worse. I don't know what happened to them.
I don't
Dude,
know how they got
immediately
worse. Oh.
makes you poop. I mean, I just
Hey,
had
Uncle
some the other night.
Tom.
Immediately.
So what I'm about to do now is put all of my oils in here, and then I'm gonna mute it because I'm gonna have to use my drill, and I'll mix it, and then I'll put my scent in there, and then you'll see me pour it in a mold.
How hot are you getting it? Can you tell us that? How hot are you? Or just like a lukewarm? What are you doing?
The perfect soap is 80 degrees. So when you
80
want to
degrees.
mix your oils and your goat milk to make the perfect, it's 80 degrees.
Nice. And what are you going to tell us? What essential oil you're putting in there, or that's a secret tip?
So I'm doing a men's essential oil right now.
Nice. I'm
So
very
I've done
interested in this.
Heaven Kisses, Heaven Scent. Those were the two I did earlier, and then now I'm doing a men one.
All right, now Summer, they have a lot of products that are like a scent-free soap that they make for hunters to take our scent away. But but you could do a scent or add a scent. Maybe they have like a dirt scent, or no, it's serious. Or
I could
evergreen.
add scent. I could make it plain and where it has no scent, or I can make any scent that I want. As long as it comes in an essential oil, I can do it.
Is there an essential oil like an evergreen tree or anything like that? Or
cedar.
Oh, I'm sure there is.
Yeah, there is.
Insane.
All right, so now what I'm about to do is I'm going to pour these oils. This isn't my scent. This is just the oils that I melt all together.
Oh, that's a lot of
Wow. I
oil.
didn't realize it was that much. Whoa. I thought you were going to put a couple of drops.
Yeah, me too. Well, where does the lard come into this equation?
That's part of it there.
It was in here. It was melted. So I melted all of
it was melted in the oil. Okay.
And lard and a couple other things. So I'm going to mute it because this thing's going to get loud.
Right on.
Hey, Ricardo.
It'll chemically react once she starts mixing, and it'll be ready for the mold. I've
You
watched
never
it
know what
before.
you're going to learn in the Wild West and Tom's channel.
I mean, this is
Kind of
cool.
Kind of mind-boggling.
Ricardo,
this
so good to see you.
Clean you.
We might have to make our soap.
Hey, Craig, when I used to make candles, I did one that smelled like fresh grass.
So as the lard recoagulates, that's where you're going to get your cakes.
Yeah, it must be where it stiffens up, you know? Because fat is the number one ingredient, right? In
Apparently.
soap.
The sad part is that we should all be able to make our own soap to clean our own body. Like these used to be necessities back in the day.
Yeah.
That or no bathing.
I just brought up lard because of live reminded me of lard. I didn't know that lard was going to be involved in this either, but
that's Here's what people say. Oh, I don't have time. I don't have time. Well, one day we're going to have too much time. There's going to be nothing.
So you better know how to do this.
So you better know how to do it. Yep.
Or you're not going to be
when they didn't have TV, radio, and internet.
Yeah, and we could be there. You never know with all these freaking weapons they're trying to come.
Can you imagine how awesome it was when radio first came out? And that was you know what I mean?
I remember when cable showed up on the scene.
Yeah, I remember that too. I mean, just radio itself, and you get this box and you can hear the world, through this flipping box in your house, man.
Or think about going from black and white to color television.
Well, I can tell you about that. I can tell you all about that.
Yeah, well, it happened in our house. We all we had was the regular ones for a while.
We had the black and white ones. The first show I ever saw in color was the Flintstones, and it just blew my mind. It was like I couldn't get away from the screen. It was color.
Yeah, in Technicolor.
And we Sunday night it was Ed Sullivan, but it was also the maybe it was on Saturday night was Disney. Disney had a show.
And they had the Mutual of Omaha. Wild Kingdom.
Oh, the Mutual of Omaha was a different one. That was Wild Kingdom.
Yeah, Wild Kingdom. That was first. With Marlon
Wild
Perkins,
Kingdom.
And then
Disney was but real quick, the Disney show when it first came out was called The Wonderful World of Color. It didn't say Disney anything on it. It was the Wonderful
That's
World
right.
of Color.
Oh wow! I
Yep.
didn't know that.
Mhm. It was always good too, except
Man,
for
that
when it was black and white.
Yeah, why they mess up Earth?
I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like having butterscotch pudding right now, though.
Yeah, it looks like
does
that.
bring something tasty to mind, doesn't it?
Hey, fat
Right?
man.
Kind of looks like banana pudding.
Yeah.
Right?
That'd be some.
It does.
If anybody decides to make it, when you're mixing it like this, you want to make sure, like, right, I still have a little bit more mixing to go, but you want to always look and make sure it's starting to thicken up a little bit, because you don't want it too runny, but you don't want it too thick. So you got to find like a happy medium in between.
And if you ever check your oil in your car and it looks like that, you got a blown head gasket.
No doubt.
Yeah. Or you put the washer fluid in the wrong.
And I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that as an insult. I'm just saying I've seen that shit in my car before.
Monty's right. It does look like a custard.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd
Hey,
be some
Monty.
custard. It did clean you out.
Boy, if you had some vanilla wafers right now, son.
My grandma used to make this coconut custard pie, and when you got a piece, it was so hot you could barely eat it. But
Oh yeah.
God, that stuff was good, man.
Oh man.
I remember those too, man.
Remember those?
Yeah. Hey, my grandmother would bake every weekend. One weekend she made bread, and the next weekend she made pies. But
Wow.
every single weekend that woman was baking.
Kendra
Oh,
just
yeah.
made apple pie the other night.
that about
last
peanut
night?
butter,
Oh,
man.
that was peanut butter. I thought y'all had Dutch apple too.
No, not yet. That'd be what my wife would have to make.
That's
Hey,
what
I'll
I'm
be
talking
right
about.
back. You guys carry on.
I'm only allowed to make peanut butter pie because it's
Yeah,
four
I can't
ingredients.
eat
You
it.
mix
I
them
just-
together. That's it.
Ghetto, I can't eat that shit, but I want to watch you eat it. That's literally.
Have you ever had pecan? Have you ever had
The hell
pecan
you
and
can't eat
peanut
it
pie?
for?
Because I got diabetes. I can't have it. My
Well,
buddy
who cares,
did it.
man? Risk it for the biscuit.
He took 2 weeks to eat an apple pie. He ate a
Risk it.
teaspoon a day. It took him 2 weeks.
Have you ever had? I know
No.
you have pecan or peanut pie. Have you ever had those?
Pecan pie. We do a bourbon pecan pie.
Oh, they're
my
so good, man.
gosh.
I
What,
honestly
buttermilk pie.
And dude, it's easy ingredients, and all you do is add a little shot of Jack Daniels to it to make it bourbon pecan pie. That's the only
Oh, neat. That's
thing
cool.
you add.
So
I know
every
a guy
bite
who
you take a shot.
I know a guy who cooks those
cooks
big
it.
Alaskan crab legs with Jack Daniels, like a whole fifth of it. I don't know
Yeah.
how he does it, but they're good, man. They're like perfect every time.
Or they do beer batter fish, like beer batter
Yeah.
fried
Oh
fish.
man.
Oh,
My grandmother she did when she was alive, man. Ritz cracker is a beer batter with Ritz cracker.
oh,
Man, she would do the sturgeon or steak strips. Oh man,
oh,
it
God,
was
that does. I've never thought about
absolutely
the Ritz
perfect.
cracker, dude. That's a great idea. Shit.
Yeah. Oh man, it would melt in your mouth. Only way I ate my sturgeon. Yeah,
I've never
I
had
thought you were
sturgeon.
gonna have
Look at all the
sturgeon's
molds.
good.
So this is what the molds are. They look like. They're silicone.
You
And I'm
have
gonna
to
pour.
put.
Whoops. What?
A little bit of her hair.
Do you put a design in it or no?
I do on these ones. I'm not putting a design in them, but I do make ones that are really cool looking and real pretty too.
That's cool.
Yeah, I was
Do you
gonna
have to
say
put a
you.
release? Oh, I'm sorry, you gotta.
No, you're good. You're good. I was just gonna say, yeah, it'd be nice if you guys got an emblem for what you're doing it for. She's selling this for the. Well, she can say it again. I don't know. Look at her, just all strapped up, making soap.
Oh, wait.
I
Careful, careful! Don't get
That
Tom
lard's
taken
gonna
down,
go
bro.
wild.
Keep that off the camera.
Summer, you never know who's gonna walk in that kitchen.
No, it's because I was doing outreach and then I came in and just started making soap. So
Yes, please, everybody, go check her out during the day. She's actually in the streets handing out things to people that need it. Instead of talking about it, she's actually doing it. Please go check her out during the day.
on Wednesdays we do so on Wednesday nights I go out on the streets and we have over 10,000 people homeless in our community, including children. And so we go out and I make anywhere from 5, like today I made 5 gallons, but sometimes I make 15 gallons worth of soup. And then we give out all kinds of different hygiene products and sternos and tents and sleeping bags. And then on Saturdays, I go out on the tracks where girls are being trafficked and to help them.
That's awesome that you're doing that. You know, it really is.
She lives in Lawville. Miss
Yeah.
Redneck Pepper.
And she's so neat about it. I would just be pouring it across the
Me too.
Yeah.
It would have already been a disaster with me.
Yep.
I'm telling you right now.
Well, Yorga, I would have been relegated to the outdoors.
Well, she's got a good eye on it because all of them look like they're the same level.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, how do you do that?
It's just after pouring so much, and honestly, and it's years and years of doing stuff that was not making soap that I have a good eye for.
No,
Now,
I missed this part, but what do you do? Just let it sit room temperature and then they harden up or something?
that's what
or
I
do
was
you-
wondering. I was just about
Yeah,
to ask.
so when I get done pouring this, I'll show you guys the next step of the process of the soap because I have some already in molds.
Oh, cool.
Man, I'm feeling dirty already. I might
I
need
can
one.
imagine putting the emblem in there has got to be difficult. What time? When do you
So-
put that in?
I'm getting, actually it'll have Survivor Strong on one side of the bar, and then it'll have our logo on the other side, which is the S. And all the proceeds go to help fighting human trafficking and domestic violence. I'm a survivor of both. And so I also, besides doing street outreach, I run one of the only women's shelters for victims of human trafficking, and definitely one of the only survivor-led, which is what I am, homes for women coming out of human trafficking. So we house women from all over all over the country, so they can have a safe place to recover from being trafficked.
That's awesome.
Summer.
I know.
Summer.
You're awful.
Hey.
She only spilled
Hydro-
one drop.
hy-
Did you guys see
Hold
that?
on,
shit?
Jorgen.
I'm sorry.
Hide your strap for Tom, please. Because on live streams, they will cut it down.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Oh.
Lives are weird.
It makes me think of that old
I took it off.
that guy's name, Tom Hall.
Thank you, Ma.
The only thing to say to a woman with a gun is, "Whoa, Jenny Lynn, you're my best friend."
Tom T. Hall.
I forget I have it on. Okay.
Now I'm going to feel bad. Somebody runs in her kitchen, tries to get her. I'm like, oh, crap.
Yeah, I know. Right when you get it,
You've done it
I'll
now.
stop.
If they run into my kitchen, they're not going to beat my 380.
Summer, I think it's a setup. It's an inside job. Get us.
All right, sir, you can move in. Move in.
I was on the streets earlier. I promise. I don't just walk around my kitchen with a 380.
You know, Summer, in all seriousness, this is awesome what you're doing because you went through this and you know the darkness that you felt. And it's almost like a mashing of teeth, like it says in the Bible, when you're in that situation. And now you're bringing light to their situation. And that's what I think is so freaking awesome. You know what I mean?
I feel that, Craig.
Yeah, Frisco in heaven, ain't no doubt about that.
Mm-hmm.
I got
When you're
tired.
there, it's horrible. Yeah.
I got tired of sitting around and listening to everybody tell me what I've been through. And then too, like, it was like, even though people like tried to understand, unless you've been sold and bought from a very young age and most of your life, then you really can't catch the concept. You can be upset about it. It can hurt your feelings. It can all that, right? But like, there's reasons why survivors of trauma and torture do certain things. And so a lot of people, I don't know, don't always get that. So I just wanted to be like, I wanted the people that were like me have somebody that they could sit across the table from and be like, look, I understand everything you've been through. I've been buried alive. I've been pistol whipped. I've been thrown out of cars, but I'm still here because God has a purpose for me and God has a purpose for you. So let's get over this shit and let's get to the purpose.
Right.
All right. So this is what they look like when they're in the mold.
Ooh. And they were just sitting on a counter for a certain amount of time? Or
Yeah,
in a
so
fridge?
they'll sit here for 24 hours. Like these ones over here are curing.
Okay. Okay.
And then I'll take them out of the silicone and then they'll be like that for 4 weeks.
That's cool.
Wow.
4 weeks time.
Mhm.
Yeah, it takes 4 weeks for soap to cure.
Wow.
Holy shit.
And then what? You'll have a little stamp or something that you'll put your logo.
Yeah, so with these ones, I'm getting a stamp made now, and so these ones, may or may not have my logo on them, but they'll still in my packaging. They'll have.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Some are gone.
Summer, you froze.
Summer is over.
Your picture and your sound, you're frozen, girl.
There she is.
There you are.
There you go. You're good.
Peekaboo! I got that hood. So yeah, so all of it goes to, except for, I spend money to obviously remake, to get more stuff to make soap. But other than that, it all goes to helping women and children and come out of human trafficking.
That's awesome.
That is.
Well, thanks a lot for that demonstration.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys
Appreciate
now
it.
order soap hint, hint, from me. You can say, hey, I seen her make that.
Right.
So
That's
Summer,
great.
is there any way to make it with a rope?
yeah.
Why not?
So
I had one of those when I was in the joint.
I missed them. I missed the rope.
And so I seen this mold with a guy's body, let's say, from his thighs to his neck, and it's called soap on the rope. And you actually put a rope on it, and it's a piece of soap, but it's a dude.
Right.
So it's kind of.
I don't know if I want the dude soap. That might be.
Well, we can get a woman one.
Oh wow.
Oh
That
wow.
sounds slick.
Just a rectangle will do.
Oh, there's all kinds of different. So you could think of it. There's a mold for it.
You're right. So Tom,
Well,
we're gonna make some fun looking soap.
I think so. Yeah,
So-
I got ideas.
so
Rick
that's
is asking how to donate to your cause, Summer. Do you
yeah.
have a
Can you
link
please
can
put, because all I have is your Cash App, but
Yeah.
there's
So I have a Venmo, a PayPal, and a Cash App, and then we're working on getting our thing, certain things on our website. I can put our website and stuff in there. I'll have to go get it, and then I'll have to come back. But yeah, I could do that.
Yeah,
Type
if we can
in-
put something up to
type-
help you out.
type it into the private chat, and then one of us can throw it all into the YouTube
Okay.
chat, because I know you're on your phone.
One of
Yeah.
us, not Tom, but one of us.
Yeah, well, Virginia's good at it. I was gonna elect Virginia.
Hey Tom, I'm jumping down. Thanks for having me up. I just wanted
Craig,
to pop.
darn it.
So you're leaving us already, Craig?
Well, I was
Come
just going up to say hello, and then Summer was making soap, and it's awesome. I wanted to watch that, so I stayed longer than I was planning.
Well,
That's
brother, I
what
really
she said.
appreciate you being here. Really.
Love you,
Glad to
brother.
see You're
Love
okay.
you, brother.
See
Thank you.
Craig.
All right, Craig.
Virginia, Ghetto, great seeing you. Yorgo, always love you. Chuck, I
Hi,
love
Craig.
you.
Love
Summer,
you, Craig.
thank you. That was awesome. That really was.
Too.
Take it easy.
Chat, love y'all. Have
You
a good
meet
night.
up
Have a good
with
night, man.
Forrest.
We'll see you tomorrow somewhere.
Let me give you a kiss.
Mwah.
Man, he ain't
Aw.
gone yet. What the hell?
That was so
This is
sweet.
one of those long goodbyes. Get the hell out of here.
I try to like me. I really do.
Bye, Craig.
Stuart.
That
he's
boy
all
is something else.
memories.
I still need to send in my purple wig.
He
Oh,
needs a
girl.
purple wig for sure.
Oh, good grief. He needs a psychiatrist.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure he could rock that purple wig, though.
Right? So could you, Yorga.
I knew you were going
Either
to say
that or
that
hot
for some
pink.
reason.
Yes.
Only on weekends.
Oh, the
Days that end in Y.
Yeah.
So we're always blaming the Democratic Party for all these shenanigans, but yet we're over here picturing each other in purple wigs and Saturday nights and what the hell?
Good morning,
I'll leave
Derek.
that to
But
the
don't
unicorn
get
people.
jealous.
Hey, anything for a laugh, you know?
The unicorn
Wigs are
people with
harmless.
special molds for soap.
One more time. I'm sorry. What did you say?
Anybody was
Hey, man,
talking to
I'm
you?
sorry, man. I hope you weren't sitting there too long.
Oh, I was only backstage for about 20, 25 minutes.
Oh, no.
Word.
Isn't that a fascinating process, though, making soap? My hands off to anybody that can do it. I tried to make soap one time. It did not turn out very well. I mean, I make my own laundry detergent using Zote soap and borax and whatnot. But what
Borax.
she's doing,
What's bad about it, you have to wait a month to see if you screwed up.
Well, it didn't take long. I mean, mine never hardened. It stayed liquid.
You know when
you know?
We should all prep borax, just saying. Borax is a good ingredient.
Well, I'll make sure with
put a teaspoon of borax in the water, pinching water, and drink it.
I'll make sure with everybody. If the world goes crazy, I'll just come hang out with you guys and I'll make soap.
We'll all be clean. We may start.
They're dead. Their asses are clean.
As long as it smells like lavender, I'm all good with it. For some reason, I love lavender.
I got lavender.
But yeah, I tried it once and it just stayed liquid and that was it. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not doing this again for a while. I'll stick with my simple laundry detergent. You know, it's easy enough for me to make. It's all dry ingredients anyways.
Hey, Tom, don't add my other name. I'm just coming. Oh, I can't do it. Crap. Can you help us, Virginia, please, with the private chat? Because I can't do it.
Well, I have been.
You have me?
All of Hot Mess Real Talk. I put it in here.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
One thing I did.
Other links.
My chat is jacked.
I might be screwing it up.
Now, one thing I didn't hear you hit on, Summer, was you do keep everything separate with your soap making. As to, like, I noticed you were using a stick blender. You don't use that for regular baking.
No.
I just want to make that clear, you guys. If you do soap making, keep things separate for soap making than you would with, making your own food and stuff.
Yeah, because the sense it takes for it's almost impossible. It can get off of it, but it's like really it takes a lot. So even I have a butter knife that I use this specific butter knife. Everything that I have, I don't use for anything else but for this.
Totally
so,
dedicated.
Don't make some stuff up.
That makes good sense.
Yeah,
Otherwise, you would have some very clean crap.
Right?
No pun intended.
Right?
No need to get that exotic bleach job done on the derriere.
Yeah. Well, and what's crazy too, you have to be really careful. And this is something I didn't know what it was until because I study and watch videos and learn and stuff like that. And so I didn't learn until last night. I had done it, but I didn't know what it was. And so remember how I was telling you got to keep that lye kind of cool? Because if you don't, it can really burn your soap. And then if you don't realize it, that you burnt it, the lye can actually, when you use it, the lye can actually burn your skin. And so that's why you have to be very careful. And that stuff hurts. Like, it don't feel good.
You got to worry about it bleaching.
But that's the first time I've seen somebody actually freeze the goat milk first, which makes sense when you're dealing with an exothermic reaction with lye to, keep it as cold as possible when you start. Right. Of course, it's going to take a lot longer for it to heat up due to that chemical reaction.
Yeah, it was a cute little trick that the lady that gave me the business. Because like I said, this lady walked up to me one day. I thought she was crazy. And she was like, God told me to give you my business. And I was like, what? But that was probably the best gem that she gave me during this whole soap process was to freeze that. Because a lot of people don't think about doing that. But I mean, I really think it makes a difference.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, I mean, it does take things a little bit longer to heat up from a frozen state.
Oh, absolutely.
And lye with with any chemical with an exothermic reaction, it can go crazy real fast.
Yeah,
it can go out of hand.
Right, Eddie.
You got to be careful. Like I'm pretty good with it now, but like when I have some of the survivors, because I'll teach all the survivors to how to make soap, and so but I make them wear like gloves and stuff like that. Like I'm really used to it, so it doesn't bother me. And if it hits me every now and then, I'm like, eh. But yeah, if you're not used to dealing with lye and stuff like that, wear your gloves and don't like touch your hands don't touch your face while you're making soap because that'll be bad if you get any.
Well, you hear stories about people pouring lye in drains, and it erupts back up in your face. Which, cause all kinds of injuries. I'm sorry, fat man. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying. Just watching her do it makes me want to try it one more time. I love the entire process of it.
You should try it.
The last time I did, it didn't turn out. I'm telling you, I got up to the pouring it in the mold. I poured it in the mold, and it never solidified. It just stayed liquid. And I don't know what I did.
Try doing it with the frozen milk. Like take whatever amount of goat milk or whatever kind of milk you use, freeze it in halves with distilled water, and it won't lessen it or anything. It'll just give you a little bit more so you can freeze it. And then try it like that and see if that makes a difference.
Well, one of these days, maybe in the next month or two. I mean, we have a long summer days out here, so it'll give me another project that I might want to do or get back into again. But like I said, at least I have laundry soap for years. Literally for years.
I'll send you some bar soap. You send me some laundry soap. We'll get it good together.
The laundry soap's the easy part. I mean, all it is really borax, some of the those OxyClean crystals you guys have all seen, Zote soap, which you shred down basically, and that I do freeze before I shred it, makes it a whole lot easier. But that's basically all it is. It's just a couple dry ingredients. And when I'm here in the office working, at home, I just put in a big old 5-gallon bucket, put a lid on, and I roll it with my feet, and it mixes it all up. And one batch will last me a good 6 months.
Yeah.
I make several batches at a time. So like I said, I've got laundry detergent. I don't buy laundry detergent anymore, period. I have absolutely no need for it.
Please elaborate on this rolling it with your feet. I'll tell you why I want to know. My uncle, when I was a child, worked for Lever Brothers in Baltimore. And there was some discussion. His son, who was my age, some of his kids said something about, well, your dad makes soap with his feet. And that turned out not to be true, but I'm curious about.
No, well, all I do is I take all the dry ingredients, the borax, the shredded Zote soap, and all that, and mix it into, or throw it into a big old 5-gallon bucket. I put instead of mixing it by hand, or getting a mixer for the drill and mixing it up, once I seal it up in that 5-gallon bucket, it's not coming out. So I just put it under the chair and start rolling it around with my feet, and it mixes everything up nice and easily. And it gives me something to do and fidget with while, I'm sitting here, for 8 hours processing work.
Okay. I pictured all these guys sitting around this great big pool stirring soap with their feet. I don't know.
I was not to cut you off there, Tom, but I was seeing if it was me. You got an echo on you, brother.
I got an echo.
I'm gonna roll out. Y'all have a good night.
Hey, Chuck.
Good to see you.
Chuck.
Thanks for having me. Good to see y'all.
Night.
Bye.
Good night.
See, Tom, this is what a big log looks like. This is what a lot of people do, is they put the soaps in these.
And they'll cut them down from that. Yeah.
Yep.
That looks like the mold that I have in storage when I did it.
Yeah.
Instead of getting the stamp summer.
Am I too loud?
Oh, sorry about it. What's that, Tom?
I was asking if the echo was me. Is my mic too loud or what?
No, well, it's a little quieter now for some reason.
Ghetto, are you sure it's him and not me? I have a tendency to echo a lot.
Is it me?
No. Summer was there for a little while, but it transferred to you. I went off and got into YouTube and was listening to the same thing, and it was just when you were talking, Tom. Oh well, there's my echo too.
Now you're echoing. Ghetto.
Yeah, what the hell?
I'm not hearing it.
See, I don't hear an echo from anybody.
Hey, you guys, I'm going to sign off. I'm going to bed. Okay, it's nice hanging out with you guys. And the soap thing,
being here,
I'll never
Yorga.
forget that, man. That's cool.
Good night, Yorga.
I appreciate you coming, man. I hope you do it again.
See you, Yorga.
Okay. Bye.
Yorga, have a good one, buddy.
Good night.
Good night, brother.
Wow.
Well, I
So
never thought
everybody
it
started dropping down. Ghetto, do you need some soap?
Yes, I do. And I think we're going to make some here this weekend. So
I wish you the
I think
best
we
of
are.
luck, Ghetto. I really do.
Hey, look, man. If the girl from the hood can do it, I can. The dude from the hood can do it. Shit.
Right.
The hell? She's showing all of us up. What you talking about? No, but you can get the custom-made silicone things too for your logo and all that stuff, where it's all the way in there, so you don't have to do any extra work.
Right.
Well, what I'm trying to do right now is, so I went last night and I looked on Amazon and at a bunch of different things, and there's actually there's a couple different modes that they're like $14, and they already have certain little things in it, would make it a lot easier. So whenever I earn like just a little bit of money or whatever, then I'm gonna, because I'm in ministry and we don't make money, so I get extra one. And then there's what I'm gonna do next is there's this like powder stuff that you can turn the soap into a color, and then you can mix them up and you can do all this really cool looking stuff with them. So I can't wait. It'll happen. The more I do soap and sell it and people pour into it, then I'll be able to get the things that I need. That's how I got all this stuff.
Where do you usually get your oils from?
Crafter's Choice. I like their oils.
Oh.
It's
You say Cracker's Choice?
I was thinking the same, but I was
what the
hell? God. What does their logo look like?
Here. That.
Oh, word. Oh, Crafters.
Crafters Choice. Hey, Breezy. How you doing?
No, I like they have pretty reasonable, you could buy stuff in bulk with them. So until I can find somebody else that, has better stuff or better deals, then,
I was going to tell you, when I did candles, there's a place here in Texas that I would buy my essential oils from, and they have a lot, and you can use them for making soaps with too.
What are they called?
Now I had a brain fart. You had to ask. I'll find the website and I'll put it in the back chat for you.
Okay, cool. There's another place that's bulk something, I forget. My husband, he keeps all stuff because I have a TBI, so I forget stuff. So he keeps track of everything for me, all the different things we order from. I'm jacked up.
What's the gas looking like around there, Summer?
$4.29. It's killing me.
$4.29. How about you, Magic?
Down 20 cents. It went from $4.29 to $4.09.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's because we don't have any strategic reserves left. That it'll be back up in 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's 4:30 here.
They did something. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I know what you mean. Wow. What about you, Fat Man?
Right now, we're averaging for regular 460.
Ooh.
Wow. What about you, Magic? Oh, she's looking for a website for you.
Yeah.
For me, it's like 420 all day, every day.
So that's why I only.
What are you talking about? What was
I only have to fill up once a month, if that.
Eddie said it went down to $3.99 where he's at.
Yeah, I was asking how much gas is there, Magic? Because in Texas, it's a little bit cheaper from what I've seen from people, but
it is. When I filled up on Monday, Tuesday, it was $3.95 a gallon.
Good grief.
Yeah.
And I already know it's going to start getting worse here over the next couple of months because we're moving into snowbird season.
Summer, have you heard of bulkapothecary.com?
Bulk
Maybe. Apothecary. Yeah.
I think that's what she was about to mention earlier, but she stopped herself and said that her husband does all that. but I'm pretty sure that because I heard the beginnings of it, and
I think I said
Hey folks, I'll get started. Don't get grateful for $3.69 a gallon. Damn it! Remember when it was $2.19?
Yes.
You know, this business of jacking it way up and then dropping it a dime, and we're supposed to be all grateful. That doesn't work for Tom.
It doesn't work for me neither.
No, it needs to go back to when I was a kid and it was like $1 something a gallon. Tom, back then it was what, 10 cents a gallon for you?
I remember 99 cents a gallon, Plaid Pantry gas.
Hey, you know, I don't remember what it was when I was a kid, but I can remember we had a little can. It couldn't have held more than a gallon. And 10 cents worth of gas would fill it halfway up, you know?
Back in your day, you could get a full tank of gas and a case of beer under $10 probably.
Now you got an echo, Uncle Tom.
I got an echo. I don't know what to do.
I don't hear it.
Yeah.
Now we're all echoing, I think. I don't know what that is. Weird.
Mute Summer for a second, Tom. Mute Summer. I want to see. No. Still
I
there.
hear you echoing too.
Yeah,
so I don't know
we're
what's
all
going
echoing.
on.
I don't know what it is.
It's Fat Man. It's Fat Man reverberating.
Yeah. You know, it reverbs off the fat. Sorry.
It reverbs through the blubber.
Summer, I put that website in the private chat for you.
On a serious tip, it is. I think it is.
Yeah, it was.
Next.
Okay.
I talked over you. I didn't hear you. Sorry, Bridget.
No, but I do remember when I was a kid, I used to hang around up at this garage here in town. The guy was so good to us. But his father went on this tirade and held his finger in the air. Mark my words, someday they'll be selling gasoline for 75 cents a gallon and people will still buy it. I remember that. I think about that a lot these days.
Bushido, I was born in the year of the horse.
The year of the horse.
At this point, I'm thinking riding a horse to work is a lot cheaper than trying to get my gas tank.
Well, this would have been sometime around 1965 or something.
65?
So, yeah, I guess gasoline was like a quarter a gallon, maybe between 25 and 30 cents a gallon back then. I really don't remember. I don't know. But I know a dime would buy all we needed for our little garden tractor that we rode around.
So the 70s had the gas crisis and all this BS, right? In your
I guess around
point of view,
72,
what was the
73?
turning point that made it go from that 50 cents a gallon to gas lines?
The Arab oil embargo.
Oh.
Yeah. And, you know, even back then, I can remember, you know, charge $1 a gallon for it. Just make it available. Because, yeah, we were just talking about this today. The day you could buy gasoline depended on your tag number. If your tag ended with a 2, then you could go buy your gas on an even numbered day. If your tag ended with an odd number, you could only buy gas on odd numbered days.
Mm-hmm.
See, we have this one gas station owner out here.
What do you think happened in politics? Maybe a certain war or a certain decision that propelled that? Because we can talk about it now, what's going on, and be like, oh, okay, seems like this is the turning point. But what do you think that one was?
Well, you had there was a revolution in Iran, and I wasn't in tune with following the news back then. But when the Shah was deposed and the Ayatollah came out of exile and went back to Iran, I think all that was interrelated.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, don't hold me to that, but I think. Hey, Andy, how you doing?
I'm feeling
chocolate rations. But yeah, I would say that Iranian Revolution had a lot to do with, and I guess those people over there just decided, hey, we can get a lot more money for this if we refuse to sell it to them for a while. So, and we didn't know we were sitting on more oil than anywhere else in the world, which we are now. We know it now. Why aren't we taking advantage of it? Because Trump thought it was a good idea.
Right.
Isn't that sad?
Hey, do you see a Silver Girl back there, Tom?
No.
Okay.
Sorry, Silver Girl. I thought I
Hey,
had a
Silver
sound.
Girl.
Hi. I just wanted to come up on this gas thing. I don't know how much the gas is, but I do have a little piece of information. The powers that be had a big summit on the climate, made some, signed some supposedly legal documents saying that these countries out, believe me, Potato Head stamped his potato face on it. No traffic on the roads on Sundays. You were talking about filling up your gas tank by your license number on alternate days, even in odd. This one's talking about driving on alternate days.
Well, they can stick that up their ass.
Oh, it gets worse, Tom. That's not bad at all.
Okay, hit me with it. If my wife was down here, she would tell you, don't get him started. But go ahead, get me started.
No, I'm not doing that. Especially where you are. But I don't know what they're going to do with whatever they came up with. But the whole idea is to reduce all the carbon, and you know how the Al Gore issues. But they went so far as to say people would need to have different jobs than the ones they currently have, so they don't need to drive. And if you live too far from where you work, you should move.
See, I don't get that because now you also have Potato Turd up there saying, oh, it's time to get back to work. You need to go into the offices. You need to revitalize the downtown district. Wait, you're kind of sending a mixed signal here. If you're saying stop driving because of environment, but you need to go to work, and you know what I'm getting at?
Oh, it's two different groups. They're just taking care of themselves. The climate change people are doing this with a bunch of other climate change people in some foreign country, and then he's doing this here. I don't know how they would ever get anything like that done here unless Congress agreed to it. But the audacity of people to say no driving on Sundays, and the first thing I thought of, one more attempt at taking us away from church.
Well,
go to church on Sundays.
Religiously, I could see not driving or working on Sundays because I know a lot of people that are like that. But at the same time, don't tell me what I can do and don't tell me what I can't do, because that shit ain't going to fly with me very well.
Have you ever lived in the Bible Belt?
Oh, I have.
I have too. And
I grew up in the Bible Belt. I grew up in what they used to call the buckle of the Bible Belt.
Right.
And not to go to church on Sundays will take the Bible Belt and turn them inside out.
Right.
Yeah, it would.
Doing anything on Sundays, and even some religions outside of the Bible Belt, like LDS, you're not supposed to do any shopping, any working, any really thinking outside of the prescribed boundaries for spirituality for that week on Sundays.
But you see, there's reason in everything. Now, my grandmother used to have a term, and it comes right from the Bible, that the ox is in the ditch. If your boss says you have to work on Sunday, you got to work on Sunday. Now, if you're able to go find yourself another job where you don't have to work on Sunday, praise the Lord. But,
Right.
Sometimes, especially in this day, the world can't shut down on Sunday. The world can't shut down on Saturday for Sabbath. And I had a friend years ago who was seriously concerned about whether she should keep her job because they required her to work on the Sabbath.
Mm-hmm.
And I told her, Linda, you can't afford to give up that good job, and the Lord understands. And back to my grandmother, and Jesus asked these people. I think they were criticizing him for healing on Sabbath. And he asked him, he said, if your ox was stuck in a ditch, would you get him out on Sabbath or would you wait till the next day?
Mm-hmm.
And any farmer, you got to get him out of the ditch now or he'll be dead the next day. So, I mean, I try to do the best I can, but there is reason in all things.
Yeah, absolutely. I did want to point out with these.
It was just so ridiculous. It happened to be the first thing I saw this morning. And when you guys were talking about the gas, and I'm sitting here, it could be worse. It could be that price plus all of this other stuff stuck in on top of it. You could be $6, $9 a gallon for gas and still not be able to drive, but every other day. And the whole idea of driving every other day, and you're supposed to work, but your boss is going to let you work every other day, so you only have to drive to work every other day.
See, this is coming from a bunch of elites with that they can't afford bread. Well, let them eat cake. They got that mentality. They don't know what real life is all about. The American people aren't going to put up with that.
No, they're not. I don't want to go very far at all, but I thought it was hilarious that here they are, hopefully in the last throes of life, and they decide to do this.
Well, I just want to say real quick, Tom, if I can, keep an ear out in your communities with these gas prices, because here in Phoenix, we have one gas station owner that is trying to assist the community. He understands that gas prices are outrageous. He's selling his gas at cost. He's not making a single profit from it.
Sued?
Not 1 cent. No,
is he getting sued?
Not in Arizona.
We got people getting sued around here.
We don't have those type of laws out here. We don't have those. You can sell for whatever you want in Arizona. But yeah, he's selling straight at cost. He's not selling below cost, and he's not, making any money off of it. He's not making, a 1 red cent off the gas. And those are the type of people that I will absolutely, and I always support. Matter of fact, I got to go to another gas station just so I can get enough gas so I can go to his gas station to fill up. And I will do that stuff.
And what is the difference in price, Fat Man?
What's that?
What is the difference in price from his station to the one?
It's only about anywhere between 5 to 10 cents.
Yeah, see,
but
it much.
It's not. It's the fact that I want to support somebody that's actually trying to make a difference.
Absolutely. When I was a teenager, I worked in gas stations, and I remember the owner telling me he only made like 2 cents a gallon profit. The profit came from the mechanical work.
Yeah,
that the gas sale would bring in.
Well, now it's all about the sodas and chips and fast food and crap. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah,
but I still, because somebody went out of the way and made that particular decision, even 1 or 2 cents a gallon for a gas station owner, they do make a decent amount of money. I mean, that is still a big part of their profit margin, and for him to give that up to try to help the community, that just speaks volumes to me, and that's somebody that I would always want to support in any way, shape, and form.
Absolutely, he's a decent guy. Yeah.
But there are some decent people out there with the, selling gas. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, you got to respect that guy. Eddie James, I forgot, primaries are like less than 2 months away. And it's something we all got to be thinking about. Got to be talking to people. And one thing about these prices, gas and grocery, it gives you a lot of opportunity to talk to strangers and get them all riled up and then tell them, vote.
See, that's what I see the most of right now is increases at the stores. Oh my God, they're getting crazy.
I see it as a breakdown of all of our sanity by chiseling away at every last dollar. We can be nickeled and dimed and philosophically broken down bit by bit, death by 1,000 cuts. That's why no one sees it coming and that it's already fucking here. We are being taken down cut by cut. It's so little, you don't feel the bleeding, but you're hemorrhaging. We're all hemorrhaging everything. Our freedom, our choices, our independence, our republic itself is completely being hemorrhaged, figuratively also, by the money just fucking rolling through the Maytag, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
I vote for Virginia. Just saying. That was a beautiful speech. And 100% agree. 100%. That's why I don't see us reacting. Like we have this thought in our minds, and we've always had it because we're Americans. Like, oh, there's no way the American people are going to stand for that. We're going to all come together and fight. And it's like, but look at all of the little paper cuts they've given us. All the little cuts. And now we feel like we're standing up by running to the devices that we have, making our words, now we can talk to thousands of people on these devices. Now, how does that go any way towards them? How does that go towards the system or the politicians or anything? You know what I mean? We're not in the streets. We're not at our local capitals. We're not in our, we're not going to these places because we feel already vindicated once we get done doing a good speech online to, 1,000 people or whatever, however many views we get. I mean, it all, I know I went somewhere else with this, but it all, it's all one big circle, and they know it. They've already planned for it. We're docile. Whether we want to believe it or not, even us, even this community, we're docile.
Complacency is the real virus. Ignorance and complacency.
The first call to action has to be to the polls. You have to give that a chance to work. And then that chance is coming up. The time's running out. Then you're going to see people congregating.
But
and
Tom, didn't we do that?
Get shot down if they do?
Tom, didn't we do that between Biden and Trump?
Say again?
Didn't we already do that at the polls with Biden and Trump? So what, do we have to do it again just to validate that?
It's got to be done again and honest this time.
Okay, but
we were honest.
Each poll has its own set of notches, y'all, and everyone relies on polls and surveys and fucking Reuters said this and Rasmussen
numbers can be adjusted for anything.
Those polls take what 0.0000001% of the 350 million fucking people in this country. Fuck those polls. Those are the polls to smoke.
Yeah, when I said polls, I meant polls where the difference is made with actual votes.
But I see where Ghetto's going.
Tom, I see what you mean.
I see what Ghetto means.
I hate people relying on surveys and stuff.
Hold on, Fat Man. Let me finish my rant because Virginia rudely interrupted, but it's okay. It's okay. She's a lady. Because this is like a once in a lifetime moment that I'm actually rooting for Trump here, guys. Come on, pay attention.
All right.
Now we already, what you're asking, and I do agree in my heart of hearts as an American, I would love for that to be the actual action that we need, but we already did it with Trump and Biden. We as a people, we honestly went to the polls and we made our vote. I mean, there's no reason why Trump shouldn't have been in office. We all know that. He deserved the spot because the American people asked for him. So we have to wait again to see if they do it again. Do you see where I'm going, Tom?
Yes.
And I'm not attacking you. I'm talking to anybody that thinks that we can just vote our way out again when they've already shown us. That's where the being docile and complacent comes into play, because it's like we don't know what else to do. And I don't neither. I don't have no answers, because when I talk to people, I tell people the same thing as you do, Tom, believe it or not. I'm like, well, we got to vote it. We got to figure it out. There's no other, I mean, I don't know any other than a freaking revolutionary thing. But other than that, I don't know what else to do. I mean, it seems like that's the only power we have.
No, I mean, we have so much power, but what you said is we are very complacent today with the technology. We'll send off an email to our city councilman, but we won't go to that city council meeting and have our voices heard. Yes. First thing is, get up off your lazy ass, go to that city council meeting and make yourself heard. Don't rely on, sending an email and feeling, oh, I did this, I feel so much better now. No, get up, go to that city council meeting, be in person, be a fly in the ointment. Yeah, you know what? The voting sucked ass this last time, and it's probably going to suck ass next time too. It's going to take Americans getting hit on the head a few times before we wake the fuck up and we say, okay, we're done. Now it's our turn. I honestly feel that we as Americans, even in this community, we need to get hit on the head a few times for shit to sink in.
I agree.
Yeah, and I have to second what you say. I think that we do get a lot of people get very, very, very complacent because of the internet, and that I'll make a phone call or I'll do an email. And that stuff's great, don't get me wrong, but that cannot be the only thing that we're doing. And even just having, definitely having conversation with people, but showing up when these town halls or anything in your community that's going on, show up, make a voice, because I know I get on people's nerves. But I also can tell you facts of laws that we've helped change. I can tell you people we've gotten out of prison. I can tell you where we found the loopholes of different things messed up. And that's the gist of everything, is we've got to fix all those loopholes because they're screwing everybody.
Eyes in the Vaseline, we are. Sometimes
the government has power, and we shouldn't have allowed them to have as much power as they have. And the only people that can change that is us, but it's going to take more than just voting. And it's more than
that process has started. We're trying. We're getting there. Everyone probably sick and tired of me saying, but the COS, we're trying to get that a thing and get that actually happening so that we can bring back power to the states and strip the federal government of their so-called elitist attitude power.
Mm-hmm.
Well, sometimes I'm all in favor of COS, and sometimes it scares the hell out of me.
I'm 100% with you, because yes, it can make things 100% better. It could make things 100% worse, but we have to try. I mean, it's there. We might as well try it before we go to the next step. And I don't want to go to the next step after that. I'll be honest, I don't.
But I thought we needed that step.
Go ahead, Ghetto.
I was just, what is COS? What is that?
Convention of States. It would be basically forced constitutional amendments. And the thing that bothers me about that, it's going to be all lawyers. Mm-hmm. If it can be confined to certain specific items like term limits, salary caps for federal employees, especially these damn senators and representatives. And last time I did a stream, a statement was made that I need to correct right now. I have the word truth in the name of the channel, and if I make a mistake, I'm going to own up to it. But it was asserted here that Congress had given themselves 21% raise. and I had trouble believing it. I didn't want to believe it, and I later found out that is not true. Congress hasn't had a raise since, I think, 2009. This 21% increase was in congressional office operating budgets, which their staff may get 21% raises, but that bill that was passed, the 21%, was increase in the operating budgets for the congressional offices, not congressional salaries. So forgive me for passing along bad information.
Word up,
Granddad
Tom.
used to say, if it's a lie, you got it just as cheap as I did. So I got it cheap and I passed it along, and I apologize.
That's why we love you, Tom. You got no problem fixing it, though.
Yeah,
Well,
no apologies needed for clearing up. Hey, something I said didn't pan out. Here's what it is. No apology at all. Be proud of that.
Hell yeah. A lot of channels just run with it, run with it, run with it.
Yeah.
And that's their agenda, is to run.
If you're pushing a falsehood, your whole argument is kind of undermined, and I don't want that. I want people to know that I am trying at least to act with integrity. I want to get back to the voting. I would like to think that changes have been made that are going to help the integrity of the election system. But what's critical is turning out in numbers that's going to overwhelm any dishonesty.
Right.
That's where we're going to win this. Numbers. I don't like that.
No. It really blew my. I just, what is that called? An epiphany. And I just had a thought process that I couldn't get out of my head. So, I mean, maybe follow me a little bit, but what if that was the actual plan? Can you mute Fat Man, please?
Yeah. He already did.
Okay, yeah. All right. Sounds a lot better now. What if that's what they did? Because so by the end of, so let's say we make it to 2024, right? And the people that voted for Biden, at least whatever, 150,000 people there were that actually voted for the dude, whatever the number was, but regardless, they voted for him because they didn't like him, blah, blah, blah. All that is whatever. My point is, what if he's doing such a horrible job and then Trump did whatever Trump did. They caused this divide to make the 2024 election, to make every last one of us vote for the same fucking entity. Excuse my language.
I get what you mean, Ghetto.
As in, there's another party that's going to come in and show both sides way better over here, guys. Boom. We ourselves vote in communism. We ourselves vote in socialism because we're being tricked again. Both sides are being screwed, Tom. Everybody's got to be able to see that by now. I mean, both sides, all sides, we're being bent the frick over. I mean, our country's been being raped. Excuse my language, but it really is. And it has been for a while. And there needs to be doesn't need to be, but I mean, there's going to be some kind of knight in shining armor that's going to bring us all together. And we're going to all collectively want that being to be in charge. And I mean, it's the only thing that makes sense to me.
I still believe that there is a silent majority, more people than not. That's why I rail against statistical surveys, which mean nothing. More people than not have that honor in this country, and it has nothing to do with voter numbers. It really doesn't.
What does it have to do with then? If we can't hope for voter numbers, I don't see it goes back to secession.
Yeah, it does.
It
the
really
sad
does.
fact, Tom, is I think we're past the point of no return. Everything is broken. You know what I mean? The glass is shattered. The bull has run through the china shop. We're not gluing it back together to look like it was before. I don't want to have zero hope or come across pessimistic, but that ideal, the way it was written, is gone.
What ideal are you talking about?
As far as our Constitution and our rights and what have you, it has been watered down. Not only that, I think it's 40% now are citizens are from south of the border, right? Essentially, we're looking at a full integration of the original ideals of this country. Was anyone, any race, religion, creed, whatever, bring it in. We were a melting pot, a welcoming melting pot. The old white men are trying to hold on to that, but the fact is we have a huge Hispanic, Asian, African, European, Eastern European, whatever population. It's not the same white man's colony that it started as.
I don't think the Constitution has anything to do with your color, your race.
No, that's what they were allowed. That's what they were. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is the whole point. But that's been woven so deeply with so many different peoples around the world because of our acceptance of any religion, any culture, any person. That's a good thing and a bad thing. It's a double-edged sword, and I think it's coming to a head right now.
Well, when you say the pursuit of happiness, I think people get that confused a lot with meaning you're going to succeed in America. No, you're going to pursue.
It's your right to try.
Yeah, you can pursue happiness, but there's absolute no guarantee that you're going to find it. And a lot of people nowadays, and parents, I think nowadays, my parents, my brother, my sister, I have no kids, so I'm not a parent, but a lot of parents nowadays, I think, are a lot to blame for a lot of the problems that we're having, because now we have the children, making, voting and everything. We want our kids to succeed. Don't get me wrong. My mom wanted us as kids to have things that she couldn't have as a kid. You're the same way with your children. Ghetto, I already know that you're the same with your kids. You want them to succeed, but by allowing them and giving into them, we've instilled into them that it's expected for you to be able to have all this, and you should have all this instead of working for it. Tom, you mentioned real quick about secession. Secession is not an option. I'm going to go over this tomorrow on mine, but
I want to be there, man.
I'm a big believer that you cannot secede from the Union. I really was.
Legally?
I did some research, and I'll be the first one to tell you my position is wrong to a degree, a very big degree. I mean, technically it's wrong. You could secede from the Union as a state or a group of states. The processes that you have to go through, however, kind of make it impossible.
There's already been one state that has succeeded in the past and almost did it a second. So no matter how difficult it is, it can be done.
Well, okay, let me explain how difficult it is. In order to legally, now the Constitution does not say anything about secession. It will not. It never will, because, I mean, you're setting up the Constitution for self-failure if you place, that in the Constitution. So the courts have actually ruled on it. And they said, yes, a state can secede from the Union. Now, here's how it has to be done. First, the state has to vote to secede from the Union. Okay. Then it's got to go to the federal government. The federal government has to approve it. Once the federal government approves it, the other 49 states in the Union, the majority of them now have to approve that one state. So you have 34 states that got to say, okay, you can leave. That is the proper and legal way of secession from the United States.
I disagree with that.
Well, I did do the research. I spent the last week researching it like crazy.
States retain their right to leave the Union when they ratified the Constitution in the first place. See, we got to get away from this mindset that we need the federal government's permission for anything. The federal government was created by the states.
I know where you're
And
going with it, Tom.
It
I
exists
honestly do.
at the pleasure of the states, depending on what benefit they can provide the states. So this business of people feeling like they're confined to this federal government is a bunch of bunk, as far as I'm concerned.
That's the second part of the.
West Virginia is the only state that is legally not allowed to secede, unfortunately.
Oh, wow.
Because our Constitution states that we are and always will be one of the United States.
What you're talking about, Tom, is one of the actual caveats with the whole secession problem. And there's legal experts, way above my pay grade that have been debating that for years. I know what you're talking about, the right of the people of the state. I don't have all my notes in front of me, but I'm going to touch on that aspect of it as well.
I'm definitely going to be listening to that, man. I've already clicked on the get notification thing.
Just like you, when you're wrong, you're wrong. And I've got to admit that in this particular case, I was dead ass wrong. I did not know that it was possible. I mean, if you look at what Scalia said before he died, he made mention of it. He said, if the Civil War taught us anything, it's that no state is allowed to secede from the Union, or something to that effect.
Well,
and I'll read his actual quote tomorrow when I have my notes in front of me. But yeah, I was always of the belief that you could not secede from the Union.
I'd like to submit this idea. Let's say that your wife gets fed up with you taking advantage of her and exploiting her, and she decides to leave. So you find out where she is, and you go beat her within an inch of her life, twist her arm up behind her back, and march her home. You throw her through the front door, and you say, if you ever try that again, I'll kill you. Now, you have preserved your union, but is it ever going to be the same?
Perfect analogy, brother.
Yeah, perfect, but not perfect, because even in the law, that's crossing the line.
That's what Lincoln did.
Pretty much, yeah.
And Lincoln slept with a man his whole life. I'm just saying.
I don't know anything about that. But
I don't either. What the hell?
I wasn't part of
Where was that?
Fact.
I wasn't a part of those bedroom shenanigans, so I don't know.
Right.
Next, she's going to say he really was a vampire.
No, but his bedmate was a male. Things were different back then, the way you did things. And sorry, I digress. I apologize.
There's a lot of legal experts that will tell you that Lincoln was dead wrong for what he did with causing the Civil War due to the secession of states.
Did he cause it, really? Or
he did.
Yes.
Do you think it's possible he just signed off on it? And I'm not coming in with a preconceived opinion, by the way. I'm asking another point of view. Is it possible he was sort of pressured into signing off on it?
Well, I mean, I'm sure he was pressured, but still, all in all, whether you're pressured or not, it is ultimately your decision.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I get pressured to do things that I don't want to do all the time. However, if I do them, I have to own up to
on you.
Yeah, but these guys were already bought and paid for, fellas.
Right.
They're working for that system that we're looking at right now. They're showing us them right now. They're letting us see behind the veil, behind the curtain. I'm not trying to go rabbit hole, but
you don't want to get deep into a rabbit hole. No.
I'm not trying to, but they really are. I mean, look at all aspects of, there's a catastrophe every other freaking week. Mm-hmm. They're showing us, they're laughing at us because they're bored. They got so much freaking money, they don't even know what to do with it anymore. They done bought everything. They done invented everything. Now what's left? Well, let's just show the peasants what we can do. They're not going to be the wiser.
See, I have this vision of 150, 200 million Americans just saying, no, we're tired of this. What are they going to do?
But Tom, that's the problem. We have the shackles on us. We're talking on the shackles, brother. We're saying no on in the wrong places. We're saying no while we're still shackled up.
Are we saying no on the wrong places though? I mean, think about it. We got to start saying no somewhere.
We do.
And why not while we're shackled up? We say no now, we build it, we keep building on it. Eventually, we're going to break free of those shackles. That's when the shit's going to hit, as you'll hear like Canadian Prepper say, that's when the shizzy hits the nizzy, okay? Or whatever, however he says it. I love the way he says it. But we need to talk about it, but we definitely need to have open minds. With my research, the only thing I'm doing is providing the research that I did. I'm not going to go down rabbit holes. I refuse to do that. I'll let somebody else go down the rabbit hole on their channel if they want to, but at least I'm going to get the information to you. And I'm looking at both sides. I'm not going to play favorites on the sides, because I have a side that I truly, honestly believed in, and it was shot to pieces when I did the research. But I still believe that secession is not an option. I mean, morally, it's just not an option for me.
For you. Hey, man, when I was younger, I didn't mind confrontation. And I was a little guy too, but I didn't have sense enough to try to maintain peace. But as I'm getting older, if you are going to continue to take advantage of me and do things that are not in my best interest, I'm going to walk away from you peacefully if I can, but I'm going to walk away from you. And I just think and hope and pray that more people are going to develop that attitude. We didn't sign up for this shit. We don't need this shit. We don't want this shit. And we ain't going to have it. And these people, who in the hell ever they are, they're going to have to learn that. And if they have to learn it the hard way, that's all right too. I think some of them need to learn some pretty hard lessons.
Mm-hmm. What's up, Deb?
Oh, Virginia, I do want to address.
Prevent me from peacefully walking away, then you're going to have to deal with the rage that comes after that.
Virginia, in regards to your name change, Yoo-Hoo Blows. No, man, Yoo-Hoo is an awesome drink. I'm sorry. I love that stuff.
You think it's chocolate milk, but it's watered down Yoo-Hoo.
I know, but it is a unique taste, and sometimes it's that uniqueness that just brings it out a lot better.
It's like gray pink dishwater.
I went to the store the other day, and I kid you not, I saw two things that just blew my mind. You had Snickers flavored milk and Twix flavored milk. I'm like, what the hell? And believe it or not, they actually tasted like the candy bar.
No doubt.
So yeah, I bought them and tried them. I had to. I'm like, I've never seen this before.
Hey, you guys, I'm going to jump down. Tom, thank you so much for having me tonight. Come up and be able to show you guys my soap.
I really appreciate that, Summer. Don't be a stranger.
Oh, no, most definitely. I love coming over and hanging out with you guys.
Matter of fact, before you go, Summer, do you have a channel that you're doing all this on that somebody could post? I at least in private chat, because I love the whole process of it, and I would love to watch more of it.
So I think I'm gonna make a channel that's just like for my. I make it on my hot mess channel, but it's kind of that channel like has everything. I do all kinds of different avenues and stuff. But I usually title everything. If I'm making soap, it'll say like making soap. And so I was actually making it. I started the process over there, and then I finished it over here because I got bored. I was like, well, I'm gonna go over to Tom's show because everybody's over there.
It was so awesome to have you, and the demonstration was just great.
It really was. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, because I've never done that before.
That was awesome.
Yeah, you did a really good job, Summer.
Thank you. Well, I will talk to you guys. I'll be in the chat. I'm just gonna jump off because I'm gonna jump in the shower and listen to you guys.
Cool.
Woohoo! Y'all going to the shower with me? All right, you guys back.
All right, Summer. See you tomorrow.
That stuff is just fascinating.
Check her out during the day, fat man. She goes out in the streets and actually does what she talks about. I got love for that girl. She takes care of the ghettos.
You just ride along in the car with her, and depending on where she's got room for the phone, you may look at the top of the car for a while, but you just ride along, sit in the car with her, and she goes around and does what she does all day long. Sometimes she's doing one-on-one, sometimes she's doing groups, sometimes she's just giving stuff out. One day she was moving groceries from one place to another because she could figure it out how she could get it donated into for the homeless, and it's fascinating just to ride around with her.
Yeah. Hey, Andy. Hi, Deb.
For me, it's just fascinating learning new things. I mean, I'm still wanting to find somebody or some channel or something. I want to learn how to knit and crochet.
Wow.
I mean, I like learning new skills all the time.
There are both of those exist, and there is there learn to crochet, learn to knit, both exist. And most of any of the crochet, the only ones I've been looking at in the last 10 years or so are the crochet ones, and most of them have a video on their channel that does the beginnings as well as teaches individual stitches and how you do each, like a double crochet versus a triple versus a cluster versus a half double. And they are all already there, and more than you're going to get them live, but their videos all over. Just search under learn to crochet or beginning crochet and you got them. Knitting, I'm sure, works the same, but I just haven't looked at them because that's harder for me. I can do both, but I don't particularly care. Knitting I used to use for nice baby clothes for my nephews. They wore a lot of vests.
See, that's how I learned how to do seed beads. Weaving with seed beads is through YouTube. And when I was working in call centers, I would have my loom set up on the desk, and while I'm on the call talking to people, I'm sitting there, making this artwork pattern in seed beads.
Well, I learned to knit and crochet about the same time color television came out. I didn't learn it out. Only about 60 years ago.
But I think that's one thing that also a lot of people don't do anymore. They don't look for these different crafts and to keep their mind occupied and learning new skills. I mean, if you can't learn something new every day, what's the point of living? We get so complacent with doing the job that we're hired for. Once we get done with that, we go sit in front of the Xbox or Nintendo or, God forbid, even YouTube. I mean, I don't know. There's so much that is getting lost that our grandparents and our great grandparents knew how to do that we look at and we're just in marvel that they could do something like that. It's like, how did you, but you didn't have this or this. And they'd be the first ones to tell you, you don't need all that fancy crap.
Exactly. If you can't make it, figure it out some other way. Yeah.
It's been a very long time since I milked a cow, but I can do that. I think the wheelchair would scare the cow, however. But yeah, I can milk cows. I can milk a goat. I used to love gathering eggs. I don't know why that was that was just fun for me, was to get out and be able to go out and get the eggs.
It's fun to find an egg in the nest box. I'm still doing that a little bit. I got one poor old hen. She came up missing. I thought she was missing. I've only got 3 left. And one of the white ones was missing. And finally I looked up and here she sat in the nest. Well, okay, it's warmer in the nest at the time. And this went on. And finally I realized that old gal is what we call setting. And she's 10. She'll be 10 years old in April. Poor old soul sitting out there trying to hatch a golf ball.
That's funny.
Because I had put golf balls in the nest, to give them an idea about what they were supposed to do in there. But yeah, and she's sitting on that golf ball.
I've seen them do that.
Yeah.
I mean, I get excited when my quail lay eggs, and they lay eggs on the daily, but I still get excited every time I go into the dining room and, feed them and look, oh, wow, I got X amount of eggs this time.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there was a time when I had that full flock. I had, I guess, 16 hens. We were getting more eggs than we knew what to do with. I mean,
right.
You couldn't give them away. And they were good eggs too.
I had that problem with the quail, and then that's when I just learned to boil the eggs and grind them up, shell and all, and feed them back to the quail. They actually enjoy it.
Okay. All right. Hey, you all carry on. I got to run out on the porch for a minute. I'll be right back.
Stop peeing on the tomato plants. It's not good for them, Tom. Virginia taught me that.
Well, Virginia will teach you a lot if you let her.
Right.
Are you doing any farming, like growing things, Ghetto?
Yes, ma'am, we are. We just popped in a bunch of seeds for just more gardening, not like farming or anything like that.
Well, what'd you plant?
Well, that's my wife's Zen place, but on Billy's channel, so The Best Life, she planted all her seeds with him when he was doing his seeds. But it's more or less, the basics. What is it? Onions and I can't even remember right now. Lettuce, spinach, squashes, stuff like that. I'm usually the laborer for her, you know what I mean? It relaxes her, dude. So it's like, go ahead, yeah. Hey.
Playing in the dirt is very, very relaxing.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
and planting and taking care of them.
You were saying that you were doing your canning a couple days ago. How'd that go for you?
Yeah, it went pretty good, man. I got 6 jars of beans. We did not all of our ghee. We still got a bunch to do, but we did a bunch of jars of ghee, and we're pretty hooked on it now. She's making right now, actually, she's making chicken noodle soup without the noodles, so we can can for tomorrow. And we're going to continue to do our beans as much as possible because I got a few 100 pounds of beans, and it makes no sense to have a whole bunch of dry beans if the grid goes down.
Right.
So we're going to make sure we get those in the jars. I got quite a few cases of the ball jars and the curd jars and all that while I was able to anyways. They're going a little bit up in price, a little bit more.
Well, remember what I told you about the peanut butter pie. You don't need a crust. All you need is the peanut butter and the Cool Whip. So get you some Cool Whip and get a lot of it frozen.
Yeah.
But you don't need the crust. All you don't need to waste flour and do all that stuff from scratch. Just put it in a bowl that eats just as fine.
Yeah.
You don't make a graham cracker crust for that peanut butter pie?
Well, it's nice, but it's not necessary. It goes in a bowl. The filling goes in a bowl just fine. And it goes down with a spoon just fine.
I think tomorrow, if I have time, I'm going to make a millionaire's pie.
Now, what's that?
Silver Girl would probably be better to describe it. I know she knows. She's got to know. She's of that age group. But it's basically like fruit cocktail and
what it is.
What's that?
I said I've heard of it, but do not know what it is.
It's very simple. Excuse me. It's more like basically drained fruit cocktail, cherries, some walnuts, whipped cream, and that's pretty much it. And you mix everything. It's basically a whipped cream type pie, and I don't have the complete list with me because it's on another hard drive that I got to plug in later tonight for backup. But it's a Depression era dessert, and they called it a millionaire's pie because it had a lot of cherries in it.
Yeah, I knew the cherries was connected to it, but I didn't know what it was.
Sounds like it'll be really good, though.
Oh, it really is good. Very delicious. The other one I want to make is Kool-Aid pie.
Kool-Aid pie.
Yeah, basically the same concept. Whipped cream and packet of Kool-Aid.
Oh, hell no.
Believe it, these are Depression era recipes that people actually made because Kool-Aid.
They had Kool-Aid back then?
Yeah. Kool-Aid's been around for a grip in
long
one form
time.
or another.
Oh, I didn't know that.
My mother used to make something like that. I don't remember what she called it, but it had the absolute consistency of snot. I couldn't stand that stuff, and it was green too.
Have you ever had Watergate salad?
That's what she called it. That's what it was.
Well, Watergate salad, at least since Nixon, has been determined to be pineapple, marshmallows,
Jello, maybe?
and Cool Whip, and pistachio, Jello, pudding, and pie mix. You put the dry into the Cool Whip and mix it up, and then you just add the pineapple, the mini marshmallows, the little bitty ones, and you put those in there. So it's got marshmallows, pineapple in it, nuts, and then the Cool Whip got pistachio, pudding, and pie, dry filling in it.
I don't remember Mom putting nuts in hers, but it hurt her feelings. But I could not deal with that stuff.
No, I understand, Tom, because there's some Depression era foods that, I'm not even going to eat. But I also found it, being a prepper, it's kind of nice to learn what people did back during the Great Depression. I mean, they had to eat too, and they ate good, but they ate on the cheap. And some of these recipes are recipes that you should not die out. They should not die, and needs to be a part of everybody's recipe book, just because you never know. You just never know. But Millionaire's Pie, that was a big one back in Depression. It was a very big treat to have that because of the fruit and the cherries that were involved. but there's a lot of others. Kool-Aid pie was more of a, weekly, something that you would have more often. It wasn't the best, but it was a dessert. You still got to have dessert with your meal. And that's kind of, why they did that.
I think a lot of us are going to have to learn to live a lot tighter than we ever imagined we would. That's just me.
Oh yeah, definitely. The way prices are going right now. I mean, luckily I did buy the hamburger when I did, and yes, Virginia, I did freaking I didn't can up the ground beef. I made it all into spaghetti sauce and canned that. But yeah, these old era, Depression era recipes, they're so fascinating. I mean, I even get the one Townsend, his channel, I'll watch a lot because it's interesting to see some of the stuff that they did back in the 1800s, like the roasted roasted onion. That was the meal. It was an onion with some butter, a butter sauce that was baked, or a baked onion, yeah. But that's all it was. It's just an onion all by itself.
Yeah. You ever checked out Townsend, Tom?
Checked out what?
It's Townsend, right? Batman
Townsend and Son or something like that.
Yeah.
Townsend's.
Oh man, they do
Tom, you gotta
everything
check it
from
out,
the
buddy.
old days. Yeah.
I mean,
That channel's pretty cool.
They're using recipes from, the 1800s and earlier.
Let me get my trusty notebook out here. What's it called again?
Let me look it up real quick, and I'll post the link in private.
Yeah, I'm sub to them too, but yeah, it's pretty cool, man. They keep it old school.
TOWNSEND?
S.
Yeah. S. Yeah.
I'll put the link in the Townsends. It's amazing. I'll get the link, put it in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm just now putting it into private chat.
All
it's
right.
there now.
Okay.
And he does it in a way that it's more absolutely easy for the dumbest of the dumb to follow even.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna try to subscribe to this real quick. If I get kicked out, I'll be back.
Thanks for the warning.
We'll wait.
The least I can do.
He touches on lots of different subjects, from writing with a quill and ink well to candle making, soap making, cheese, food. I mean, he busts out with all of it from the 1800s.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to watch. Thanks.
Matter of fact, there was a fried chicken recipe. Was it fried chicken? I forgot what recipe I watched, but it had cinnamon, and it was an unusual. Yeah, it was the fried chicken recipe from 1800s, which had cinnamon in it.
Yeah, that's the second one on his channel. It says fried chicken in the 18th century. Yeah. 300-year-old recipe.
Yeah,
you would think a fat man would know the 17 secret spices, but
the thing that's got my attention is the fourth one is the food of the enslaved barbecue. I don't know what it is, but I think I'll have both. I'm a meat and potatoes lady, and that looks like really good meat. I don't know if it's pork, duck, or what, but it looks good.
My grandmother would fry her chicken in butter, and man, that was the best.
Oh, they have. Yeah, he's got a recipe on there where He does it with butter and a whole lot of butter. Oh
Yeah.
my God.
There is no such thing as too much butter.
I didn't
heard
say
that.
too much. I just said a whole lot.
I think we all agree on that one.
Right?
Oh yeah.
Ghetto, you got Cindy concerned here, man.
Yeah, I was looking at it. I didn't know if she was trolling me or what the
I've
hell was
been
going
following
on.
this all night.
Yeah. But see, I can only see certain my YouTube's crazy, man. I can only see some of the chat inside StreamYard. But yeah, man, my dog doesn't even do that no more, man.
You know why they do that?
We didn't change the diet or nothing. It was because it was, well, from what the wifey pulled out, was they learned it from their mom for cleaning up their mess.
Well, not only
And
that, but the dog shit, the fecal matter, can actually smell just like the food that they're eating, so they associate it with actual food. If you, I mean, one way of changing that is actually taking like a tablespoon or two of it wasn't vinegar. Was it vinegar? God, I think it was vinegar. But you add it to their food, it'll change the smell when it passes through and exits
they
them.
said to use pumpkin.
Cindy said banana.
Cindy said bananas, for the potassium.
Well, I'm sure that there's lots of different foods or
Yeah.
things that you can add to the food that will change the smell of it.
We used to use yeast back in the olden days. We would put yeast powder or yeast powder on the food, and they'd eat it, and then they'd stop eating their poop.
Huh? Maybe it was because it tasted like their
Lemon juice.
food or whatnot.
That's what it was. Sorry.
Yeah, but I mean, he's always got his food down and stuff like that. It was only in the beginning. It was probably about the first month that he was here. Now he don't do it. Yeah, he pretty much outgrows it. I mean, he ain't outgrowing the cats though, man. The freaking cats.
Oh no!
Yeah, I think that's all dogs.
Yeah,
their own
Scout
little
was into
almond
deer
roca.
shit. I hated that, man.
Right?
Yeah.
Nothing I can do about the cats, but
and nothing you do about the deer either.
I had cats with the dogs, and my dogs are very accepting of cats. They treat them just like one of the pack. So
I've never had dogs mistreat a cat. I'm talking about cats in kitty boxes and inside dogs.
I don't know what the deal is with that.
That's almond roca, man. Those are almond rocas.
The kitty box up higher than the dog can jump because all the cats can get there.
Yeah.
They can jump up. That's where you have to feed them, and that's where you got to put the kitty box.
My cats stay outside. They're not allowed up in my house. I built a house for them outside. They can sleep in that in the winter. If it gets too cold, they got a heating pad in that mofo. Other than that, they stay outside.
Bug Out just called me a girl. That's so sweet.
That if
what's wrong with Bug Out?
Outside here, Ghetto, they'd be somebody else's that bigger than them dinner.
What's that?
If the cats stay out here, and not come in, they end up being somebody's dinner.
Right.
Yeah, I'm surprised ours hasn't. I rescued both of our cats. They were already pharaohs, so they were already hood trained. You know what I mean, and forest trained, and because we got coyotes and all kinds of others.
Makes a difference too. The coyotes are not so bad here. It's the humongous possums.
Right.
Yeah.
And raccoons. Yep.
They're bigger than the raccoons around my house. The adults are a good 3 times the size of my dog.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they're huge. They're huge around here too, man. It's freaking nuts.
I bet those things are 60 pounds.
No doubt.
They're huge. And then you got the bear, we may now have 2 bears. The neighborhood is trying to figure out. We think we now have the regular big bear, and then now we think we got a littler bear because I saw littler bear tracks the other night.
So what you're saying is Yogi and Boo Boo moved in.
Huh?
So Yogi and Boo Boo moved in.
Yes, they did. Yogi's been here a while. Yogi knows which house has which dog and how far their chains reach. The dog down the street, the old bear's been here as long as I can remember, and I've been here 20 years. So, and he will stand down the street 2 feet beyond the length of the chain of the dog that lives there.
That's a good thing to know, is how far that chain on that dog will go.
That bear knows, and he will stand and stand. You can see him some nights. He'll stand up real tall and raise his hands all the way up and be as big as he can be. And then sit back down, and he sits there and looks. The dog is going bananas.
Oh yeah.
And
it sounds like maybe Yogi needs to be relocated. I don't know.
Well, the dog doesn't hurt, and the bear's not going to hurt. We don't think, and we don't feed the bear, so the bear's not looking at the dog as being food, nor the person who gets his food. And he doesn't get into our except on garbage night if it's out on the street. Mine doesn't go out till the next day. Most everybody's goes out the next day, and but he's a really good. I mean, that's as good as tamed as I can like. He just stands there and looks at the dog, and then he'll walk off. But he also likes to poop in your middle of everybody's driveway. Not in your yard.
That's a smart ass bear.
Should have used the sidewalk.
He loves to poop in the driveway.
He's crapping on everybody like, get the hell out of my neighborhood.
Well, you know what that means when a dog does it? It means that the dog is owning it.
I've never had a dog poop in the driveway, so I don't know.
Yeah, not in the driveway, but they will poop and pee to mark their place and where they've been. And we were laughing about it. A neighbor and I were laughing about it a couple of years ago, and that we've been chosen. We were now chosen people.
Virginia, I saw your response to Sharon's comment, asking how to can hamburger. I found that if you don't cook the hamburger all the way, you brown it on the outside, but if you break it up, you see it's still a little pink or red in the middle. That's the perfect time for the canning.
Yeah, I agree. You don't want to cook it to all hell. Get it cooked down enough that you can drain the fat. Although fat is flavor, it could also mess up your seal. So I get to where I'm draining off probably 75% of the overall fat. But I hear you, Fat Man. You don't want to overly cook it to the point
if you're going to overcook
you can just cook it off and leach it.
Yeah, if you overcook it, then you want to add broth to it or something.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's going to be really nasty when you're.
Matter of perspective. I like dry I like to do cooked hamburger without liquid myself, but I know other people that like to add it. It's a personal preference. It really is. Depends on what you're doing with it.
I like it a little bit moist, so that's why I just brown it, just so that it's brown on the outside, but pink or whatever.
I'd appreciate if you never said the word moist again.
I fucking hate when dudes say that word, man. It just gives me curls.
I never heard of anybody canning hamburger before. Can you still form it into patties and fry it, or do you just use it for cooking other things?
No, you can't, but you can actually make patties and can patties.
Really?
Like one time we did sausage patties, and I took rolls of Jimmy Dean, cut it down into about 6 medallions, seared them off just to get the outside cooked off so that when they pressure cooked, they didn't stick together. You're kind of making a seal, but they were not fully cooked. pop them in there, can them, no liquid. And honestly, you crack that jar, pull out those sausages, you can get, depending on how you form the medallions, probably 8 or 10, 12 even in there cooked off. And it's just like doing it fresh. You have to warm them up, but they're fully cooked when you pull them out. But you can't pressure can it and have it to where you can sear it off and have a medium rare burger. No,
that ain't happening.
Yeah.
I plan on making hamburger patties and pressure canning them here as soon as the cheap meat goes back on sale, which will be probably next week at the store that I go to. But yeah, that's next one on the process is to make hamburger patties and can those up.
Totally can. Somebody, Tom, one time did patties from Costco. He bought a sleeve of them, put them in wide mouth jars, and canned them up. So he could put that in his bag or his pack, go camping, whatever. I mean, you could eat it right out of the jar, or you can warm it up, Hey, Steve.
Yeah, and if you're forming yourself, a great way is just to use the ring as the form for making your hamburger patties. Then you just basically brown the outside of the hamburger patties. You par cook them, and then pack them into your jars, and then do your normal pressure canning.
Yep.
All right.
They come out perfect sized.
He's like, all right, I ain't never gonna do it, but all right.
If there's a chance for you to try,
freeze ours.
Tom is against canning. He does not like it.
I never said that. It can be dangerous. You can poison people. You can hurt people. But I don't have anything against it.
You can, but statistically, the chances are very low on it.
I figure we're all comfortable buying beef stew, chili, chicken noodle soup in a can from a corporation, in an aluminum can, no less.
Yeah.
Glass does not act that way, and you're doing the same process just at home.
Good night, Andy.
One of my a doctor I had was Russian, and she was freaking amazing. She was so smart, and she didn't buy into all the strict regulations of things and as far as medical care. But anyway, we were talking about health, and she told me one time one of the most important things you can do is not eat out of cans. And what she meant was the metal cans.
Metal cans.
Yep. Not only that, but it's processed food. But she was actually talking about the toxins of the metal.
Yeah.
Well,
that's
that
why
makes
I'm kind of
sense.
hoping if I get the second job here within the next month or two, I'll actually be able to afford my freeze dryer.
Oh, that would
I'm
be
really
nice.
looking forward to. I'm really looking forward to that freeze dryer.
And those things aren't cheap.
No, they're about $3,000 for a medium size, $2,500 for a small, and about $4,000 for the big daddy.
A big one.
But
I looked into that and said, no, can't do that.
Right.
Yeah. I just buy them all. I buy all my stuff already freeze dried. Is it just you there, Fat Man?
Yeah,
at your house, or?
Yeah, it's just me and my dogs.
Oh, okay.
So some things I can do that is a little bit harder for somebody such as like you, Ghetto. That's you got a wife and kids that you got to deal with. I mean, your money's already spent before you made it.
Ooh.
Yeah, pretty much. That's the cost of it, but it's a good cost,
Oh, I would trade everything in my life for what you got.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, you can rent it out, dude. Cash App. You got Cash App?
Right.
I mean, you can rent them. You can.
A wife?
You can send
them. I'm good, thanks.
The kids are great at doing yard work and any kind of landscaping. They
The
take care.
advantage of living in the city, you can rent stuff like that. I don't know where in the world I would go to rent a freeze dryer, but
Yes, you can, Tom. It is
yeah.
absolutely man. If I needed a hammer, I can jump on an app, and one of my neighbors will probably rent it out to me for $5 a day or something.
Oh, don't get
I
me
mean,
wrong. If I
it's
get that,
smart.
You don't
if I
own
get that
a
freeze
hammer?
dryer, I will
No,
be
no.
renting that damn thing out.
I knew he was going to say that, Tom. I have probably like 5 different hammers.
Okay.
I was using it as an example.
I had to ask.
Oh, come on, man. I think I even got me a little old pink hammer somewhere in there.
I would hope so.
Oh, one of those novelties. My wife got it at her grandma's house. It was one of it's those, I'm sure you know what I mean. It's one of those girl sets, but back in the day, girl sets where it was like, if you ask me, completely disrespectful on how they made those tools and expected women to use them. I mean, dude, the hammer's actually broke in half. That's how flimsy the little pink hammer was.
Yeah.
And it's like, why make him subpar to, a man's hammer? What the hell? I'm not trying to get all
sledgehammer.
Those hammers are for thumbtacks.
There you go. Yeah. But it was a legit size of a hammer though too, and but it was like it was aluminum or something. It's just a little set that her grandmother must have bought with the pliers, but they were all plastic, like a preschool,
Fisher Price,
kind of
my very first.
Yeah, Fisher Price, but had real metal and stuff. It was like, what the hell? No, I got plenty of hammers, man.
You went there.
You know what I think is really funny? There was this
again?
trend. Sorry, Tom.
I interrupted you. What did you say?
Oh, I was saying there was this trend of where parents would not buy plastic toys made in China for their kids, and it would all have to be wood bitch-ass hippie toys. And now you see infomercials for this plastic netted face mask. So it's like way worse than the strawberry smelling Chinese doll. It's like this plastic cage that goes under a mask so that the mask is separated a little bit from your skin.
Oh,
but
yeah.
It's made of the same freaking chemicals that these same bitch ass parents were like, my kid can't play with something that has wheels made of that plastic. And now they're putting it right up their noses. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything's BPA free and
right,
non-toxin this and
yeah, but now they're making face cages with the same shit right on their faces. It makes no sense to me at all.
100%.
Well, it makes perfect sense from a business standpoint. Now instead of just selling them one thing, you're selling them 2 things.
Yeah, I agree, but not buying it.
Well, yeah, the hypocrisy of shunning the toys, that are played with on the floor to putting it right on your face. Beautiful.
Yep.
People don't think, they don't think things out.
They don't see their own reflections in the mirror. It's
true.
Really a percentage of people that just follow like lemmings. That's the majority, unfortunately, in action at least. In thought, I think that's a different topic, but in action, lemmings all the way.
Well, it's just the dumbing down of our kids. I mean, I seen it was a Facebook meme, and it was a math question. It went, Tom ate 5/8 of his pizza, and Brad ate 2/3 of his pizza. Who ate the most pizza? And the kid wrote, Brad ate more of his, or whoever had the lower number ate the most of his pizza because his pizza was bigger. And she said, no, that's wrong.
Actually, I like that answer, but
it's a good answer. It's a thinking outside the box answer, and that's what needs to be promoted. But they just said, no, that's wrong. The correct answer is this because 5/8 is larger, or 2/3 is larger than 5/8, or whatever, the problem
Well,
was.
percentage wise, though, the answer is sound.
Yeah, but because the kid decided to think outside the box, instead of being rewarded for that, he was punished by saying, no, this is incorrect.
Right.
I mean, personally, I would have encouraged that type of free thinking from a kid. That's it, thinking outside the box. That's what we need.
Well, it depends on what class is being taught. If it's strictly math that we're trying to learn, then I can see the teacher's point. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but she could have worded it differently.
Somewhat different, sure.
Wrong.
Well, that's just like I read. I don't know whether it was Burger King, but in order to compete with McDonald's quarter pounder, they came out with a 1/3 pounder, and nobody bought them because they thought the third was less than a fourth.
Yeah, that's true. Believe it. Yeah, that's absolutely true.
And I've heard articles about 1/2 horsepower motors as opposed to a 1/4 horsepower. And you have trouble convincing some customer that the 1/2 horsepower motor is indeed more powerful. It's crazy. Because people are stupid.
Say it like it is, man. Say it like it is.
What can I say? It's late. I'm irritated.
This is how they came out, Fat. I was just showing Fat Man. He was
nice
asking me about my cans earlier.
Oh, that's your ghee. Yes.
It's my ghee, and then my my beans. I don't know why the wifey put the lids or the rings back on, but
it's all good. Once you wash them, I put them back on to stack a little bit. Those look awesome, Ghetto. You're not supposed to stack, but I'll talk to you about it off.
Now, what is ghee?
Ghee is clarified butter.
Oh.
This is ghee, and this will have a shelf life of forever, Mr.
Just
Tom.
like honey.
Now, how do you make that? It's honey mixed with butter?
Heat up. You basically heat up the butter and allow the milk solids to fall out, and then you can what's left, which is pretty much just pure fat.
Yeah. No, Tom, you do not mix it with honey, but just like honey, they're both forever foods. They last forever.
The shelf life, yeah.
Shelf life is forever.
And once all the food,
what Fat Man said.
Once all the food's gone, we'll just get real drunk. once the food's gone, we're done for. 190 proof. We're good.
Nothing to lose now.
I want to do just pure butter. The taste of ghee is not one of my favorite flavors. It's not.
I love ghee. You're insane.
It's not a flavor profile that I like.
Did you try it with half salt, half no salt, salt, or salt, or what?
I've tried what I made, and then I've tried store bought, and then I've just decided I'm not a ghee. It's just not for me.
Do you dip your crab in clarified butter?
I don't eat crab meat.
Okay. For fuck's sake.
Why?
Do you like a pure spread on your biscuit?
I like pure butter, yeah.
Okay, what about when you go to get popcorn at the movie theater and it's just like pure freaking oil? Could you imagine that lubrication? Or
no.
Fat Man, I don't understand how you're so fat.
I was waiting for that. I was waiting for it. You're a hypocrite, Fat Man.
No, there's
you eat healthier than me. What the hell?
There's certain taste profiles that I do try to avoid. It's just that I don't like those particular taste profiles.
All right.
Ghee is one of those that there's a lot of people that don't like ghee. They don't like the flavoring of it. I'm one of those people. Now, butter, pure butter, I love pure butter. I like the taste profile of it.
It's like saying you would eat ass, but not eat clarified ass. It makes no sense. It's the same thing. It's the same freaking thing.
There's a difference in taste between butter and ghee. Ghee is more a woody taste to me.
All right, I'll just stop, Fat Man.
I got nothing to contribute. I've never had
I got nothing either but laughter. And then I look at the clock and I'm like, yep, it's past midnight. Hello, Mrs. Virginia.
I'm trying to
She turns
retain
back into a
grace here.
pumpkin after 12, Tom, just so you know.
Well, I can
For-
see if you separated all the milk fat from it, then you don't have anything to have flavor.
Well, you don't have anything to spoil, but the flavor is the same. Ghee is just butter without
Yeah.
the
Without the
solids that will make it go bad on shelf. So there's no different flavor. Tom, if you ever dip your crab in clarified butter, that's what ghee is. It's that clarified butter you dip crab in.
Okay.
That's all. There's no addition to it.
All right.
Tom, I'll send you a can of ghee or a jar of ghee, and you tell me you'll notice
homemade
there is
ghee
a
or ghee off the shelf, fat man.
No,
If I sent him my homemade ghee and you sent him some kind of whipped up shit you got in a jar, whether online or by your own.
The taste. There's going to be different taste profiles, but
she's pissed.
There's going to be a different taste profile between regular butter that he's getting and the ghee that you send him. There's still a taste profile difference.
I'm just curious on how you made it, Fat Man. Like, how'd you make the ghee? What kind of butter did you use? Or did you try to make ghee out of margarine?
No.
Is that the problem here? Because, I mean, Virginia's pretty hopped up, man. She's not like...
That's funny, though, Ghetto, because I seen somebody try to do that.
I haven't tried both of my kinds, but I did one with... we did some more. So we did salt and then non-salt. You know, salted butter and then non-salted butter. And it just tastes like butter, really. I mean, I don't...
It's so good on... You make a grilled cheese with it. Oh, my Lord, Ghetto.
Oh,
it's
man, that sounds good right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. So you just use it like butter. You slather it on a nice hot piece of cornbread and honey.
And it has a higher smoke point because you've taken out the milk solids. It can get hotter without starting a fire. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And now we're going back to frying chicken.
Right.
Hey, there you go. Let's fry some chicken and some ghee.
Oh man, some eggs fried in ghee.
I
cannot. I'm literally drooling a little bit on the right side of my mouth. Hot Mess Real Talk with Summer says, "What is the juice you put in when you can stuff?" So, Summer, you can put in water. You can put in stock, like chicken stock or beef stock. You can also do nothing. Like if you put a bunch of raw meat into a can and can it, when it comes out of the canner, it's going to be full of juices from what came out of the meat.
Yeah.
And it's going to actually doing it that way when you packing raw meat and letting it in its own juice, it comes out so much better.
Oh, it's so good.
Oh, yeah. And the thing with canning meat, you can take a cut of meat that under normal circumstances is not that great. You know, like it might be tough or something. Mm-hmm. And that shit will just fall apart when it comes out of the can. Yeah.
For as much as I smoked
a lot of deer meat, and you didn't waste anything because there was just nothing that was tough.
For as much as I smoke, I do have very sensitive taste buds, and that's one reason why I was able to make such great wine, because I could taste the subtle differences between yeast strains being used in the wine. So that's one reason I'm very picky on some of the foods that I eat. I do have very sensitive taste buds.
There's nothing wrong with that.
But I tell you, people did love the wine that I made, boy. They'd always be like, when you gonna make another batch? Because can I order? Can I place a pre-order, please, for 2 or 3 cases?
Right.
Not having any idea how much work you're doing making that stuff.
Yeah, but well, you call it work. When I make wine and beer and spirits, that's my relaxation period. That is how I relax.
Fat Man, you talking about lactation is making me tingle in the bad place.
Lactation? I'm talking about fermentation.
Okay, word.
Oh, I enjoyed doing it, but I had a certain few friends that decided let's go to Tom's house because he's got free beer. And yeah, it didn't cost that much, but the work, sanitizing all that stuff, and I may have gone overboard with sanitizing things because pouring out
you
2
can
cases of beer because it doesn't taste right.
Oh hell no! That's when you throw it in the still and you fucking you distill and you get the good stuff.
Oh well, no, I never went that
Bad
far.
beer makes great whiskey. I'm just saying.
Well, we had a joke. I was in the homebrew club and I heard a guy say, you know, bad beer really won't make you sick. And the reason for that is because you can't drink it.
This is true. I
I've
remember.
just never been a beer guy.
I was experimenting with a batch of beer that I was making, and I was using a lemon lime extract that I'd picked up. Oh, that was it was cleaning fluid basically. Oh god, it tasted so nasty.
Oh,
but
man,
I was
with a
able
lot
to
of whole grains and stuff. I was making stuff that was like liquid candy. It was nice, and you'd have a few of those and just go to bed and lay there and giggle. It was great.
I hear you, Eddie.
Cindy, my shelves are bolted to the wall, but other than that, I don't keep all my preps up on big shelves, high shelves like that, because we're in, earthquake country. Well, supposed to be anyways. I haven't felt any, but we're waiting on a big one.
When you were showing that you store your rings with your jars, there's nothing wrong with that, because when you start canning and you get a whole lot of things canned up, those rings I found are a pain in the ass. Well, for me being in an apartment, they're a pain in the ass to store when you get to a certain point.
Now, here's what you do, brother. You take yourself like a 3-foot piece of string and tie one of the rings to one end of it. Then you simply slide all your other rings down that string, tie a loop in the other end, and hang it up somewhere.
Yeah, you can, but
that's a good idea, sir.
Too many rings. Really, there's just too many rings.
Well, we ain't got to that point yet. We're working on it, though. Sorry, Tom.
Oh, she'd have those strings, and she'd have 3 or 4 3-foot long strings full of rings, canning rings.
Grandma must stay busy, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
This is why Tom doesn't can, y'all. He's told me stories of sitting at the table, putting them beans in there strategically. He's had a childhood of canning.
I see these women now, they'll just break their beans up, put them in a jar, and can them. My grandmother made us sit there and slide those beans lengthways into the jar so that when they were done, it was packed full. And then the little space that was left at the top, she would break beans up, shove them in there. But no, there was no wasted space in those cans.
Tom, that's a good point, because as you're learning, and Ghetto, I'm still learning, sometimes you end up processing something and the can comes out like 2/3 full. Like you get scared of packing it in, but sometimes you just got to pack it in. And that's not a euphemism. Like, don't be afraid if you're doing hamburger or a raw pack of beef or chicken or lamb or whatever you like, go ahead and get it in there, because it does it cooks down, and
it's going to shrink.
It'll shrink. Yeah. Yep.
There's just 2 of us here, so we really don't have a need to have all that much stored. I tell her, you buy too much of something, and it's worse to me to waste it than not have it.
Yeah, I can see that, but that's why that's why I actually got into canning, is because of the fact that I see all these deals on different cuts of meat that you're just not going to see. And I would rather stock up on them. But then that comes to the point, well, they may stick around in the freezer and get freezer burnt, and then I'm throwing them away. So I'm like, you know what, screw it. Let me get the canner. Let me learn that process. And I've never looked back. I mean, anytime there's a sale on meat, I'm that asshole that's probably buying out the whole store. I mean, I have no problems. If you're going to put it on sale, damn it, I'm going to buy it.
I tell you what, we bought that quarter beef last summer, and I'm so thankful we did. She came home the other day from the grocery store. She had spent $250 and didn't buy any beef.
Wow.
Yeah.
For me lately, I don't know if anyone else, chicken and bacon. Like bacon is $6 a pound on your best day.
Yeah.
And chicken as well is pretty difficult to find under $3 a pound.
Yeah, even at my discount grocers, bacon is just god awful high.
Right.
And this is the same place that'll sell you a 30-pound case of chicken breast for $35.
Wow.
It's ironic that they are hoarding the bacon. Sorry, Fat Man. Go ahead.
Oh, no, you're good. Somebody's hoarding the bacon, and it's pissing me off.
Well, chicken's going to get a whole lot worse, guys. They're reporting mass amount of freaking chickens and poultry and stuff getting that bird flu crap. They're reporting a lot. What was it? Survival Living's brother was reporting on a little bit of it earlier, but I've been following Ice Age Prepper as well. Ice Age Farmer as well. And I guess there's a huge problem in the UK. And supposedly it all came from, China as well, but who knows on that point. The fact that it's happening is, what I focus on.
One of the reasons why I raise quail. Nice substitute for chicken.
Have you ever harvested any of your quail, or is this your first batch of bird?
I've harvested quite a few.
And what do you like to do? How do you dispatch them? Number one. Number two, what do you like to do with them? Do you cook them right away, freeze them?
If I'm hungry, I like to cook them as quickly as possible.
Okay.
But if I'm just doing it to thin out the herd, I use a kill cone and a very sharp pair of shears.
Yeah.
I'm not a head popper. I don't do that. I can't do that. I don't like holding on to the bird while it's bleeding out because of the muscle twitching. That's not me.
Right.
I use a kill cone. I use sharp shears, chop off the head, let them bleed out. Dip them, in hot water for a few seconds so that the plucking is a whole lot easier.
I've seen some awesome kill cones. Billy Best Life made a demo video of the kill cones that he created. And I have to agree, it's a beautiful method. I've never done it. I'm not experienced, but from what I've seen, it looked pretty swift.
It's swift, but you also get yourself in a nice little rhythm where you're placing the bird down, you're filling up your cones, you're going back, chopping off the heads. By the time you get done with the last head, you're switching out the birds. And it just, you get yourself in a nice little pattern.
Right. A rhythm. Rhythm is gonna move.
I saw enough of that when I was a kid too. I can do that, but I don't want to until I have to. I remember my granddad. We had a chopping block. I mean, it sat there all the time, and it blood stains on it and the hatchet marks in it and all that. And my granddad just lay a hen across there and take her head off with a hatchet and then turn her loose, and they run all over the yard with no head.
Right.
Nah. I could if I had to, but.
And in the meantime, your grandmother is mixing her cornmeal, flour, cayenne pepper, black pepper, salt. He's like, yes, I can't wait till they pluck this bitch.
Well, yeah, they were first heating the buckets with water, like Fat Man said, and then we'd have to help pick the feathers off of them.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
well,
then
if I'm not going to eat them right away, I will soak them in a saltwater brine.
Salt brine.
And then I'll take them out of that, pat them down, put them in freezer bags, and vacuum seal those.
Right.
You freeze them whole?
Yep.
Well, the quail, they're smaller than a chicken. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm
much smaller.
Is that what I would call a pheasant?
Smaller than a pheasant.
Smaller than a pheasant, even.
Yeah, smaller than a pheasant. It's I used to live on a road that had quail all over the place. The name of the road was named after quails, actually, and they're pretty small. They're like the size of a raven.
Yeah, you're going to eat anywhere between 2 to 4 quail per person.
Yeah.
In a meal.
That's a meal. That's average.
They're like nuggets. They're walking
like
nuggets.
Cornish game hens, or even smaller than that.
Smaller, actually.
Smaller.
Not much, but they are smaller.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Ghetto laughing at me.
Right.
No, I was laughing at Virginia, little walking chicken nuggets.
Oh, well, she's about right, because about the only meat that's on a quail is the breast meat. Yeah. I mean, you get a little, sliver of meat on the drumsticks, but most of the meat is the breast.
All right.
So the best they're for is for what? Eggs, right? I mean, it's better to
for
just
both
collect
meat
eggs
and eggs. I mean, the egg production is crazy. Oh my God.
Long term is what I mean, because I follow again.
Long term, if you're going to keep them, if you eat a lot of eggs.
Ultimate, he raises all those quails, and man, that's freaking all he eats is the quail eggs.
Oh, I mean, you got to figure.
Seems like, anyways.
One female quail is going to give you an egg a day. So if you got 40, you got 48. You got 40 females. You got 40 eggs every day. That's a lot. I was giving them away freely. I'm like, here's 200 eggs. Have fun.
When Jane Seymour was pregnant with Edward V, I believe, her pregnancy craving was quail eggs.
Well, if you look at it, quail eggs are they're so much more nutritional for you than a chicken egg. Of course, they have to. They got to put all that nutrition in such a small, itty bitty package.
Mm-hmm.
And if you are going to start eating quail eggs, I do highly recommend that you get several pairs of quail egg scissors, because trying to crack them like a regular chicken egg
they're just too small to do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, you can do it, but the work and the effort in that is just and their shell's a little bit harder.
Really? Well, why do you say that they're more nutritious than a free range chicken?
They've proven how more nutritious the quail egg is compared to a chicken egg.
Bite for bite.
Yeah. Size wise, for what you get, but a lot of it, unfortunately, there is some of the better nutritional enzymes or chemicals or whatever the hell that are lost in the cooking process, that are destroyed, unfortunately. And yes, I will use quail eggs raw in smoothies and stuff.
Sure.
And Ghetto, weren't you criticizing me a while back for saying, that you turn these things loose in the woods to hunt them later, if that's what you have to do?
No, I wasn't criticizing.
And there are,
well, you were outraged.
There are clubs that will buy from a lot of us home breeders of quail, quail in order to release. So, but you got to remember, the quail that we're raising is almost exactly the same thing that's out there right now in the wild. The only difference is we're keeping them confined. It's not like we're taking, your dog and raising it for 3 years and then just dropping it off in the woods. Go fend for yourself. You're an animal.
Oh no, you turn them loose real soon, real young. No, I was just teasing. It was really, I was talking about pheasants anyway, and I really wasn't aware there was that big a difference between a pheasant and a quail.
Mm-hmm.
They're in the same family, but yeah, there's quite a difference.
Interesting. So even an old dog can learn.
What's that?
I said even an old dog can learn something new.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Tom, I think learning is the whole point of living.
It's fun for me. I like finding out stuff.
Right?
You know?
Yep, I do. I really do.
Because what I know is boring. I've been doing it all my life. So finding out new stuff, that's what it's all about.
Right.
Yeah,
Does my sound all right?
Or people with brains that size. I agree with you, man.
Bug out, yes.
You sound good,
did
kiddo.
vote for corn pop. Quill voted for Trump.
There y'all go. Always back to the presidents.
Oh, don't even throw that chisel under that toenail. I don't want to hear your shit. Stir it up, little darling. I'm right here.
Yeah.
See, she gets all friendly and happy for the first hour after midnight. See, this is a schedule that I've noticed.
No, that's not. I'm not being unfriendly, and I'm myself.
And
no
then
matter
she
what,
gets
I will tell someone to shut
dominatrix-like.
up, regardless of time of day. And you had a slight motive there to add to a juice on that narrative. We ain't need all that. We ain't need all that.
She's got her latex suit on now, fellas. Be careful.
Wonder Woman wears like a beautiful one piece with a belt, huge W, cling cling on the wrists, the headband. Come on.
Yeah, and we can all thank Ghetto for bringing out Virginia's other half.
Yeah, it's always my fault. What the hell?
Yeah, own it.
Good morning, do stuff with Nikki. Good
What's
to
up,
see
Nikki? You're so fine.
Nikki.
No, I'm wondering what kind of lunacy this dude's going to pull in Europe tomorrow. It's I'm just
he'll
waiting
probably
to
shit
hear.
himself again.
No doubt. I mean, there's got to be some major embarrassment. That's how it has been.
Oh yeah, old man's over there, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be worse than Kamala in Poland. It's got to be. And that was bad.
Did you get a chance to watch that before you came on, Tom? The
No,
New World
I did
Order
not,
speech?
man. I had to make cigarettes. So I didn't get a
okay.
chance to watch any of that. But I did hear some about it. And when Bush started that, I was still dumb enough to think that a new world order, everybody's going to be nice to everybody. The 1,000 points of lights was such a great idea.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't realize what that guy was talking about.
Right.
Yeah.
None of us did. Reagan was a charming president. If you go back and listen to his speeches and what he was saying, he had a heart and a way to deliver it that I don't think we've seen since. But remember who his vice was and what happened and the groundwork that was being laid. Reagan was an actor.
Yeah.
And so we had an actor. They put in an actor to entertain us while the undercurrent flew,
That's a good way to put it, Virginia. I never really even thought of it like that because I'm also paying attention to, the Ukrainian president, which was an actor. And it just, man, there's too many things just line up.
Yep.
Well, there are too many people supporting that dude that we know we can't trust.
Right? Well, I think the world corporations and stuff are really the ones that are showing everybody something like, look, if we take all of our businesses out of this place, we'll completely make you into a third world country. And I think that, I mean, whatever, maybe I'm slow when it comes to history, but what other time in history has all corporations just completely left a country because they were at war with somebody?
Oh,
You know what I mean?
ketchup,
Yeah.
Ghetto. Didn't you know ketchup was a vegetable?
What?
It's all right. Some people will get it. Some people won't. This is not new. That's what I'm saying. Like we talk about this president, that president, this transition, this stolen, this and that. None of this is fucking new. None of it.
Whose administration was
I
that
understand.
said ketchup can be a bit? Was that Reagan?
What was that? Oh yeah, it was Reagan. That's
It
why I
was
said
Reagan
it.
that
Yeah,
said
it was
ketchup
Reagan. He made ketchup a vegetable. It's good to go.
for school lunches. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just saying the delivery and how fast they were able to impose all of these sanctions, the corporations, the companies, the businesses, on Russia, on just how fast and how they were able to do it. Have they done that before? Now, I would imagine they would have done that before on certain countries if we're going to a war or whatever. But collectively, as a whole, I mean, there's only like one or two companies that's even staying in freaking Russia right now, and that's Nestle. And Nestle
I'd say
ended
you
up getting
probably thank
hacked.
the
What was it,
internet for that.
yesterday?
You
That's
know?
what I mean. That's kind of the point I was kind of trying to make, is like since we have this technology and these ways of doing things now, it's like they're coming in and they're showing us, like, look, we can just completely bankrupt everything right
Yeah,
now.
I don't think
You
that a
know,
Big Mac is gonna bring down Russia. All right.
No.
well,
All
what
we
if?
need
Okay,
I don't know.
okay, hold
They
on. No,
offer free toilet
Hasselhoff.
paper
but hold
with
on.
that Big
But
Mac.
But your credit card
what
companies
was
and
the
all
last
that
thing you
stuff.
said, Virginia?
David
Oh,
Hasselhoff, he sang on the wall when it was being torn down. All we need is a good pussy ass singer to remind us of our patriotism and victory. But no, McDonald's is not going to bring down Russia for pulling it.
okay.
That's not
You,
giving them enough credit, or any other country.
that's not. It's, well. First off, it's not just McDonald's. We're talking everything left Russia. But let's
Don't
just
you
use
think they would have
McDonald's.
set it up
Let's just.
previous to that to be prepared to not rely on Croc?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they should have, but I mean, are we? But let's just use McDonald's as an example, though. Okay, they have what, hundreds of thousands, whatever locations of these McDonald's, right, in a country. Now think of the millions of people that work there. That boom, now they got nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Now you take the Starbucks, and I'm just talking about just the ones we know, the fast foods, because it's a lot. It goes a lot deeper than that, as in like all electronic companies, all these the grain there's just it goes way deeper.
Yeah, but
And I
there's
can't
also
name
a
them all
swing
off.
to
But
that pendulum, because some of that elimination could be dissolving corruption. And I'm curious what Tom was going to say, because I
yeah,
interrupted and I feel bad that I did that.
Well, Tom, Virginia, Ghetto, it was great to see you. Virginia, I'm glad I caught you on a good day before Ghetto brings out the other you. I know you're only about 90% there. Since you're 90% there, I'm going to get out while the getting's good. Tom, thanks for having me up. Love
Fat
you.
Man, thank you so much for being here. And I will be watching you tomorrow night. I'll probably keep my big mouth shut.
Oh, you better not.
But I'm looking forward to it.
I enjoy hearing other people's points of view, even though I may not agree with them. I still love hearing other points of view. Virginia, you're great, but like I said, you're 90% out of the box right now. Ghetto's going to get you the other 10 real fast. Ghetto, I love you, but I'm going to leave you with Virginia alone, okay? I'm not getting involved with that. So y'all have a good night.
Good night, my friend. Thank you.
All right, brother.
Hey, good to see
have a
you
good
too.
one.
All right, now we got to change this again, right? There you go.
There
you happy
you
now?
go. Hey, You're learning something.
Hey, man.
Yeah.
I had friends some years ago. The guy that runs this garage up here, I refer to this garage a lot because I had a lot of happy days up there. But he had a kid. I guess the little boy was maybe 4 years old, but he was old enough to talk back and old enough to misbehave. And his mother was giving him some kind of grief about something. They would come by with lunch and everything, and the little boy was misbehaving, and his mom was on his ass, and he finally complied with whatever she was wanting him to do. And he turned around and he said, "Are you happy? Are you happy now?" And you know damn well he'd been hearing that from his father at home because he was only 4 years old. Okay, are you happy now?
Are you not entertained?
Crack me up.
You should have said that in your gladiator voice, Virginia. Are you not entertained?
Well, I kind of did the female version. Whenever I hear someone say the word gladiator, I think of a joke that ends in the punchline is glad he ate her, but I'll leave that there.
Hey, we can hear that joke.
Oh, well, please. Yeah, please share.
You've already given us a punchline. It's kind of ruined, but...
Right? Just take that, do with it.
Me and Tom's ears perk up.
Hey, listen, folks, you know, I appreciate it being clean, but this ain't a church. And I think I've told you all before, if I hear something I've never heard before, I'll ask for a definition. How's that?
Honestly, Tom, I don't even remember the joke. I only remember the punchline. I'm not even bullshitting. I don't remember the joke, but I know it ended in gladiator.
Don't you hate that when you got a punchline in your head and no idea what the joke is? I used to hang out at a bar down in DC, and we laughed our asses off at this joke. The punchline was, "Do Ruby Begonia ring a bell?"
Ooh.
And it was funny as hell, but I got no idea what the rest of the joke was.
Okay, say the punchline again.
Do Ruby Begonia ring a bell?
Do Ruby Begonia ring a bell?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't help you.
Do Ruby Begonia ring a bell? Ooh, Tom.
You're going to break her brain tonight, brother.
Yes. I love it when it breaks my brain.
Well, this is from probably 1973, so I don't know.
So you need to be on the right drugs to figure it out.
Pretty much. Vast quantities of alcohol, actually.
So, Tom, have you ever heard the word chortle?
I have.
Chortle.
It means to kind of laugh and catch a laugh in your throat or something.
Yeah, exactly. He's exactly right. Yes.
How do you use it?
Well, I guess I was taught the wrong definition. Thanks, Virginia. Now I look like a dumbass because I actually thought it was a different freaking definition.
A chortle is a laugh. It ended up morphing into a combination of a queef and a snort, but a chortle is actually a laugh. It is. Tom is right. Yes.
Yeah. And Virginia had nothing to do with making you look like a dumbass, man. You did that
all by yourself. Oh, man. Now the old people are making fun of me. Where the hell? I can't go nowhere.
No.
I thought over here in the nursing home I was safe. Yeah, chortling. Well, these ladies taught me chortling was a laughing queef, pretty much. You know, you're laughing at your coochie.
Perception of the.
Oh, here you go.
No, actually, I have witnesses. It's fine. Cindy keeps calling me a heathen and a.
I know.
And
she's fucking drunk.
You know
dude.
what, Cindy? I'm going to tell you something right now. My nipples started tingling when you said, "I am fairly certain vagina is a heathen."
She's been doing those subtle troll moments, man. I love it.
Awesome.
Bug out's definitely the Antichrist. She's thrown some good ones out there tonight.
Oh, it's all good. Her nipples are tingling too. Cindy, I feel you, girl. I got you.
Well, hold on though. So, do y'all got like them pancake nipples? Are those still a thing, or are those back in the '70s nipples? Because I mean, what? Okay, well let's look.
Tom's trying to prove his. You're not even paying attention. Tom's trying to answer you.
I'm looking, but I don't want an answer from Tom. Okay.
Well, Tom had the right answer, though. The answer to your question depends on how much they are stimulated. The first thing Tom did was start rubbing them. So as far as whether or not it's like a National Geographic small picnic plate or
right out with picnic plate.
You laugh, man. When I was growing up, National Geographic was the closest thing to porn you could get.
You're right.
Who you telling, man? I know.
And it was right there in the school, man.
Yeah, it was exciting. That was like the closest I can get to it, at least until I got 15, 16. But oh yeah, I know. I mean, shoot.
Oh shit.
I was thinking about, Aborigine African chicks,
Well, there's a fine line between over-sexualizing schooling, which they're doing now, and completely ignoring the human body. Like, there is a balance that can be found there, because growing up, we had those National Geographics, we had other stuff, and the human body was not something to be ashamed of, but it wasn't
didn't get discussed.
Yeah. Not perverse, or no, perverse is not the right word. Not in a way with an agenda. It's just what it was. It's a human person, but there was no interpretation from indoctrinators as to what they were doing or meant, or whether or not that huge nipple was hot.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to figure out how the hell a milkmaid doesn't know what a freaking pancake nipple is. Like, I mean, you're gonna be fired.
Oh, milkmaid. Oh, girl. I think about my mom. She breastfed 6 children, and for a while, hers stuck out inches. And honestly, I'm going National Geographic. It's not gross, right? They stuck out quite a damn bit. But when everything deflates, the cream puff becomes a pancake.
As soon as you said that, I was reading Nikki's response to Eddie. My sister had those boobs looking like a pair of wet washcloths on a laundry line.
Oh my!
I know, milkmaid. I'm just teasing, girl. I know you know.
Put little coffee cup saucers on your tatas, and there you go. Those are pancake nipples. And then, I wonder what the. Oh, well, I wonder. Maybe you got the answer there, cream puff. But why the hell were nipples so different back in the '70s? Now, the only reason I know that is because I've seen, adult-rated films back in the '70s, and the woman's body was way different than they are these days.
Yeah, right. It kind of seems that way, but I don't think it is different. I think it's just that we're exposed, so to speak, to a certain caricature or silhouette of nipple. But nowadays, the presentation is a real woman's body is nothing like what the presentation is. Even more than back in the day. We have digital shit. You can Photoshop. You can change.
Yeah.
You can augment photos and the bodies way more than back in the day.
Yeah, or surgery and all. Yeah. Oh yeah. Dude, I'm a sucker for stretch marks, man. I'm telling you, man. Once my wife started popping out kids, she just got more beautiful. And I'm not saying that because she could possibly be watching this. 100%. I'm totally into the real woman's body. You know what I mean? That's what God intended. If you ask me, I don't want nothing fake or doctored or airbrushed. What the hell?
Right. Nipped and tucked. What about
now? Maybe when I was
tucked nip?
14. Who now?
Nothing. Never mind. It was a Japanese joke. A
A
tucked nip.
post nip.
So tell me more about the stuff. Ghetto.
No, dude, they look like volcanoes. I know the tuck nip. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Like their nipple is, they look like little volcanoes on your freaking tatas, man.
It
Like
ain't
Asian,
right.
is it like all Asian nipples like that?
Do all Asian nipples look like a tucked volcano? Is that what you
Yeah,
just
like
asked me?
the tucked nip. Yes, I know what you're talking about. Like a
Um,
lot of them that I've seen are like that. It's like concaved in the middle,
a
where it's just
little,
like,
I guess a little bit. I mean, we don't have the dollar coins of Africa. They're more like half dollars. As far as tucked, I'm not so sure, but I do think that we ride high and point up more often than others that tend to point down and go low eventually, you know?
yeah. No, I get what you mean. I'm only laughing at Tom's expressions because he's listened so intently, and he's got that like, wait, did I smoke too much? Are we really having this conversation? No, wait a minute.
So, Ghetto, do you mean stretch marks on boobs?
Oh, it doesn't matter where. Honestly, it really doesn't. I mean, if you know. More around the stomach area, I think. I think it's the whole birthing process. Like, it's not a sexual thing to me. I mean, it is, but at the end of the day, it's more a beauty thing. Like, I think it's absolutely gorgeous. Like, it's a turn on, beautiful, my wife. So it can be
It's
sexual
kind of
or
like
not.
marking your territory is what it sounds like.
Is that what it is, you think? Nah, I don't know.
You put that, if you're the father of the child that caused those stretch marks, you put that piece of nature on her. So it's a affirmation of your role spiritually and physically in that.
Did you see that, Tom? I say how beautiful my wife is, and she's over there just dirtying it up.
I didn't dirty up shit.
Although
If Tom is our judge, what I just said was it was a way for you to invest and connect with that she had carried your child.
No, I understand what you mean. I guess I could see it. I guess I could see it that way, yeah. But
I think it's just the concept of motherhood. My whole life,
yeah.
To me, there's nothing sexier than a thin girl. No offense to nobody, but a girl with a baby on her hip. Just the way that hip has to be pushed out for that baby to have a place to sit. You get what I'm not
to rest.
Yeah, I'm not trying to go dirty about this, but that always just turned me on. It didn't matter who the girl was, whether I knew her or not. Just that motherhood, I think, stimulates a man. That's just me.
Tom, I used to practice carrying my twins. Now, granted, 20 years ago, roundabouts. No, I'm serious. I would practice carrying both of them, whether my hip plus back or whatever, like to be able to get both on my body like little monkeys in order to run if something happened and I had to pick those babies up. I didn't want to be incapable of carrying the weight of both of them.
Right.
So I would put them up and straddle them on my side and my hip and my back. I'm like, all right, let's go, let's roll, like a pack. And so I get what you mean. It is sexy. There is a primal, beautiful thing to that combo of a woman being so nurturing and at the same time, like gritting it in.
Yeah.
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 And that's pretty much how I see those stretch marks. I don't think, I mean, so once I lost and I'll go a little deep, I guess, but once I lost my real virginity, right, when I was, 13, it was to a pregnant girl. and maybe that just has been ingrained into me. But she was, she was 15, big old belly bump, and I just maybe that's got something to do with it too. But I don't know.
Hold on,
So
you lost the V to a pregnant girl?
Yeah,
and you were not
the real.
father?
No, I was not the father. Hell no.
Oh wow, ghetto. I'm not dogging you. That's actually kind of deep. Because
it was great. I had
being
unlimited
with a
sex.
pregnant woman is honestly, there's a that's
Sorry.
a different kind of thing, man.
It was way different.
Right.
But I don't know. Like I said, that was my real time of losing it.
Right.
So, who knows?
Interesting.
Who knows? Sigmund Freud would have a hell of a time with my brain when it comes to all this shit.
No doubt.
He really would, guys.
Is out of control.
You have no idea. Because I'm not tooting my own horn, but I'm a hell of a good husband nowadays. But when I was a teenager, I was a piece of freaking absolute crap. But no, I freaking hated women a long time. There was no sexy. There was I'm going to dominate that ass. And now it's just a whole entire different, I don't know. Like I said, bring me the best shrink. Let's see what happens. Might make you cry.
Deep.
Yeah.
I got to ask Eddie James what possible connection I have to Kid Rock. I'm not getting that statement at all. I mean, I don't mind. Kid Rock's okay, but I'm just wondering. Hey, I need water. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Right, Eddie. No, he's
alone.
Tom, by the way, before you go, we at night, whatever we're saying, it'll refer him to a song, and that's probably what he did. He's like, oh, Tom, Kid Rock. So now he's probably listening to a Kid Rock song.
His playlist.
Yeah, he's got
Alabama on my mind. How's that, Eddie?
There you go. All right. What do you got to torture? I need to see what you're wearing.
I want to know more about these stretch marks, because if you lost it to a pregnant woman, she didn't have stretch marks yet. So what?
She was a big girl, so maybe.
So
maybe she did.
Stretch marks from.
No, I mean she was like 6 months pregnant, so I imagine she did, didn't she? Fuck, I don't know.
I have no idea.
I only brought it up because that's the only thing that might make sense, other than the fact that you think I love my wife's stretch marks because of some kind of property thing.
Okay.
I understood what you meant, but I took it at a defensive way because I would never see her that way.
Yeah, gotcha.
But I don't know. They just always have been. They're unique. It's better than just the same old crap that I've ever seen anywhere else in books or none. You know what I mean? Anywhere else.
I think
for some reason,
up with body dysmorphia, and we all do it to some scale. We have insecurities about something, and for me, it's always been my kangaroo pouch, because after twins and getting that severing, it is just what it is. I'm not obese.
It's so
but
sexy,
I have
though.
that pouch that's always going to be like going, and there's nothing in media or society or print ads or editorials or whatever that show the reality of the human body, whether male or female, the reality of the human body as we age, as we go through shit, our different scars and why they're there. It's completely glossed over. So I was asking on a little bit on a perverted scale, but also because finding beauty in imperfection is, brings a tear to my eye.
That's the beauty of it, though. Like, legit. Like, I don't know, man. Once you said the kangaroo pouch, I was just over here like, oh, I felt a little movement.
Mm-hmm.
Now the wife can't hear me, but I'm being, I'm like straight up being honest.
You're such a twitcher.
I don't know. I get what you mean. I really legit think that excuse me. I mean, shit, half the society, at least of teenage boys and shit out there, don't even realize that women's breasts are not supposed to be the same size.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? The left one's different than the right one. And some women have one that's like 2 cups shorter than the other one. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But those types of imperfections to me just shows, I guess it's kind of it shows God's beauty as well within that person. You know what I mean? Yeah, lopsided, straight up. To me, that is the dude. Lopsided is the best. I mean, I don't know about any other dudes, but why the hell do I want 2 of the same thing? Just saying.
Right?
If there's, I mean, if I can get a tubular nipple and a pancake nipple, one on each, I'm gonna be
going. One east, one west. It's fine.
Yeah.
Heaven forbid we get bored with boobies, right?
Right. That's true, Tom. You're actually right. I think that men continue a fascination because honestly, when we were coming up as a species, if we didn't breastfeed, we'd all be dead. Baby formula is very new. It's, I don't know, 60 years old, right? So without that, without the tatas, we would all be dead.
Absolutely.
Agreed.
Absolutely.
I mean, even right now, I'd be dead if I didn't have them right now. No.
You're not
I'm
weak.
I'm not weak.
You're not weaned yet? You're not weaned off the teat?
No, I don't think we ever get winged. I mean, I can't. I'll ask Tom in private. I'm not going to do it in a public manner, but even an old man, they don't never get weaned. I'm just saying,
Hey, see, once we get teeth, man, it's all over.
I'll be right back.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, you made her leave, man. I mean, that was on you. She had to run as soon as you brought it up. She's like, "Oh man, now the creepy old guy is talking about him.
Yeah,
I gotta go."
See, bad influence. I didn't mean nothing by it.
So, Tom, are we going to see more of you? Not trying to put you on the spot.
No,
sort I
you're
am.
saying
But
right now, man, I don't look good
nope.
naked.
What the hell? Virginia, you want to come back here, please? This man thinks he's got me alone. Let's
Yeah, I want to try to at least do once a week. You know, something thought provoking that, and at least once a week. And,
I had to pee, and an elderly gentleman speaking about my tits and breastfeeding is way more comfortable than when I'm sitting here and my urethra is throbbing so that I can listen to the tit conversation. So I had to go and drain the main vein.
Okay.
You know, you could have just drained it by sneezing, right?
No. I do my Kegels. Sorry, Tom. I know I interrupted, but
It's all
I had
good.
to clarify. You didn't run me off.
We're okay, right? What the fuck? Chat's like, what the hell?
All right.
We tried to make it professional, Tom.
Oh, yeah.
We tried to deter, but then urethra came up.
Hey. If we can't be technical, what are we? You know?
Right?
You know, it's not just technical, but it's honest. If we can't be honest, like the honest truth is, I left to go pee for a minute. I could still hear you, but I think, you know, talking about boobs and National Geographic and even what we do to prepare and figure things out in our lives, if we cannot talk about some of the uncomfortable realities, like one of the first things, if the shit hit the fan, that we would all have to deal with is the shit literally hitting the fan. Human sanitation, all that stuff. So am I ashamed to tell you guys, hey, I'm going to leave to pee? No, not at all. Because if you can't handle it right now, I can't rely on any of you when we're doing it in the woods.
Right. Right. And I mean, you got to understand it's what we have to do.
Yep.
Yeah.
It is. It is.
Get used to it. But there's going to be a lot of people that won't be able to. I mean.
So, Tom, when people talk about preparing, we talk about physical things a lot, the food and shelter, and those are all imperative. What do you think mentally, spiritually, something in that realm of thought that people should prepare for, but they don't see coming because we don't acknowledge some of that dark underbelly?
Yeah, I think a lot of people don't really grasp or spend a lot of time thinking about how absolutely evil some of our neighbors are going to get when time gets hard.
Mm-hmm.
People that aren't going to feel the least bit bad about slitting your throat and taking your shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's 100%. I mean, our primal instinct's going to kick in.
Yeah,
that soccer mom's going to turn into a straight cartel killer.
How long do you think it would take the
raviolis.
average soccer mom to hit primal? Do you think
when they can't get food, it won't be 2 weeks. It won't be 2 weeks.
Right.
Until people will be turning on each other.
Yeah, I couldn't even imagine. I mean, because when I think of that, because I've thought about that question a lot, Virginia, and I try to put myself in the place of that soccer dad or mom, whatever.
Right.
And I'm over here and I'm thinking, okay, so it would have to be the food. I mean, it really would, or water. I mean, water's there too.
Right.
But food would, food. We'll just use food as an example. So I put myself in that position and I'm thinking, okay, I'm hungry as fuck right now. I'm in the shit it's fam. I'm hungry as fuck, but my kids are even more hungry.
Mm-hmm.
That makes me even more hungrier, but more hungrier for feeding them and filling their stomach up because that'll satisfy my hunger to a certain extent.
Yeah, correct.
On top of the stress of your children screaming in literal physical pain because they are so hungry.
Mm-hmm.
There's only a certain time limit that you would be allowed until you're, putting freaking grass in their mouth. You know what I mean? Making grass soup or something. And then all of a sudden you get a hint of fucking top ramen or something in the neighborhood. You're going to go do some shit. And I agree with that assessment, Tom, like 2 weeks, but
and you don't have to be a bad person to become evil.
Mm-hmm.
No, you don't. I mean, that again, we're animals. At the end of the day, we're freaking animals, and we're going to do whatever we can to get that food and water.
Right.
We really will.
At one point, animals might need to can long pig in case. No, but I think about that. There's a lot of examples in history of for certain groups of people to survive. They do. I mean, there's a deep, dark place that we could go,
That went way over my head. Sorry.
Like if we had to start eating each other, you're talking about 2 weeks until people go hungry and they start acting like asses for their kids because their kids are in pain from starvation.
Okay, yeah.
How many people also have resorted to cannibalism? You just do it because you have to. We might have to start canning rump roast, like we're in the Andes Mountains in a plane crash.
Yeah.
Eat the butt.
Nah, yeah, I got what you meant because that's kind of like I thought it was more of a like your neighbor's got something, you're gonna go get it. But in that same breath, though, man, if if I was that hungry, if I knew my kids were that hungry, and that motherfucker across the street didn't have no food, well, motherfucker, I'm eating you. You know what I mean?
If
I mean,
they're
I'm
dead,
an
the way
animal.
they're dead, and it's a source of protein, would you turn it away?
I would turn it into a source of protein.
Right.
I think that in our primal instinct, we would take a life just to feed our lives.
Right.
I really do.
Right.
I think
agree
that's
with
where
that.
we would turn to.
That's what I'm saying. The extremes of it.
Now you're talking what? The Earth has been consumed by nuclear war.
Yeah, that's what I mean. What situation would that have to be? But
we've never gotten to that point except in dire, extreme situations before.
Well, yeah,
like the airplane crash in the Andes and the
Leningrad,
siege of St. Petersburg. Yeah. So
yeah,
you know, hopefully we won't lose our humanity. You know, we may have to do ugly things, but we need to try to retain our humanity.
That's where intent comes in.
Yeah, but it makes you. It also, it makes me wonder, because I've been doing all this research on these other places, with the kids being hungry and stuff.
Yeah.
It makes me wonder. It brings up a question for me. Let's just use Ethiopia. Everybody knows Ethiopia, 80s. I mean, the huge famine. We all know that. Why didn't they resort to eating each other? Like, what was
humanity? Again,
they had just enough.
Yeah.
They had just enough. And did you see all those flies? That's a lot of protein. I don't see why they didn't take advantage of that sooner.
Oh my God, flies?
Oh, hell no. I'd rather eat an ass. Virginia, I would rather eat your ass than eat a fly.
No.
I mean, just considering the things.
Some images are shocking to us, but it's just they're normal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, see, it's too late to get me started on that. There's no excuse for that. People are going to burn in hell because of that, because God gave us the resources to take care of everybody on this earth.
Yeah, you're right.
And that is just inexcusable. And the people that are in charge that could straighten that out, that aren't, are going to pay a price that they don't understand.
But what if you were in a plane crash in the Andes?
Then you do what you got to do.
Right, right.
Yeah. It all depends on your will to live, your will to survive.
Yeah.
I think that's ingrained into us as well. You know what I mean? There's certain people that would rather take their life because they lost their girlfriend, or they lost their boyfriend, or whatever reasons, right? And then you have those people that are prepping freaking 1,000 years worth of food and water in their house because they want to be the last man standing on the planet. They want to live at all costs. And then there's people that just think that life is disposable or whatever. So I think it all depends individually on what we would do, what we wouldn't do. With the Andes crash, I imagine there was a few of them that just gave up. And once you mentally give up, spiritually give up, you're done. You're pretty much done. There's just more or less wasting away physically that needs to be done.
What's up, Ellen? Well, in the Andes, they ate bodies that had already perished.
Yeah, so that's what I thought.
Yeah, no, I know.
You have frozen protein sitting there. Starve before you eat it.
Yeah, no, when I was in my worst, that's why I'm so I've always been fascinated with that story. Whenever I got in the worst times of my addiction and trying to get clean and whatever else, but whenever I get in my worst times in my head, I would literally put that movie on. I've had that movie since it came out on freaking VHS tape. I still got it on VHS tape. That's how long I've had that movie. That movie has always been my go-to movie when I'm, whenever I got twisted up in my head and I would watch it, and I'm like, now this is a situation to be thinking about what the hell is going on in the world. You know what I mean? Not this or this or whatever. If they can get through this, you can get through this. Because I've also researched most of those guys that came out of that crash, and literally thousands of people were saved because they ate somebody there. That's the other part of the story a lot of people don't understand is one of them, is it Fernando? I forgot his name, but anyway, yeah, he was a NICU emergent, or he was a NICU surgeon, and he saved hundreds of little babies from whatever, whatever problems they had. Home. Yes, after they got home, he continued his residency. So he became, yes, it multiplied.
So
what was the name of that movie?
Does that justify it? You eat one person to save 1,000?
Yes. Yes.
Well, sure. Wouldn't you think? I mean,
yeah.
The people that got eaten were already dead.
Right.
Yep.
So, but what
it's
was
called
the name
Alive?
Alive. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. That was the name of the
and
book.
There's a large.
Well, that's really good.
Yeah, and there's a.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say there's a large amount of stuff on YouTube if you just look up surviving in the Andes Mountains. And I mean, there's just a huge amount of resources.
Well, you can bring it home to the Rocky Mountains. The Donner Party got trapped in that blizzard, and they ended up eating some of their own.
Yep.
You don't commit murder and do that.
Right. Hopefully not.
If you're starving and it's there, I'd probably throw a lot of it back
for the
up.
weakest person being taken out for dinner, for dinner.
That's a pretty sick way to put it. Taken out for dinner.
Right.
I'm going to tell my wife that, look, baby, when we get hungry enough, me and the kids, we're taking you out for dinner. She's going to get all excited. She's going to get in her Sunday best, look all good, and whack.
Take the dog out for dinner first.
Man.
I don't know, man. My wife looks pretty scrumptious.
Stop. No, you didn't. Oh, if I could whip your ass, boy.
I'm really surprised Bug-Eyed ain't up here, man. He loves these conversations.
He's welcome if he's around. Yeah, Nikki. That's an interesting way to put it, too. Just composting in your stomach.
Right? Hey, I mean, at the end of the day, if you really see it, I mean, it's energy. I mean, that's what food is. You know, we're putting energy in us. It's, it's going through our body. It's giving us that energy. So, I mean, at the end of the day, just eating some of this energy. I mean, I couldn't even fathom doing it in like a sadistic manner, like, Jeffrey Dahmer or some shit. But, hey.
In times of desperation, we don't know what we'll do,
Yeah, that's pretty much what I resort back to as well. But I don't think I would be opposed to it. No, I mean, I can't fathom it. Our minds really can't.
It's hard to comprehend. It really is.
Yeah, and that right there is something that we need to always hold on to. That should never ever have to come into our mind, and it never should. And even the fact that we're having the conversation, and it's kind of a serious conversation at the same time of being, kind of just wondering what the next person would do, because we're being challenged with these things. Not quite yet, but we're also able to look look at our screens and see that there's millions of people that are actually questioning what they're doing to survive to the next day. I mean, looking at little grass sprouts that are in the dirt and eating them because they're so freaking hungry. I mean, there's people, human beings, that are going through this thought process right this second. It's absolutely horrible. There's literally no words
for the hunger.
None
state.
None whatsoever. None.
I agree. Unless we should crash in the Andes, and then I'm going to eat your ass. That's the only time. I'll tell you I'm going to eat your ass is in the Andes.
Good point, Bug Out. Appreciate you saying that, man. Very good point.
Yeah, 100%. That's it. You know what? That's exactly, and I'm going to read it again, but that's exactly what that's exactly the argument I had for my brother when he was over the other night, Tom. You know, I was trying to show him all this. I showed him the speech that Biden did. Hello, Mrs. Milkmaid.
Hey, Milky.
Hey, Tootsie, Virginia, Tom.
Good evening, Milkmaid. Good morning. I like your comment there, too, about the study that was done.
I can't remember where I saw it, but it was really interesting, the comparison.
Mm-hmm.
It had to do with their mental outlook.
Oh, man. Yeah. Having to do that would totally blow your mind. I mean, you would never be the same again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and the way that they approach their situation, like societally or tribally, it was really interesting.
Right. Like the type of mind that would do it and then what happened to them after, because...
Well, maybe because they were Catholics, it was easier for them to be able to all accept to do it. And I don't mean it in a funny way, but I mean, it's really preached hard. This is, you know, communion is really it's preached pretty hard. This is the body. This, you know what I mean? This is
right.
So, I mean,
body, flesh, and blood.
Yeah, maybe that was a way for them to justify it.
Wait, are you talking about the Andes thing?
Yeah, I'm talking about the Andes. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, it could be a way to justify it because I mean they were hardcore Catholics. Maybe religion had something to do with why they were able to do it. Is all I mean. But I'm curious about the other group, and if so, is it compared to the Andes one, or they were two separate?
No, it was
nothing to do with the Andes.
I'm trying to remember it, and I can't remember where I saw it. But it was a group of people who were stranded on boats, I want to say. And one group, they actually started turning on each other or, you know, drawing straws or something like that. And they broke down mentally pretty badly. And then the other group, I want to say it was like a group of Marines or sailors or something, but they managed to pull through the entire thing without turning on each other.
Right.
Or eating each other.
Look at each other as a resource of protein. They found a way to overcome.
I mean, they all suffered starvation and stuff like that, but more people made it out of that particular situation than the other one. Right. Gosh, I wish I could remember where I saw it.
Yeah, because
really fascinating.
If it was a good comparison, they would have had to have been stuck with this like around the same amount of time, same amount of people type thing. Yeah, hopefully you find it too, because I want to check it out. I love watching stuff like that.
If they were that similar a situation, then you got to assume that the people that engaged in the cannibalism had to realize that they didn't really have to do that.
Yeah.
My mind's just running with this. Wow.
And I want to say that the people who turned on each other were more like a group of people who didn't know each other tossed together, and more civilized, quote unquote. Yeah. No, it wasn't a movie, Eddie. I can't remember. I hate that. Like I collect information and then I can't tell you where the hell I got it from.
Fake news.
Or the worst is like I'm trying to explain something and the words just fail. And I write them out better actually than I speak them. It's annoying.
That happens to me a lot.
I can relate. Yeah.
Virginia's over there.
When you're writing instead of speaking, you're doing it just slow enough that your brain has time to function properly. Sometimes when I'm talking, my brain lets me say stupid things. Where if I'm writing, I can word this better.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
And for some reason, like if you're writing, you're not interrupting anybody. Like in chat. I think that's why sometimes I can answer quicker in a chat than I can on a panel, just because I have to worry about still listening and maybe tripping over their words, you know?
Yeah,
or forgetting what you were going to say.
Mm-hmm.
That happens to me a lot too.
That's just the Alzheimer's, Tom.
Is that what that is?
Yeah. You're at that age there, fella. I'm going to have to keep reminding you about
I
things.
wouldn't know.
It's all right. Ghetto eats Asperger's.
I'm terrified of how bad my memory's going to be later.
She's so infatuated with Ghetto's ass. What the hell, man? What the hell did you and my wife talk about today?
Excellent point, Bug Out.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. And a little bit of hope gives you a lot of strength.
Yeah,
There's always a breaking point, though. I mean, there is a starvation breaking point in an extreme situation. In even something like a pioneer group traveling, you know, killing each other off for protein, no bueno. You're obviously weak in mind, and being able to come up with solutions before you get to that point. But there are some situations where it's like, all right, that's why I brought up the Andes one, because if you're literally in snow, you can't grow anything, you can't hunt anything, you can't find anything, but there's people dying around you, and that's protein. You have faith that there will be a rescue team because it was a plane crash. They're looking. Well, actually, they sent people out, but regardless, you know, you figure you'll find a way. In the meantime, you've got to live to the point of rescue.
You've got to survive till they get there.
Yeah,
you do.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I could ever get to that point, but then again, there's a monster in all of us, so you know, it's very important to remember that.
You know, that's what I was saying earlier. Good people can be forced to do evil things.
Mm-hmm.
And Lord, let's not get there. You know, let that be our prayer.
Yeah.
Maybe not forced, but eventually there comes a choice.
Well, I mean, forced by circumstance.
Live or die.
Well, I think the evil would be canceled out, though, at that point. I really do. I think it wouldn't even be evil to do those types of things because you just want to survive. I mean, you're not just going to give up and die. I mean,
no, I'm not.
If you believe in God,
with people that happy.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean, though. I mean, it's like we're struggling to live, man. We were struggling to get out that snatch, and we're struggling to stay here as long as we can. At least most of us are.
Yeah. Right.
That's why we prep.
Nikki don't want to have nothing to do with no iguana meat.
I think her mind would change.
Love it.
Yeah, she's gonna eat her dude first.
She'll probably hunt down Tucker first.
Man, I might help her. That dude gives me the freaking creeps.
Suzanne, I don't know much about the Donner Party, but I am aware. But what is China Gulch? She's asking Milkmaid if that's what you're talking about.
Oh no, I don't think so. I'm gonna look.
China Gulch is in Montana.
And that was another cannibal situation.
I imagine they had a lot of them, especially with the Oregon Trail and all those people coming up here. Man, I just can't imagine living like that. They had to have been hungry.
Oh yeah, they were hard people. Good morning, Hondo.
Hey, Mr. Hondo.
Cremated them with juice.
You sleep well, Milkman?
Yeah, I did.
All right.
I tried something new, and it really did help me sleep better. Actually, I think.
Oh, it did.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's why I was asking. Sweet.
But I was giggly as hell.
Can I ask, what did you try?
I tried I tried a gummy,
Aha.
and that's not normally like my go-to thing to help me fall asleep, but I tried that, and yeah, the only problem is I lose focus when I'm working, and I generally am like cleaning up in the evening, that kind of thing. So
Man, I remember smoking, man. I would clean. I was a clean freak when I smoked. Get nice good little buzz, smoking a couple bowls, and I'll start cleaning the
If you
kitchen.
were a clean freak, you didn't smoke enough.
What? Everything just bothered me, man. I was like, all right, I gotta sweep the floor, gotta mop it, gotta do dishes, do whatever.
My
My
gosh,
wife would be over there just laughing at me.
I had this friend, and she smoked a lot all day, and she worked from home, so it didn't really affect anything. But I'd go over, and she's a cop's wife, right? And my husband would actually stay at their house, and she would smoke in the laundry room with one of those dryer sheets shoved into a toilet paper roll, blow out through that. And the problem was right on the other side, like, because it was kind of an unfinished basement, right on the other side was my husband's uniforms.
Shit.
Yeah.
So, and he worked with the canines a lot, right?
Oh no.
Yes, that's great.
Dogs all over him.
Problematic at times. Dude, that woman could work when she was high. Holy cow.
Yeah. That's great, though. I like the other part of that story, man. That'd be great. I would have sold to. Yeah. Hell yeah.
Well, they used to use air freshener on all the guys. Like the head canine guy would use a Febreze or whatever, and he'd spray everybody that was the good guy right before they'd have to go in for, because they did both he worked with the drug dogs some, and then with the attack dogs. He was the bite dummy. He used to come home covered in bruises.
Oh wow.
That's good to know, the Febreze though.
Well, it was a certain scent. And
Which
he changed
scent,
it up.
damn
I don't know.
What is the freaking odor, girl?
He'd come home smelling like, Hawaiian island something or other.
Oh, okay, y'all.
I know that kind.
And what was the purpose of the Febreze?
To help the dogs would go a little bit excited, and sometimes they'd get a little too excited and start biting, so they'd spray certain people with Febreze so that when they'd go in, the dog wouldn't get a little carried away.
Oh,
BB's saying it doesn't help with working dogs.
Yeah, he's saying you're fake news like Tucker Carlson.
He said fake news, but he.
Nobody believes me when I say some of this stuff.
Not Tucker.
Thank me, Tucker Carlson.
No, it does make sense though. I mean, because they need a different they need a familiar smell on both ends of it.
Well, bug out.
At least in training,
the dog to stop at that scent. You know what I mean? Like it could have been trained into him to stop at Hawaiian Breeze.
Me and Virginia's over here hoping, like, man, I'm gonna get me some for Hawaiian Breeze now.
Yeah. Tell me.
Well, I think he changed it up though.
Spraying the whole house. Dog ain't gonna find shit.
Mm-hmm.
They love to play those dogs.
Good grief. They were German Shepherds?
Malinois.
Malinois?
Mm-hmm. I think that's how you pronounce it. Mouse. They look kind of like a German Shepherd. At least that's for the bite dogs.
Oh, okay.
Malinois.
It wasn't a Malamute?
No.
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 It's MALAN. INOUS, I think. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay.
OISLMALANOIS. Malinois.
Mm-hmm. The dogs that
interesting.
To chill. Oh, yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
So, Milkmaid, we didn't ask you. Would you eat your neighbor? Oh, sorry.
No.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I think oftentimes I have a delay when I get up here because I've noticed that I will accidentally talk over somebody. It's frustrating.
I just thought you were rude.
Yeah,
Stop
I don't
it.
like being rude.
Yeah. Look at the rude calling you of all people rude. The irony is staggering. The irony is ferocious.
Oh, I can be
Man,
rude.
she is so triggered. You can tell she's from Washington. Just saying.
I know West Coast people are so brash.
I'm fucking triggered. Yeah, brash. You know what? I still have a recording of Ron saying that. Oh man, that was great because I was gonna put this little choreographed thing together on, and like a debate with him, and so I had it recorded. And it's still on my phone when he was, he's just too brash for me. I was just fucking dying when he said that.
Yeah,
that was great.
All love.
Yeah.
Who was too brash for him?
Me. I was too brash for Ron.
Okay.
He was explaining. He was talking to who was it? Peer Pressure, the guy that brought me the dog. And yeah, it was after I started my stuff. It was a little thing that pretty much, I didn't even pay more than one or 2 days worth of. I think I even talked to you about it actually, but yeah, I didn't respond to it. I never really wanted to.
Right.
But it was that's why. No, I remember saying I was laughing my ass off when he said that.
We gotta laugh at ourselves, man.
Oh yeah, I laugh more because I agree with him. I mean, dude, I can sit back and I listen to myself sometimes. I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up.
Go to the first time ever you went on Ron's or anyone else, like 6 months ago. Go back and listen to your flapping ass, your jaws that never stop gabbing like those fat for years, just flying out of your lips, collecting that creamy shit in the corners. It's almost like you could talk while breathing in.
Right.
Go and check
right.
that out.
I already did. See, I already did, but it makes me really wonder why you're still my friend, even though I was like that, and
because
I am like
I see
that
your
sometimes.
character. Can I get a touche?
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking asshole. I'm so gonna eat your ass if you're dead and I'm hungry.
I gotta be dead first. This is so awkward.
I was gonna say that
bless your
sentence
heart.
started out really weird.
Tom, you have the patience of a saint.
Oh, I'm having fun.
He's like, man, I smoke. Tom's like, I need more doobies. This is fun.
I'm not stoned enough for this shit.
Right?
We need to get you a T-shirt that says that, Tom.
Yeah, I'm too straight
When
for
you-
this shit. I'm too sober for
Yeah.
this.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm too sober for this. Man, I love a good t-shirt, with a great saying or some kind of hit you in the face mic drop.
I agree.
Right.
Like the graphic shirts in the 90s, there was a brand called Serial Killer. I loved those shirts. Serial Killer shirts were the shit. I still have one or two and they are worn out.
Yeah.
There's I'm trying to think of it. I can't think right now. There was another brand that always did like these funny. It was basically like memes before there were memes. They were on T-shirts.
Right.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Like a
did you
Massimo type.
Mm-hmm.
Did y'all ever get T-shirts and stuff from T-shirt Hell?
T-shirt Hell. Ooh.
Yeah, it's like
No.
tshirthell.com, and their slogan was where all the bad T-shirts go.
Nice. I have not. I'm down though.
I don't know if they're still. My husband used to get a whole lot of them.
T-shirt hell.
Right.
There was some freaking hilarious, and it was like before. Gosh, this is probably like 10 years ago or something like that. But before everything got super, super hypersensitive, I think it was starting to go that way.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever have a hypercolor shirt?
A what color?
Hypercolor. It was a brand, but it was a thing. Like a hypercolor shirt was a shirt, right? But it reacted to heat. So if you put your hand against the fabric, you would see a hand. Or you could it would change color. So let's say it was a pink shirt. You put your hand against it like a mood ring, it would turn purple.
Huh.
And
no.
Oh, they were so
I
cool.
didn't know they had shirts like that.
Hypercolor. Yeah, it was a thing.
Yeah,
Somebody in the chat, please confirm that I did not dream that in reality.
This is fake. She's all questioning herself
Or
now.
make it up.
I swear to God. And it tripped me out because they had hypercolor shorts too. And I'm like, well, how do you keep the crotch from not constantly changing the mood ring? Like, that's always going to cause heat.
You'd be walking around looking like you'd pissed your pants or something. And
Yeah. Yep.
That sounds horrible.
Eddie James knows hypercolor. I
And then-
don't know if it was late 80s or early 90s. It might have been late 80s. I don't know.
Now, I have an important question. Would you wear that without a bra?
Absolutely.
And?
Well, the nipple weather report never lies.
I maybe might have set that up. I don't know.
I had maybe 2 hypercolor because, yeah, bug out, you're right. The trendy kids had them and they were expensive. So I had 1 or 2 and they didn't make it through many washes because that kind of messes it up when you wash them. But regardless,
Right.
They were pretty freaking cool.
Yeah, I never wore what the trendy kids wore.
Yeah.
It's kind of one of those weird horse crazy kids.
I could see how it wouldn't catch on. Like if you had hypercolor skirts and you go out on a first date and you sit down and the girl gets all hot and moist and then she stands up and there's this huge blasted ass of moisture on the back and it's like, hey babe, let me let you into the car and open the door. I'm dead serious. Like a clothing item that reacts to heat is kind
Not
of
a good idea.
It like all the hypercolor shirts, people's armpits always burnt out the color first because you're hot in the armpit.
You have permanent pit stains.
Yeah, it didn't take off. The skirts and shorts never worked.
Yeah. Sometimes people don't think things all the way through.
I need one of these shirts though, man. Like legit. I need to get me one of these shirts. I'm already thinking about the nipple weather forecast t-shirts. What do you guys think? So you put targets where the nipples are, right? Now, obviously, women's nipples are everywhere, so we're going to have to put them in at least one spot. And we basically make circles around it, like rings, right? And then if it's on this ring, it's 45 degrees. If it's on this ring, you know what I mean? Because it's going to measure how, hard your nipples are.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, the heat that comes off from the skin exposure. And I know this sounds perverted, Tom, but it is true because the fabric reacted to the heat of your skin. So if you were doing a weather report, you're right, Ghetto, it would have a concentric fade.
Hey, can somebody look up what Hondo just said, please?
Yeah, I was curious about that too. I was just going to mention it.
Yeah.
Way to go, Hondo.
What is RT?
He's a Debbie
Reuters.
Downer. I think that's Reuters.
Reuters or however you say that.
All right.
Yeah.
No, RT is not Reuters.
No.
It's not him.
No, RT is not Reuters.
What's RT then?
RT.
She's not going to tell us.
RT News.
It's not that though.
It's not Reuters.
Yeah, it's like red and white, isn't it? Like it's. I think I know what he's talking about. It's like Republican TV news or something like that, and their emblems like a red box with white, and it's RT. If I'm not mistaken, but
okay.
Towards Japan, because they've done that. Oh, Russian Times.
Yeah, Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I didn't want to say it out loud for sure before I looked it up, but yeah, that's what RT is. Oh my God. When I look that up, you get a warning.
And fuck something up. I'm telling you.
You got a warning, Virginia?
It won't pull it up. It says, so I put in Russian Times, and I got a box that says the government is formally accusing Russia of committing war crimes. It's one of those warning boxes, but the channel itself will not come up at all. It's just that
censors.
God, it's so 1984.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
Blows my freaking mind.
Man, I'm digging into this Alan Watts guy, man. Oof. That dude.
Who?
Alan Watts. I'll send you a link to him, but I don't know if you ever read about him, but he was like a philosopher, and whole bunch of other stuff. But he talked about what and how we would be communicating. And he died back in 1973, so it was before that. But it was real 1984 stuff, but it was more detailed on how we were going to do it. Like he was even talking about holographic cell phones and stuff, and how we're all tapped into our nervous systems, and the electrons that go through our nervous systems connect to the devices, and it makes you want to put your phone in a Faraday box and leave it there.
Right.
Fox
On a
News even got
serious
it.
tip, you guys, I've been watching RT for quite a long time, a couple of years, and they're not allowing that on this platform to show up. That channel it's 100% censored. I cannot. I've been scrolling. I've put it in different ways. They're not letting it.
Hey, Nikki.
What's up, girl?
Good morning, Nikki.
Morning. God, it's so small on my phone. Morning, Tom. What's going
on, Miss Nikki?
Can you get Hondo's the RT news? Like legit, I've watched that for a while, off and on, just for funsies, and it will not even come up.
Really?
Well, Bugouts came up, and it's through Fox News, but I'm wondering. So I'm gonna look up the Russian one though.
What do you mean? The link that Hondo posted up there? You mean?
I don't think.
I see.
No, he's saying a certain channel, but it won't come up. And I've seen that channel before. I've watched it, but I cannot find it. If I put in RT News or if I put in what it stands for, it won't come up.
Huh.
Yep, forbidden. 403 forbidden.
Yep.
Client does not have access rights to the content, so server is rejecting to give proper response. That's all we know.
Yeah.
How about that?
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
That's insane.
Mm-hmm. Even if it's wrong or the wrong side of things, it's still insane we can't get the info to make our own decision so that I can make my choice, you can make your choice, so that we can all say, hey, here's what I see and what I think.
Well, they don't want you to think.
But guess what? The Moscow Times is wide open for us.
Mm-hmm. Right?
Bug out. He just is always on a Tucker trip. So what's new, Tom? I haven't talked to you in a minute.
At my age, I don't need a whole lot of excitement. There's not too much new here. I'm just so glad this winter is moving on out now. God, that winter was long. So yeah, I've been enjoying getting outside and working around the place and getting away from the TV, and so that's kind of why I decided to come on tonight. Just I didn't know anything, so I thought I might learn a few things, and I have been.
Yeah. Pancake nipples, cannibalism.
I was waiting for that. Hey, we talked about ghee and canning. We actually made soap before you ladies woke up.
That was
Mrs.
cool.
Really?
Summer. Yes. Oh, please rewind it. Yeah. So Hot Mess, Summer. She came up and gave us a demonstration on how she made soap out of frozen goat milk.
Awesome.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And it's cool how she's doing it too. The business that she came up with it. But she's doing it for the sex slave people. Man, what's the name? The traffickers. Sorry. So she's and she's putting people that's been trafficked to work in making the soaps, and she's doing a really good thing. She really is, guys.
That's awesome.
I do urge everybody to go check her out during the day. She's always on the streets handing out some soup she made or food or hygiene boxes, and like she's in the middle of it. She really is a good person. I like her a lot.
Yeah, she's cool.
Oh, that's incredible. I'm going to have to go back and find her stuff because I don't know. Hits me in the feels.
Well, she got me to want to do it, and I think I'm going to do it this weekend. As a matter of fact, me and the wifey. And I can't stand freaking them oils. Man, it makes people smell like hippies, man. My cousin's just all into that essential oil stuff. She's got like every kind.
Ain't nothing wrong with a
Me
pretty
too.
hippie girl, man.
Like, man, lady, you smell like you belong in Woodstock.
Hondo,
Freaking
have
love,
yourself
but
a great
truly.
day, man. Be
Come
productive.
on, man. That's pretty awesome. Can you to Woodstock? I'm there, man. I'll buy a whole bottle.
Love it. Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
Appreciate you, Hondo.
Bye, Hondo.
Hondo's out of here already, huh? Yeah, he goes to work early.
Came, told us that World War III started, and left.
Yeah, he said he's getting a bit of rain like we are down here today. We're going to get a ton of rain today and tonight.
Yeah, we've had rain all day yesterday, and then today's supposed to rain all day. Kills. Good, sorry.
Sorry, Milkmaid. No, that was me. That was my fault. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, like, it kills my motivation. As you hear the rain, you're just like, oh, man, that sounds like a nap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah,
Man, we'd be some sleeping fools up here if that was the case. Good grief. It hasn't stopped raining in like 2.5 months. Like a day here and there, but man,
Seriously?
it just hasn't. Yeah, it hasn't stopped raining for nothing.
Does it always rain like that? That's crazy.
See, it used to, and then it stopped, and then we had these big old droughts and all this other stuff. But now it seems like it's resorting back to the rain. Yeah, I mean, growing up, man, we'd have like 300 days of rain or something. Man, it was always raining around here. Oh yeah, Pacific Northwest. That's why we're so green. Well, that's why we were so green.
Man, how do you live like that though? I love a good rainstorm because I just want to hunker down inside the house and chill out. But 300 days a year? No, I don't think so. That's crazy. That's nuts.
It's just what it is. I think there's like a vitamin D deficiency or something up here, and there's a few other things that Virginia, you still back there? I finally broke into RT News.
Broke into what?
Maybe going in.
Oh, RT News.
Yeah, RT.com. It finally let me in. But yeah, they're reporting on North Korea launches suspected ballistic missile.
Why Japan?
That's I don't know. The projectile landed in the Sea of Japan inside Tokyo's exclusive economic zone, according to the Japanese Coast Guard.
Whoa.
Oops.
North Korea has launched an unidentified missile towards the Sea of Japan, South Korea's military and Japan's Coast Guard reported on Thursday, with conflicting media reports regarding where the projectile landed. Japan's Coast Guard issued a statement which claimed the missile fell inside Japan's exclusive economic zone. So where would that be? Like, I don't understand that part.
Like they're, I don't know.
Where
Man,
they
what that
where they
means.
fish and stuff?
That's
Maybe.
what I was going to say, but it sounded stupid.
It may be the equivalent, like it may
So
be
you
the
have ghetto
equivalent
say
like
it.
of a New York City to them, maybe. You know,
It's posturing.
Yeah.
maybe.
You have a bug out set down there.
Oh, what do you say? I'm
Oh,
reading
you think
it.
so, bug out? Yeah, that's
no
weird.
doubt.
Now, you know, I always wondered. North Korea is a tiny country. I mean, that country's about the size of an elephant turd. How hard is it to eliminate that problem? I mean, I don't get it.
It's not hard. They don't want to.
Right. Yeah. That's the thing. Yeah. Because I mean, come on. You could probably walk across North Korea in 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
I saw a scenario several years ago, where they kind of explained that anybody makes a move toward the north, the south is immediately going to get nuked and involve millions of deaths in a matter of a couple hours. So,
when you say the north, do you mean of the hemisphere or of
North
this country?
North Korea.
Okay, gotcha. It's clarifying.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I learned about that. I've seen a few things about that as well, Tom. It's almost like the South is being held hostage, and that's why the little brother North Korea is able to get away with murder.
Yeah, pretty much.
That was my thought as soon as he said that too. Is basically they're using them as human shields.
Yeah, and it's like no matter what we do, they can't be destroyed fast enough to keep them from destroying the South. Yeah.
Because they're so close. I mean,
yeah, but it also leads me to believe what the hell is true and what's not, because that Havana syndrome is supposed to be a real thing. I mean, they've let all the news about it. I mean, they got legit things that shoot from satellites that can make a person sick. They've already proved it. They've been reporting on it the last couple of years. Thousands of people. I mean, what technology do they really have that they can use other than just this BS that does that make
Whatever
sense? Like,
you
we're this big
times 10.
No, I understand that. Then why not? That's how, to me, that's what solidifies the fact that they do want North Korea to stay where it's at. They do want, you know what I mean? That's what makes it real for me to know that there is a system in place and they do have these things, but they don't want it to happen like that. They want it to happen the way they want it to happen.
Well, think about our history too. There always has to be this bad guy, like a bad guy that keeps you on your toes, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So let's say we wake up tomorrow and North Korea is completely not an issue anymore. There's going to be somebody else that put in its place, you know? Always has to be a bad guy, right?
Yeah, I agree, Nikki. I agree.
Maybe that's the Russian thing. North Korea gone, then Russia's the big bad guy. I don't know. None of it makes sense.
Nobody's bothers with that anymore. Yeah.
No matter where you look, there's a bad guy. It's like we're on a gyroscope with a spotlight, and it just goes around and tilts and wobbles and blah blah. They're all still there, but we do not illuminate them unless it fits the current
our purpose. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
well, what was it? I think it was yesterday. I saw something where now we are accusing. Wait, hold on. Let me get my thoughts straight here. With the Uyghurs with China. Well, now we want to condemn it as a government because they aren't pushing back against Russia, or they're working with Russia. So now we want to focus on that as a government.
Yeah,
it's been going on forever.
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna start using them as a token.
Yes. Ghetto. Yes.
Yeah, they should have been doing it for a long time. That's my thing against North Korea. That's why they need to be bombed to freaking hell, man. They got their people in concentration camps by lineage. I mean, they're ancestors. You know what I mean? Like, you don't even have to do nothing. Your dad did this. He stole a candy bar, dude. You're done.
Yep.
Like, what the hell?
All right, but let me pose a question though. We always talk about bleeding borders, right? But is it really a bad thing to be isolated? Is it really a bad thing to pad yourself in and not actively meddle in everyone else's doo-doo? Do you see what I'm
I
saying?
don't.
I don't
Like,
think it's a
Yeah, I
bad
don't
thing
think
at
it's.
all.
I don't think it's a bad thing at all. But if we're getting the information that we're getting and it is true, then yeah, it's bad. Now, if it's not the real information that we're getting, because the information we're getting, at least I'm getting, I'm sure you guys are too, is that they have fake grocery stores when it comes to the media. I mean, these people are eating dirt to survive. That country's constantly been starving. They're in
okay, that's not,
concentration
people
camps.
are not eating dirt. Now they're eating food cooked in dirt, but they're not eating the dirt. And I'm asking a philosophical question. Is it a bad thing to isolate yourself if you're a nation or a country that is trying to retain autonomy and look out
No,
for
I
its
think
people?
all of us should.
Is it a bad thing to do that?
I don't think
No,
so. I think
I
everybody
don't think
should
so
do
at
that.
all. I think yeah, I'm with Nikki. I think every country should do it, honestly.
Well,
But
I've always thought that we should be isolationists, but I also realize that, you know, throughout history, I mean, countries have interacted with each other. They kind of have to. We just don't need to be spread out all over the world. It's basically to protect all the corporate interests,
right,
and elitist interests. And then there's the whole trade thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, for the most part, I think we're way too spread out. We need to be focusing here, not everywhere else.
yeah, at this point in history, we definitely need to all start patting ourselves. But, you know, when it comes to the trade stuff, like at the end of the day, as human beings, all we need is some food and water. You know what I mean? That's it. You know, all the entertainment. What are we really trading? You know what I mean?
Well,
At the end of the day, what do we
if you
need
look,
other countries for?
we're trading lifestyle.
yeah, and tools and things like, because we were trading back in the colonial days, you
Oh,
know,
sure.
and raw resources, some are available in some places and not in others. And so I think that's why we have expanded like that, because we've become more complicated. But there's still some basic raw things that we trade back and forth. And it's really interesting how we export rice.
Yeah.
But listen, I can do business with Ghetto without getting involved in how he runs his house. You know?
Yes.
That's
Right,
not my
right.
business. So that's the isolationism I'm leaning toward is, yeah, of course we'll trade with these people. But the way they're running their house is none of our business unless it hurts us.
Mm-hmm.
And the way Ghetto runs his house is 999 times out of 1,000 not going to affect me at all.
Yeah. But, you know, once you start trade, that's where all that globalist crap comes up, and power hungry. I mean, look at ancient times, the Silk Road. Fascinating stories there, really. The Silk Road, the biggest, most famous trading route on the whole planet of all time. You know?
Right.
Yeah. You read some of those stories, and you know, here we are. Just
And what,
modern
that was back in Marco Polo's day, right?
I believe so.
The Silk Highway.
Yeah, but
wasn't it?
I mean, wasn't opium and opium and drugs like that one of the biggest things to be trading on that Silk Road, just like we're still doing today?
No, the biggest
It's all
trade
about that
was
drug.
spices. It wasn't drugs. It was spices.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, they called it the Silk Road. I mean, they had, like, you know, fabrics which were worth a premium to the wealthy, you know, and then spices, and whatchamacallit. I just had a brain fart. Oh, they even did their natural resources like gemstones and things. Actually, that was like an underground type of thing there.
Well, that's what I mean also by spices. It's like your own, they would trade geological and also the natural plants of an area across each other, whether it was gemstones or some of the minerals and salt. Salt was the main thing. Spices like pepper. There was a whole thing with the pepper trade. I shit you not.
Yeah. Well, salt was money.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
yeah.
was. Mm-hmm. You worth your weight in salt.
Salary.
Salary. Yes.
Right. Go milkmaid.
Yep.
Yeah, interesting stories though, because imagine cultures and things that changed in different vegetations that would start growing in other countries just because of that, and how things fundamentally changed. That it's such a spider web that goes out of stuff that came from that, good and bad.
Nikki, like plantain, white man's footprint.
I love plantain. It was wild here. Yeah.
Well, it was brought over though from Europe, if I remember correctly, because they'd call it white man's footprint. Every village that they'd go to, it would start popping up, or area, and then now it's everywhere. Which yay.
Awesome stuff. That's one plant everybody should have in their preps. I mean, it grows wild, so it's not like you got to save seeds or anything.
But wouldn't all this trading, I mean, obviously can't do nothing about it now, but I'm thinking in a sense that the powers that be, elite, whatever you want to call them, their main resource for them was to take away our self-reliance, our personal self-reliance, make sure we can't grow, build our own home. I mean, they've slowly taken it away from us for generations. At the end of the day, the trading was pretty much for them. I mean, yeah, it brought us all these different things, but we would have survived if we all isolated from the beginning and stayed that way and just patted ourselves from the beginning individually. I mean, it'd be a whole different world. You know what I mean? And there would be no control. We'd have control of ourselves.
Yeah, but you gotta understand people too.
Need and
Not
greed.
everybody wants to be self-sustained. Oh, can I say something to Eddie down there?
Sure.
No. No, you can't.
Shut up, Ghetto. He was talking about. Yeah, you want maybe some iodized if you're concerned about iodine deficiencies. You can also get little bottles of basically concentrated iodine. But if you're gonna stack salt, the majority of mine is not iodized or has anything else in it, because iodized you can't can with, you can't preserve food with, that kind of thing. It's just for your table salt if you want it.
Yeah, that's no good, man. Like that regular 57-cent Morton iodized salt, man. Stop using it.
Yeah.
Wouldn't Himalayan salt be one of the best salts to prep?
That's what I use.
Sorry.
Which one, Ghetto?
Virginia.
Himalayan salt.
Himalayan salt?
Yes, it is. It's kind of
That'd be the best
to cook
one.
with, but prep it. But it's really strong. So cooking with it, you got to calibrate how much salt you're used to, because it's pretty strong.
It's very strong. You can use like less than half, maybe even a quarter of what you normally would use. Yeah. Oh, I'll tell you guys a secret. I don't know how all it is in y'all state. They got the dollar steak, right? I got. Oh shit. Tilt up or down? What'd you say, Virginia? Oh, here, like this.
Yeah, Nikki.
I'm sorry, because I'm on my phone. So, and I had it. What? I had it tilted because I got the fan behind the phone. We'll see how long it takes to overheat this time.
Yeah, it was a weird angle that made your cleavage look like 18 inches long, but it was just
oh my god.
You have really long pancake boobies.
Oh shit.
Not even nipples, just boobies.
I can't even see myself. So yeah. No, I was gonna tell you guys. I got a little secret. You know what? When I go out this week, I'll let you know which one because I keep getting confused. We got Family Dollar, Dollar Tree, something else.
Dollar store.
One of those three. When I go in there, it's crazy. They've got shelves of whatchamacallit, coconut oil jars, and they've got bags of Himalayan salt. Wait, let me grab a bag. I'll show you all now. If you go to that dollar store and it's $1, well, it's $1.25 now, but who cares? Because normally if you just go to the supermarket and try to get yourself good Himalayan salt, it's like $6 to $10 if you're going to get a good bag. Check this out. I'll go grab it. Hold on. So $1, guys, and usually they've got like, I don't know, 10 or 20 bags there. I wipe it all out when I see it and I throw it in the pantry.
Y'all, it's like a fisheye lens when she's up close. How do we tell her?
Yeah.
Like, do y'all see what I was seeing?
I see it. And it's
I was just trying to do her a solid as a friend. Like the fisheye lens. Okay, we got to help her.
All right.
I'm sorry. Because I can't see myself because I'm on the phone. I'm used to being on my computer. This bit right here.
Yes, I've got some of that, Nikki.
It's amazing.
Dang, you got that from the dollar store?
Yep, dollar
Yeah,
store.
man. You'll get lucky. Now, different dollar stores stock up different stuff that they overstock on, but I am a good 25 minutes from where my old house was, and that dollar store had it too. So I'm starting to think it's that company, that dollar store, that's been getting these. But look for these, because even if you find this name brand online, you're paying up for it. It's not cheap.
Right.
And they so go look for it and then buy it all. There are no limits. They'll let you throw it all in the wagon. And that and coconut oil. Their coconut oil comes in these little jars about that big. But who cares? For $1.25, it's still worth it. You know what I mean? And you can keep it in the pantry forever. It's not going bad. And these are like really nice bags too. So
Nikki.
Anyway, I just figured I'd tell you guys that because I discover stuff like that all the time.
Hey, hey, Nikki. Oh, sorry, Milkman. Go ahead. You can go first.
No, go for it, Ghetto.
All right. So if you want to make try to move your phone, or is there a way for you to rotate your phone to the side?
Yeah, but I don't feel like that aggravation because I have the fan standing up straight and it's right behind the phone now, so screw it.
Well, I did my part, lady.
I could do it like that, but then I have no way to prop it up.
Yeah.
That's sideways. Well, I mean, wait a minute. Maybe it will stay like this. Let me see.
Let's experiment.
Hang on a second. I gotta
get really bothering Virginia.
Just don't drop it and break it.
I know, right? Hang on a second.
It's not that it's bothering me. I want proper Tata representation.
I've got like morning shit. I'm not even paying attention. Well, see, it won't actually stay that way unless I lean it back. So
me and Tom's agreeing with you in our heads. We will not say it in public.
Oh, because the camera's on. I don't know.
Wipe your camera down too.
Yeah, now it's all blurred.
Yes,
you might be able to.
I didn't touch it. Is it still?
Well, it's blurry like that too. You get like your.
Yeah, that was better.
Let me wipe it. You guys, too much work for me to throw in the morning.
Oh, aggressive.
I don't think I can get it.
We didn't say use sandpaper on it.
I didn't fucking use sandpaper on it. I was wiping it with my shirt.
Do you have bruises on your knees? Do you have bruises on your knees?
Sometimes.
Every time you walk, them long ass tatas are probably hitting you right in the knees.
Oh, you know what? Get a bite me.
That's much better, Nikki. Like before, the angle of your camera made it look like a fisheye lens, and it was very aggressive on the boobs. And so you look much better now. I really am just trying to. I'm not dogging you. I'm looking out for your.
I got you. Yeah. Heck, anything to make you happy. All right. Yeah, it is sideways now, so I mean, it's kind of below my fan, so we'll see what happens now. But I think it'll be all right.
You look great. It looks awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Milkmaid's staring intently. Virginia thinks you're smelly. Their names are focused on you.
I'm pretty sure that was the essential oil stuff earlier.
Yeah.
Dick.
What's up, Mrs. V? And thank you. Sorry, I'm just looking at chat.
All right, I'll go back and be nice.
I'm always flirting with disaster.
I want to know Tom's thoughts.
You want to know what?
Tom's thoughts. Your thoughts.
Oh, well, you were going through all that trauma with Nikki's camera, and I'm sitting here thinking, man, I'm too old to be worried about cleavage.
And I don't pay attention. I don't even pay attention to that shit because I just don't give a crap what I look like. So what you see is what you get.
You know, one of the
having a sense of humor, Tom, for sure. You know.
Hey,
can I? Ma'am.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, with the Himalayan salt thing, Nikki, did you look on the package to see where it came from, where it was imported from?
I did at one point. Let me see.
He says it's from New Jersey.
Probably.
There was some.
Well, there's distributed by, processed by.
Oh my God! I used to go to horse shows there. You're right. That's actually a nice area of New Jersey, by the way.
Is it coming from New Jersey?
Flemington, yeah, which is a great area.
I just
Yep. The reason I brought it up was that there was actually some companies that were using some tricksy tricks. Anyways, they would dye the salt pink, and then we're distributing it as Himalayan salt. That's why I was throwing that out there.
No, this stuff is good though. I know it is. You can look it up and everything else.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, the brand of
Yeah, this originally actually, like, you know, they distribute it in New Jersey, but this comes from this salt from Pakistan is where it comes from.
There you go. Then that's real Himalayan salt.
Yeah. Well, you can see
Milkmaid
it
was
too. When
trying
you
to
look at
Tucker
it, it's so
Carlson you.
pretty. It's got these pretty little. Where's my camera? Those pretty little pink colors and dark flecks in it. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's so pretty. It looks pretty in like a salt container.
And you say it's stronger than regular salt.
Oh, much stronger, yeah.
All right.
You know,
Hey, I had
was
Himalayan rabbits for supper last week. I found Himalayan on the road.
right
there.
Oh my word.
That was a good one.
You got to be from the country.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Himalayan. Yeah, I ordered a bunch of salt from that Azure Standard place I was telling you about, Ghetto.
Mm-hmm.
And it took me a couple of tries, but I think we got like 200 pounds or something like that.
Oh,
but you could buy it in bulk, and the price isn't half bad compared to what you would pay in the store. I can't remember off the top of my head how much it was, but because you buy it in 50-pound sacks.
Oh, is that how they come? 50-pound sacks? That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, but it's actually kind of a small sack. Like I'm used to 50 pounds of, cow feed or something that you can sling up on your shoulder.
On your shoulder.
This is like a small bag, and you're like,
very
holy crap, this
compact
thing's
and
heavy.
Heavier than 50 pounds, right?
Yeah.
50
like
pounds
picking
of
up
salt is
quickly.
heavier than 50 pounds of feed.
Right.
That's fact.
Oh my goodness, you're bringing back memories. Pick up the 50-pound bag of calf manna and throw it over my shoulder.
I'll be right back.
Hang low.
Excuse me just a minute.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm all about keeping some salt. Salt and sugar, like those two things, I don't really even cook with sugar, but I keep it because you can use it to make, well, the salt you can use for preserving food, flavoring food, your mineral needs, all that stuff. And then the sugar you can use to make vinegars, alcohols, preserve food.
I use it
those
too in
two
case
things
I run
I've
out
kept
of
building up.
pancake syrup. Like if you've got some good dark brown thick sugar and regular sugar stocked up, and at least have some vanilla, you can always make up your own like pancake syrup literally in like 2 minutes. I do it for Gary all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, I stocked the plain like sugarcane sugar, and then you can order like a gallon of molasses. Both those things aren't really going to go bad, and that's how you can make your own brown sugar. And I don't think syrup goes bad, like molasses. Not molasses, maple syrup. Yeah.
Right.
No, it doesn't.
Even though they have an expiration date on it.
Yeah. Yeah, if I see salt and it's there, I buy it. I'm way past the point of actually even needing it, man. I have so much, but look, you know, it's a good thing to have, you know.
It's so
or who knows, you know, stuff may get so expensive, and it's like when you live bag by bag, and then you go out, just like gas, you know, and everything gets so expensive, you're like, God, I really need it, and now I don't want to spend that money. So you settle and get the cheap garbage stuff because you have to get it. You know, that kind of saves you from doing it, especially when you find deals like this, man. Like even, you know, I don't know about everybody else. Sometimes I'll go and I'm like, all right, I've got $30. That's what I limit myself to. I have to go to the dollar store. I literally only need a couple cheap ass things like a roll of tape quick or something. But inevitably, I end up blowing my load there and coming out with a shopping cart full of shit I don't need.
Wow.
I do. So I leave the cart at home. I only take $30 and I go in there. But and then I add it up in my head as I go along, right? But if I have a couple of bucks left, I always use it to grab stuff like this, you know, if it's there.
Yeah.
And then I always do, you know. Yeah, I'm the worst, man. You don't let me loose in a dollar store or a thrift store with any kind of load of cash. It won't be there when I get out.
You can blow it multiple times over.
Right.
I do. I blow my load like that, man. It's ridiculous.
Oh,
She American Pies that shit.
You get the O face.
Yeah, I gotta do that video for you guys. That
Eddie.
Huge. It's humongous. I'm gonna go there in the next couple of days. But yeah, I do have a big cigarette after I'm in that thrift store, Eddie. That thing, I'll do video in there. Seriously. And they always laugh at me because you're not allowed to take the carts out to the truck. And I'm like, you know, I'm taking the cart out to my truck, right? I'll bring it back. They're like, yeah, go ahead. Because I'm a preferred customer there. And I've only been here a few months. It's hilarious. But I go in there, like I think I spent $180 in there. That doesn't sound like a lot. But let me tell you something. That's a lot when you're in one of those thrift stores. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I was in there for 3.5 hours, but man, I got some good shit out of there. You know,
it's just 3.5 hours.
One day.
I believe it though, because you're digging.
I'm digging. Yeah. Well, let's put it this way, though. I'm not stupid. I know it's funny, but I do come home with a lot of crap for myself that I keep. But then what I do is, you know, I flip shit. So I'm like, all right, those 4 things are going to pay for my whole trip eventually. So who cares? Everything I keep costs me nothing, you know.
All right.
That's how I justify it anyway.
As long as you can.
Yeah.
Hey, I needed all that stuff.
There you go.
I need to get mine.
What was your South Carolina story there, Tom?
Oh, my cousin, he's a year and a half older than I am. He had never been in a Dollar Tree before, or dollar store, whatever it was. And he went in, his wife took him in there, and Hugh just lost his mind. You can get this for $1? Well, now how much does that cost? $1? And then my wife takes me in one, and I knew how Hugh had acted, and I tried not to act the same way, but that place is awesome.
Man, maybe I'm just prejudiced against it, but
I'll tell you what, I went wild on was toilet bowl cleaner. You could get these perfectly sized little things of brand name toilet bowl cleaner for $1 a piece.
You're right. Yep.
Oh yeah. So
man, I need to go to one. The last time I've been into a dollar store was when we were furnishing our very first apartment, me and my wife. So we're talking 2001, 2002, so good 20 years. So a good 20 years. That's the last time I've been in a dollar store.
Oh, that's wild. I didn't even know they existed 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Dollar store in 20 years? Oh God, I would have
I guess I don't. Like I said, I don't know if it's a prejudice thing. Like, man, I hate poor shit. I ain't going there. I don't know. I don't. There's no, and she doesn't go there because I don't know. I don't know. But you know what though?
You have to go and get like paper plate, paper cups.
But guess what though? 20 years later though, guys, I still have plates. I still have silverware. I still have a ladle. My toast. Well, my toaster didn't come from the dollar store, but it was cheap as hell from Walmart 20 years ago, and it just went out not even 5 days ago. I was actually kind of sad.
Some things, not for other things. I feel the same way about Denny's. Like you never get a steak there, but if you want a palatable omelet, go for it.
Bomb ass breakfast.
Big moons over my hammy.
Yeah.
Crap out of those, man. It's like the old days. You're all stoned, high as hell, and you come home from a concert and hit Denny's at like 2:30 in the morning.
Oh hell yes! We had one in Silver Spring called Steak and Egg Kitchen, and man, that's what it was all about: steak and eggs,
right?
Hash browns. Good morning, Cola. Good to see you.
Oh, hash browns.
You know, the best place to get food is a truck stop. The servings are huge. The food is it's not like a pre-designed franchise type of thing. It's usually just straight up real food cooked up, and they ain't gonna let you go hungry.
Yeah, it's cool.
Sorry, where was this? I
Trips
missed
down
that.
south the week of Thanksgiving, and usually been coming home Thanksgiving Day. And there is a truck stop just south of the North Carolina-Virginia border. I have had so many wonderful Thanksgiving dinners in that place. You wouldn't believe. Yeah. Truck stops are the place to eat.
So did they make like let's say they were expecting guests in this truck stop. They all come through. How many people would be there? And was it served by the plate or was it a buffet?
No, there weren't that many people in there.
Huh.
A few drivers, and I think I was the only one, and me and my grandson were the only ones in there that weren't truck drivers, really. But no, you ordered what you wanted, and
right.
If you wanted the traditional Thanksgiving dinner, they had that, or if you wanted, something else, they were into that too.
Rock on.
Yeah.
Nice. Man, truck stop, I'm sure you gathered by now, Milkmaid.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about. Man, that's kind of how our cafes roll. And these huge, just, you got like a 14-inch by whatever plate, and that's the size of the pancake. The pancake's overflowing the freaking plate. You know what I mean? That's how the cafes are around here.
Really? Wow.
Oh, yeah. We're a fat country. I mean, it's all great and cool and stuff, but it's mind-boggling when you look at other countries and they're just like, isn't the size of your meal supposed to be like the size of your fist or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The crazy thing is that we're a fat country, but we're also very nutrient deficient country. Like,
right. It's handy.
You can have somebody that's overweight and starving, basically.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, that's what it's all about over here,
You're totally right, Milkmaid. You are totally right.
Yeah, you are.
Like, I watch street food videos in different Asian countries all the time. They make these street food sandwiches and just do your own research. But as but as far as the food, it's really inexpensive. It's like cabbage, or it's like the nasty bits or whatever, and then little egg and some bread. They make a toast or a dumpling type of thing, and people eat for almost nothing compared to what we do. Now, I understand the difference in the country's economic status, but I mean, the nutritional value in the US, you go and get something out of a food truck or at McDonald's, it's pure garbage. You go to some of these Asian places or South America or go pretty much anywhere else, and they're serving you a beautiful stew, a nice vegetable-based, strong vegetable anyway, with some meat meal, and it's based on the value that you can get from what you grew and what you did. We take everything in the freezer.
Because I mean, if you look at the nutrient density of an apple 50 years ago compared to now, there's a huge loss in a lot of the nutrients, minerals, all that stuff, because of the way that we farmed.
Exactly.
In the last century.
Over farming, huh?
I was just going to say that.
Nikki and I are like right on the same page when it comes to all this stuff, because if you look at how they farm, like even with the whole, oh shoot, what's the chemical, Nikki? Glyphosate.
Yeah, glyphosate.
Which is Roundup, which they use in the fields, right? What they do is they'll go and they'll spray and they'll kill everything off so that their new planting will not have competition.
Yeah.
Glyphosate was originally patented as an antibiotic and as a chelation agent. And with a chelation, what it's doing is it's binding to all those minerals that are in the soil, and then the plants can't uptake them. And so they have a lot of disease and pest issues, because just like us, they need certain things to function properly. And if they can't function properly, then the plants get sick. So we have to artificially prop them up, and it's been a long time coming, but it's not good.
Oh no, we were talking about that yesterday. Remember it? That grinds my gears, man.
Right.
Even when I see the word fertilizer, it drives me nuts. There was this big thing. Well, again, it comes down to one word: monoculture. That's the way we've been farming. Then these fertilizers and these pesticides come out, and there you go. You wreck the soil. And I don't care if you have all good intentions of changing it next year and everything's going to be all perfect and you're going to try and, let everything grow willy-nilly. You still destroyed the soil for at least a decade or more, sometimes a couple decades. This is going to take a long time to recover from. And there's one great example. It really ticks me off. And, from my videos at my old house with my food flowers, I had a ton of amaranth growing everywhere. I let it grow wherever it pops up. If I don't like it, I cut the little ones and use them in a salad. But this is pigweed also. Pigweed's amaranth. And this is one of the offenders that they try to, like Milkmaid said, pesticide right out of there. But here's the thing with that. Generally, the fields where they're the farming setups, let's say fields, country, where they have the most use of all these pesticides against this pigweed are corn crops. And here's the thing.
Soybean.
Corn is like a hungry animal, man. It wants to eat. Here's the thing about pigweed. It's got a serious root system when it's established. So now what happens? Corn is a grass. It's grass. It has a very shallow root system. So now you go and you've got this pigweed growing up. Well, what the hell, man? You take the pigweed when it grows up just a little bit, chop it off at the ground, then you can go and plant your corn there, because what happens is the roots of the amaranth are so much deeper and stronger, they're pulling nutrients up to the top, and they're feeding the corn. So why would you kill it? Eat it. And besides, you'll have a whole nother crop there. You can chop it off. You can use the grains and turn them into flour. You can take the greens and make, saute it as a vegetable, eat it raw. It's so insanely good for you. But no, they have to massively spray crap all over it just so they can get 500 pounds or ears of corn into the supermarket, the perfect ones for us to eat. It's ridiculous nonsense. Where if they let nature do what nature does and observe it for a little bit, we're all going to be able to eat a whole lot more food, and food that's healthier too, by the way, because it's going to pull up natural minerals from the earth and put it into the plants that need it,
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm done.
And, the use of organic nutrients and everything. But, I guess it's hard to do all that on such a large scale.
You can do it.
You say that, but there
It'd
are
be
people.
easier.
Gabe Brown, he's up in, I think, South Dakota. That dude is incredible because he's actually doing some of this stuff to scale. But what he does is integrated agriculture, where he has something like 5,000 acres that he's working with, which that's not a super large farm, considering big ag, but
Right.
he rotates cover crops, edible crops, and his cattle. And he's basically been building the soil to the point where he has people coming out and checking out his soil because it's so incredible.
Wow.
But he does, everything. And he actually is more profitable because of that.
Yeah.
And it's way more sustainable because if you have a ton of farms that size across the country, then you can actually produce more food per acre than the monoculture type deals.
Hell
We
yeah.
use subsidiaries and subsidies for the ones that do the monocultures and everything. And I don't blame the farmers. They're just trying to make a buck, but
Right.
at the same time, you can make more of a buck if you were direct to consumer.
God, you see what Bug Out wrote? And that was 2,000 years ago, and still nothing grows there. That's incredible. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm sure there are areas in the southern United States the same way. They did that too.
Mm-hmm.
What with the salt?
Salted fields, yeah.
It's no well. Think about this: the runoff from all the crazy shit that we feed animals, we put in the soil, we pee out in the everything else. It all filters through and comes around, and nobody thinks a long term, the half life of this stuff, man.
Right.
This is not
Especially the
something we're going
antibiotics.
to fix in a year, 10 years. This is going to take a long time collectively to fix, and everybody has to be on board. That's not happening, because that's my concern. While these, whatever you want to call them on another side, are concerned about, my Harley Davidson farting out too much pollution in the air, I'm more concerned about the food that we're not going to be eating, because we've already destroyed the soil.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
That vexes me a lot. What are we going to do? Why is there such a campaign to destroy our soil and our farms and our, I don't know, like 2 million chickens yesterday, right? What do they expect the solution to be when people start going hungry?
Exactly.
It's beyond me.
I don't know. I'm figuring that out too, because even the elites have to eat, right? So eventually it will affect the entire planet. I don't get it.
Well, maybe the thought is that the population won't be as high because of whatever they're planning on doing.
Right.
Maybe. I don't know.
Feed the masses, dumb them down, fill them up with junk, make them sick, kill them off, and then, you've got pockets of areas, you've got people who have been working on this. Regenerative ag is a super cool topic.
That's right, Bushido. Oh my God. Yeah, that's what pissed me off when I moved in this house, because the guy had a big ass box of Miracle Grow. I'm like, dude, you're an old Jamaican guy. You should know better than that. And Miracle Grow, exactly. Oh, you might get a bunch of tomatoes in like a couple of weeks, like, ooh, this Miracle Grow is so great. Yeah, it's not going to be so great a few months down the road, because it slowly destroys your soil, man. Ridiculous.
Well, the birth of fertilizer, chemical fertilizer, was just a direct byproduct or segue from the nitrates and ammonia, whatever it is that you use to make munitions. They needed a way to continue to make money, and that's what caused that whole green revolution.
Very interesting point, Milkmaid.
Oh.
Very interesting point.
Not many people know that.
Hmm.
I mean, if you talk to a bunch of, hippies or liberals or whatever, because that side, honestly, they have a lot of people with a lot of good knowledge when it comes to this kind of stuff. And that's why it's so frustrating if people are like, oh, I can't even listen to that person talk, because we have like complete opposite, ideological mindsets, but at the same time, use it.
Look, information is information. You can not like the person, but you can still learn something. What the heck?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What is that little government of little pocket of USDA? NRHS, I think. I can't remember. They do a lot of studies and things that are actually beneficial. It's like the only thing that came out of the government good.
Uh-oh. I see the wheels spinning on my laptop, which means it's that time in the morning. Xfinity sucks, man.
We can see and hear you, BT Dub. Even if you have circles, we see you.
You just call her BT Dub.
I said, by the way, we can still
BT
see you,
Dub.
BT
Okay,
Dub.
I got you. All right,
Damn.
I got you. Shut up. Good morning, Cola. I just seen you. My bad.
Bug out piano list. How does he come up with that shit?
It makes no sense whatsoever.
Usually
Usually they make a little bit of sense. Right? For real.
What's he been smoking? Yeah, right.
Yeah, the fertilizer thing. It's like the whole using Seven Dust.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you're probably going to get a yield, and I've had people make arguments where they say, well, if that's what it takes to feed us, then that's what we're going to do. And sure, maybe short term, but if you are dependent on inputs like fertilizers and Seven Dust, not to mention you're killing off your beneficial insects, but if you're using all that stuff, sure, that's great, but what are you going to do when that runs out? Like, what's your plan for being able to grow food if you haven't learned how to do it the old ways, so to speak? Then you're going to be screwed.
Yeah. Well, that's what drives me nuts when I see people and I know they have good intentions, they're trying to grow, and it's like, oh, I'm going to give them fertilizer, whatever, and again, I'm going to go back to, you can look it up. My yard at that place looked like, to the average person, like, damn, do you ever do any housekeeping outside in your yard? Yeah, plenty. I go with a pair of scissors, cut it, and throw it in the pot and eat it. You know what I mean? There wasn't one piece of ground not covered at that place. Because if you observe what was going on there, it was the perfect experiment, that property. It had never in its lifetime been pesticide, fertilized, or anything. It was pure dirt. It was so black soil. It was amazing for Florida, because we have sand here. And not a piece of ground was bare. Everything was covered either by me, I chop and drop, or the leaves fall and it's just covered. And I'll tell you what, there were weeds everywhere, but I eat them. And if they were weeds that I don't eat, I cut them all the way down to the ground. I throw them in a big rain barrel tub, and I make weed compost tea out of it in a few days, dump it everywhere else. It's still useful,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then the rotten stuff, you just dump back down on the ground. Nothing went to waste there. Everything was recycled, because that's what nature does, And you know what? I was there for over 5 years. I had no pest problems. And if I did, the ladybugs and the dragonflies and everything took care of it. It was amazing to see the system on such a small scale work like that. It works. It really works. And I'll tell you what,
It does.
I could have fed the entire street with my little property. I could have.
Wow.
Oh yeah. I gave my food away and everything else. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why like it may look messy and you can make it look pretty and intercrop, like put all your different types of vegetables in and around each other. It's not cute and neat and tidy and all of that. And I grow flowers in and around everything, usually edibles, you know, or medicinals like calendula or nasturtiums, that kind of thing. Zinnias, just because they're freaking beautiful and they bring pollinators, you know.
Yeah.
Doing it that way, you create these environments that you negate the need for using, you know, pesticides, you know.
Right.
That and it's no work. So if the shit hits the fan, you know, I made a shit ton of videos, you know, at that property. But you know what? The amount of time I spent, unless I was doing new projects out there and stuff, I just let everything grow willy-nilly, man. You know, sometimes I throw a few extra seeds down here and there. Stuff took care of itself after a while. So when the shit hits the fan, check it out. You can do double duty, man, because you're feeding yourself, your family, your friends, but you can be doing something else. You're not out there every day going, I got to pull out all the weeds. I got to do all this crap. Fuck that. I don't have time for that shit. You just let it grow, man. You know, I don't. I'm old and lazy now. I ain't doing that crap. And it does look beautiful because nature put it there. You know what I mean?
I think it's wild and beautiful, and messy and gorgeous.
Yeah, I don't care if the neighbor comes by and goes, "Oh, I like all your perfect little pathways that you have weeded." F off, man. The first person that says that to me isn't getting any of my food because they don't get it. You know what I mean? They just don't get it. So I'm not. And you know what? Pretty gardens are made for other people. There
true.
are some anal retentive people that like to see everything all neat and clean and in aisles and everything else. But really, the major percentage, why do people make everything all pretty, especially in the front, and all sectioned out and like, ooh, look at her garden? It's like, who has the best Christmas lights? I mean, come on. At the end of the day, you need to eat. You know what I mean? Pretty is as pretty does. I could care less.
There's a dude, I can't remember his name. Pete Canaris has shown his properties before. He's semi-nomadic because he has a place up in, I think, Maine and then down in Florida. And he just migrates with the weather.
Oh, that's Jim.
Yes. Yeah.
That's
the
Pete's
guy
friend from Green Dreams. In fact, the elderberry, the giant elderberry bush that bug out probably killed already, actually came from Pete. And him and Jim are tight. Yeah, he migrates back and forth. He's a market farmer.
He farms people's yards, but he landscapes with the food, and it's gorgeous.
And it's yeah, and he makes a shit ton of money too. Let me tell you.
Right?
You know what? I would love to spend a weekend with that guy because he really knows his stuff. Yeah, he's a cool dude.
He has good videos on somebody's channel, I think, about the
Pete.
You know,
it's Green Dreams FL. That's Pete Canaris. He's in Northern Florida, and in fact, he just did a video. He went over to visit him and did one. But yeah, if you look at and Pete's a sweetheart of a guy too. That's the original edible landscaper guy. He's amazing. And he's done some big shit. Yeah, Green Dreams FL. That's his channel, and you'll see Jim on there.
Dude, edible landscaper. I just can't get my head out of the hedge.
I wasn't even making a connection, man. Like when it gets on those topics, I go straight clean.
There's something wrong with me, girl, because
if I'm listening, maybe I can go. Yeah.
Trim your bush.
Oh, trust me. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Wow.
Sorry about that.
All this dirty talk.
My new safe word is oyster.
Oh.
What kind of grunt was that, Tom? He's like, oh.
I just it's an odd safe word, I guess.
He's like, that's
I
going to get
love
me more
oysters, don't get
excited.
me wrong.
It's not going to make me stop. Wait a minute.
Oh my. Well, folks, it's 6:30. I haven't had anything to eat yet. I'm going to be cranky and unattractive tomorrow.
No.
So no difference then.
Say again.
Thanks, Tom, for having us.
Hey,
so no
you.
difference than how you look and
No
act
different
now.
from any other time. Absolutely not.
You'll be as beautiful as ever, Tom.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but hey, man, I appreciate the night. What an awesome night. I had nothing to talk about when I started this stream, and didn't know how it was going to turn out, but what a great night. And I appreciate you all being here. Nikki, it's good to see you.
You too, Tom.
I'm going to try to be here at least every Wednesday.
That would be nice.
So we'll come
Well,
up.
it gives me something to look forward to.
Well, thank you.
We'll get him here more, guys. Don't worry.
Yeah. And,
Awesome.
you know, something will happen that'll upset me, and we'll have something to talk about. So.
Right. Well, it's nice to pencil in a date.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, you know, I keep saying you got to do this more often, and I don't know. I get lazy, I get distracted, but hey, I'm here. So anyway, everybody in chat, love you all for coming. I really appreciate it, and all you guys too. So we're gonna close this down. Everybody, you know, stay positive, stay encouraged, resist. Good night.
Night,
Thanks,
folks.
Tom.